said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions! YaLLa, let's go! And a warm welcome everybody back to Compass Winter. Round 2 of the main Swiss stage is about to kick off, and we're here to take you through all the action in our opening day of the week. My name's Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg for our 1-0 games for today. How you doing, man?
Yeah, very excited to be able to continue the campaign here in main Swiss and actually see some faces for the very first time, Jay. There's a lot of players and a lot of teams in this entire circuit that's playing this week that I haven't casted before or even haven't seen before.
I think you should say one of the benefits of the unranked tournaments is to see some teams that otherwise wouldn't be playing in events of this kind of caliber. So I guess an opportunity for teams to show themselves off. Yes, VRS points necessarily be on the line, but that does not mean it's not important here. Our 2 matches today are from our 1-0 match, as I mentioned before. YaLLa will take on Forza Reload to kick off the day, and kONO will take on CYBERSHOKE. So a lot of CIS teams in the service today.
Indeed, and even starting with YaLLa, this is a side that had a pretty good run in the last Compass tournament. I'm sure that they'll be looking at the main Swiss stage with what the level of competition is and looking at them keeping the same core but maybe making some upgrades and saying our goal and our objective is not only making the playoffs but trying to go as deep as possible.
Yeah, most certainly the favourites of the day in terms of in terms of this matchup, especially for the YaLLa side. Like, they are a far more experienced squad when you compare to the Academy side of the Forza Reload camp. And right now, in terms of today's proceedings, they are the highest ranked team in the VRS. They're just outside of the top 30, so not a bad option for them to be appearing in some much more notable tournaments when it comes to the VRS ranking overall.
And this is an YaLLa side that have made some upgrades in terms of the local scene. Now, we know that Kriaz was the in-game leader for the majority of last year. He got parted ways with the team, and Blitz ended up getting benched. Both of those players went over to Sangul, so you had to go and field a star player and an in-game leader. So you've picked up the eLive, who's worked with a few of these guys before. He led Forza, as an example, out there on the Enterprise roster and the Gun Runners back in the day. And then Mikey also starts regrouping up with a few of these guys. And with how good he looked on Unity and that short little stint that he had trialing with OG, I'm sure both the eLive and Mikey have something to prove towards his higher end level of tier 2 now.
Yeah, everyone was convinced that Mikey was going to be off towards OG, that he was going to have a chance to go to a tier 1 team. It didn't quite work out, unfortunately. So for the YaLLa side, it must be 2 thumbs up the fact that he's in the server today.
Yeah, I would say so. I spoke to Replay and Forzy only a few weeks ago on Tier 2 Talk, and I got the impression that the move was kind of 50-50. It came down from basically the players talking to the management, and they sort of said, okay, do we want to make this change? And half the team were like, yeah, let's make it. Half the team sort of said, oh, let's not make it. And it ended up going down in a way that you've gone back to the local scene. Now, from YaLLa's perspective, they've utilized a local division, but an English-speaking team. You look at last year with what they were able to do with Kriaz and Blitz. Remember the year prior to that when Anarquez was out here. So YaLLa have always had those roots towards English speaking, and this is the first time in a very long time that they're going back to the native tongue.
Well, maybe that might be a positive for them. I mean, we talk about like communication styles and how sometimes non-native speakers in the English language can have some difficulties with communications, and I don't think that's necessarily going to apply towards YaLLa, but those small little like intricacies of how you communicate in the language might be a positive for them. I mean, look, right, they are still number 32 on VRS at the moment here, so like I'm excited to see whether they can continue to utilize guys like Mikey and Forzy, because those were the 2 highest rated players you saw on the stat screen a moment ago, and especially in matches like this here in Compass, I reckon that YaLLa are going to have a lot of favoritism in the majority of the draws that they're going to take, and especially against this young Forza squad. Forza Reload, the Academy side of Forza that don't have a main team anymore. And look, for the majority of these guys, they're extremely young.
just to give you an idea of the HLTV maps played across the careers, you've got Shady at 151, Something at 129, Cusme at 112, Spirit at 74, and Rexy at 46. We're talking low numbers there. These guys do not have many events under their belt. I know that Spirit and Shady back in the day, a couple of years ago, played in that Antwerp RMR under Qzar when they came through from the Far East Russia qualifier. Outside of that, you may know Shady, Cusme, and Something for playing on VP Prodigy. They at least upset a few teams last year in the Tier 2 landscape. But for the most part, you just have to look at the ages and say everyone is 22 or younger. This is the new generation trying to come out of the CIS region.
Rexy probably is the most unknown of all the players here. He hasn't even got a Liquipedia page at the moment, but you saw a moment ago that he was 1.36 and his rating 2.1, Dwayne. Is that a sign of potentially his star power today?
I would say that the numbers are probably overinflated due to the amount of officials that he's played. So while those numbers might be high, I would take that with a pinch of salt.
Well, look, if he can perform well against the number 32 team in the world, then that certainly would be a positive if he can do it, of course. So Forza Unreload are unranked in terms of VRS. So this is going to be one of the rare opportunities we're going to get to see them in the limelight because they don't typically play tournaments of this caliber.
No, they don't. And they've been able to take a couple of scalps, mate, last week to beat Sashi. That's a tough team. That's a squad that is towards a top-end Tier 2 team. I think in the current landscape of where they are, you probably wouldn't categorize them as one of the best teams that we've got in the comp. And they got owned on their map pick and still came back, still pushed for that victory in map 2 and map 3. So that was the one key surprise that I saw recently from Forza Reload that at least caught my eye.
Look, if you're taking on Sashi's side as well, that I know that obviously they're not a top-end Tier 2 team anymore, but they've shown they have that potential, which shows to me that there is something there. Not necessarily to be a top-end Tier 2 team, I'm not going to go that far, but look, to show that they can at least do something competitive against some sides. Will that be the case against eKlot? I'm doubtful, but let's see what they can do. Pick some bans, Dwayne, talk me through it.
Yeah, Dust 2 is a bit of a surprise. We normally see Nuke or Mirage being picked out by the Forza Reload side. eKlot go into the Mirage. Mirage is a good home turf map for them, and then Nuke gets banned out, which again is surprising from Forza Reload that they're not allowing that to float right towards the tail end. So we get Ancient. The map pool's always going to be deeper from the eKlot side. They've got more officials under their belt. They play at a higher caliber. But yeah, certainly some surprises for me when it comes to that veto process.
I mean, look, I'm thinking about the Mirage obviously as being one of those things where it's like that's going to be a solid effect for the eKlot side, and also the fact that Nuke obviously is the second highest played map in the pool, tied with Anubis for that eKlot camp. So maybe there's some thinking there on Forza's Reload's part of like we don't really want to play them on a map that they are so well drilled on at the same time. I mean, I also look at that from the other side that you mentioned before, surprised they're not letting it float towards map number 3, but I'm just trying to figure out what Forza's thinking would be in a veto to make that decision.
Yeah, well, Nuke has been very hit and miss recently from eKlot. They've had some decent victories and then they've had some blowout losses. So I would have thought that Nuke would have been a prime pick here from Forza Reload to go into something sensible. Now, they haven't picked Dust 2 in any best of 3 that they've played on HLTV as of late, but if you dive a little bit deeper into some of the off HLTV tournaments, the Exort series, they picked it against K27, they picked it against Adventurers, which is that Navira Adam S mixed team going on there, they picked it against K27 twice and Rush B once. A lot of those results though are like down to the wire, OTs, losses, 13-11, so I'm not convinced on the Dust 2 pick today. The one aspect is that the Eli will be making his debut on Dust 2. We typically see it banned in towards the second wave of the veto from eKlot, so we'll get to see at least what eKlot are going to be like on a map that they don't play frequently.
Yeah, and as a result, we'll get to sort of tease how Eli is going to call around this this map with this squad, right? Because as you mentioned, his first map with this team, at least in terms of playing on the public eye. So getting to see what his new IGL-manship is going to be like. Obviously, one of the 2 players that came in at the very start of the year alongside Mikey, and a lot of curiosity about that as well for him individually, as well as how the team is going to work around that. Now, Dust 2, I understand why, from a like a traditional perspective, that Forza would go into that, because we always used to say that Dust 2 is the one map where if you want to get an upset on, you go towards that particular one. I'm not sure whether that's going to apply necessarily though, because the experience level is just so staunch between the 2 sides. I understand the logic in terms of just the basic level of thinking. I don't know if the result is actually going to apply here for map 1.
A little bit of insider info too from the eKlot side that probably most people in the public won't won't be aware of is that the eLive wasn't the first option to be the in-game leader for kONO moving into this year. They actually tried to get B-Stick from Sinners. That was the main target. When they knew that they wanted to basically make changes, they wanted to go back to the local tongue, they wanted B-Stick, and he said no, he declined. So that now gives an opportunity for the eLive to come in and say, okay, you're working with familiar pieces. Now I look at his last few teams, Sampy, Enterprise, always middle of the pack to low-end tier 2. Now you're going into a team that's got a high Valve ranking, that was at the last RMR, that came close to qualifying to the major. He needs to not only try and keep that as a par level, but try and succeed. Try and see if you can overperform the team to new heights and to new levels.
Yeah, because ultimately that is what they're trying to aim for. kONO are a team that are were trying to prove something coming into that RMR, and they did get within one series of making it towards the top 8 of that RMR. So the fact that they were that close, and they were, I think, a map off in the Fnatic series went 2-1 to the favor of Fnatic when they got eliminated. You're looking at a team that obviously would like to have that second shot at glory. They want to have that second opportunity, and with them being right now within the invite stages, within the invite realm of the major at the moment, it feels to me like just making these results happen, making these results work, especially in the VRS tournaments, is going to be one of their key points. And tournaments like this will allow them to really get drilled and ready for when time comes to make up those points. I mean, they are within the invite region, but they are only just barely within the invite region. So for them, it's just a case of just continuing to work upon that and trying to get eLive's tactics into a place where they will improve upon where they were at the end of last year.
And maybe something that kONO sort of need as much as they can is to continue this level of form. They've won 8 out of their past 11 best of 3s on HLTV. Now, I feel as if they've beaten every team that they should beat, and they've lost to some top squads. Now, the losses that they've had recently has been ENCE, the new 9 team that's got Kragen and Bobek, and then 500, a team that went on to win the last CCT tournament. And then in terms of the wins, you've got Harvu, you've got Australis Talent, Copenhagen Wolves, Alliance, Nexus, Preezy, NIP Impact that they played last week here in Compass, and Spirit Academy, which was a good result only a few days ago. So if we're kind of judging a team to say, okay, they've beaten everyone they should beat, and they've struggled against those top-end Tier 2 squads, then you go in this series today against Forza Reload and say, mate, we shouldn't even be dropping a map. Like, this should be a fairly comfortable 2-0 series where we're not being tested. We go 2-0 up in the main Swiss, try and give ourselves a good seed for the playoffs and go for a deep run.
No, that is a very reasonable expectation, I want to say, for kONO. I mean, again, the differences is so staunch. I mean, they're number 32 on VRS, and Forza are completely unranked. And we've talked a lot about what kONO's expectations are and what their goals are going to end up being for at least the first half of the year. If you're Forza Reload coming into this matchup, knowing that this probably is one of the bigger matches that you would have had to face in recent times, like, how do you sort of look at this in terms of approach and reasonable expectations from what is a young academy side?
They're just keeping the series competitive. I mean, they played Zero Tenacity only a few days ago in the Dallas Open qualifiers and took them to OT. So they've already shown that they can take decent teams in Tier 2 and get a bit of a scalp. They beat Sashi last week. I even think back to one of the Exhort series as they played. They beat BC Game twice and beat Viperio. BC Game just qualified to Dallas itself, the new team that's basically the ex-Bleed roster. So we've seen, on occasion, they've done quite well. They've been able to keep series as close and not just get blown out, which is probably a good sign for a young, inexperienced squad. You don't exactly get an idea of when their next ranked tournament is coming. They need a deep open qualifier run. They need to try and somehow qualify into a main event. So if you can get your reps under your Sashis, under your kONOs, maybe your CYBERSHOKEs as well, and just start getting a feeling of what it's like to play in those higher degrees, that's only going to help them try and get on the VRS.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get any points out of a match like this, and you're not going to get any points out of this particular tournament, but what you will get is valuable experience, and I think that experience is going to do you well when it comes to making those runs. And I know, Dwight, that you've talked extensively behind the scenes, and I think as well a little bit on Twitter about how difficult it is to get like those VRS points for an unranked team. So you'll take every opportunity you can get if you're a Forza Reload side. I mean, it's not like, again, you're expecting much out of them from the outset, but just for them to allow them at least a little bit of an opportunity to show themselves off and get themselves ready for those ranked tournaments, that is going to be a thing invaluable for Forza in today's matchup. But whether they can make things happen is, of course, something that we're going to have to decide in the match itself. We're going to head towards a short break, though. When we come back, we'll get ready to get into Dust 2 between kONO and Forza Reload. we go, a challenge and a half for the Forza Reload side. kONO with a chance to make this look very simple and easy and set up their campaign for round number 3. A 1-0 match, both teams fighting for a chance to promote towards the playoffs. Of course, we're all backing the kONO hype train, and it's a very reasonable expectation again for them to make this look rather simple to win.
Yeah, Forza Reload, expectations might be slightly off for them, but let's just see if these young talents can put some surprises up on the board, especially with eLive making his debut on Dust 2 for new kONO in 2025. You've got a little bit of a Daitor jiggle with a hand in smoke, so any contact out on B, and he can just suppress, just try and slow.
A couple of players in mid and outside of the tunnels where it looks to be at least a mid to B play initially, although there is some spread out towards that short entrance for Cusme. Glock to lean forward on the Forza Reload side, but not to spot anybody. It's a very slow offensive from the Forza Reload camp, and not too surprising considering this is the core of the ex-VP Prodigy side. The MBQ is the man that starts things off with a kill onto Cusme first and foremost. Something taking a kill, and Spirit will turn back on towards Mikey, so the frags work out the Forza's man advantage.
Forzy's got one flash to try and set themselves up, but this is a tough retake. Spirit, watching out the upper tunnels, only sees one on the contact so far.
Not a tap to a kill or damage. Now the other two players have arrived for the retake on kONO's part here. Now leaning forward, flashbangs now to get them into the bomb site, although it's just peeks forward from Spirit. Even more kills going his way, a second to his name, and hoping for a little bit more out of this, but nothing more is presenting. They're going to start to back off on the Forza camp. kONO repositioning towards mid. Julie set in something. Looking for anything here against NBQ, and he will indeed be able to capitalize upon that. So Forza left as the only player at the end of the round for the kONO camp. No retake, no pistol win. Forza take the start.
And we're talking about a big disparity on just matches played in the last 3 months, looking at this year. I'm looking at kONO from basically December onwards. They're playing 20-odd best of threes on HLTV. You compare that to Forza Reload that's just playing their 8th. Do not often get featured at this level. Good entries out there on B, and both of the B defenders just get nothing, do they? You've got Ditor that was smoke in hand with the Julies, gets overwhelmed, and then on the back plat, nothing either. Forza Reload get the 1-0 start.
Solid in the pistols, and solid buy-up by comparison to kONO, who have forced the issue here. The scouts in for Forza. Deagles, 5.7s and MP9s for the rest of the CT side. See if they can steal one back against Forza, who are taking this standard passive line of engagement, although it might work out for them here. Something is outside of the tunnel's entrance over on the B site. kONO have pushed into the position, seen nothing, started to fall back instead, so they won't extend too far out and give up those kills.
It's all about first contact from a CT point of view and how they can work a bit of a beginning. It's a shame that you use all of that manpower to clear out the upper tunnels. You start stacking towards A, and now upper tunnels has been retaken, and the eLive's getting pressure against him.
Use that smoke immediately. Forza are going to respect it. Back off away from tunnels. A little bit of noise being generated there towards mid as well. Rexy not able to take a kill for it, though. No kills in the early minutes of these rounds.
Now, only 1 HE for Mikey, so they're not going to be able to do a huge amount of damage on utility basis. You've got to try and focus up on just the overall pistols. A split potential, 3 out from long, 2 from short. Plenty of time still on the clock, and heaps of utility for Forza to work with on the exec.
Look towards long at the right moment. Flash timing, however, gives Spirit a very easy kill. The Eagle of Detour doing his best to land a shot, but they're just not accurate enough. Cuspe could come forward with 2 kills on him at 10, and this round is over.
And you are right to make that assessment and start categorizing this team as what we did know on VP Prodigy. It's a very similar core. And then even when we date back to basically December, you had Denizera that was on the team and Dwushka too. So you can look at Forza Reload as basically VP Prodigy. That's where all the players went, and then a few changes got made from that point onwards. This is a team that likes to be very slow. They'll be happy to run the clock, and where they'll be able to edge out advantages against the opposition is just overall patience. On a map like Dust 2, it's not the easiest of maps to get aggressive, make info plays. So if you get caught on timings, you look at that from the long perspective. You've got the scout holding out from ramp, gets flashed. There's just no movability there from Forza. You might be able to get one shot off, maybe get a kill, but he's just going to get dropped straight away. A pure collapse on the A site defense, and it's an easy 2-0.
Yeah, to really set the pace, quite literally, for what you can expect out of Forza Reload. I remember having a conversation with somebody that said that Virtus Pro were the slowest team in Counter-Strike, and I was like, ha, you haven't seen their academy side. So, let that dictate how Custom is going to approach this matchup for the Forza Reload side. 2-0 on their start. Eklot should not be able to respond with too much on the buy-ups. Forced the issue in the previous round, no cash in reserve. So this one will be a pretty formal third. A little bit held over from the previous round on Elive and Nuke. SMG, of course, being the highlight weapon of the round for Eklot. They're mostly saving towards the weapons in the next round, though. That's where they're really going to contest this match.
The core of Forza Reload have been together for nearly 6 months, and in that time, they've played a total of 17 maps on HLTV. Really not many officials at all for them. Util to try and slow down the CTs out towards short. Nuke does well to go 1-for-1, but an acceleration towards B on the split now.
And they're pushed away from that rifle, unfortunately. They're on short access, so they have to reposition and try the attack from mid instead. Meanwhile, something is walking out onto that B bomb site, although I say that, and the CTs are rotating to that defensive. P250s are firing away from range. Something has to dive the hell out of there. And they recognize now that A site has been opened up by those rotations, so Forza Reload could have lost a lot of control off the back of how that short push was going, but they've managed to maintain themselves. The upgrade pistols shouldn't be generating much more of a threat here, although they will be going in for the retake to try to see what else they can get out of this. Damage would be nice. A retake would be even better if it actually does happen. But you're not counting on either of those things at the moment.
No, something even getting another molly down from spawn. It's just forcing more time off of the bomb now.
No kits in play. Wrap around towards short, going to let Forza into position, but pushing the smoke as something was watching it. Kill gets found, advantage gets regained by Forza. They are hunting aggressive for the fights. They cannot get that third kill though, so all the main rifles will stay in for Forza Reload. Starts up for the 3-0 for the T-side line. Eklot now up to the buy.
And you do expect a B acceleration. You've lost a player out towards short. It's getting a bit uneasy. It's a 3v4, and you've been able to trade the mid player. Now, instead of just running into B, they slow the round up, they force a massive over-rotation, and they give themselves a free pathway up short and to get the bomb down on A. Eklot want to prove on a gun round that they can compete, but right now it's been difficult going for them.
Indeed it has. But it is only pistol, force buy, and eco. So the rifles as well, as you say, are quite frequently the way that's where you can judge teams the most consistently. And this will be Eklot's chance to get that consistency on the board here. And again, we're having a lot of expectations for Eklot in terms of this matchup and the confidence they should be able to take with it. This will be where that confidence will start, so long as they can get going on the start.
And for Eklot, just to try and back up some of the most recent results, I know that they had a grand final placing in the European Pro League of Season 22 when the Elive and Mikey had only just recently joined the team. Beat some decent names. Were able to go 2-0 against Copenhagen Wolves in the playoffs, 2-1 versus Alliance, 2-0 versus Prezi, and then went up against Aurora in that final and had 2 maps go towards either OT or all rounds in regulation. Just couldn't quite get that over the finish line. Just looking at how they've been competitive towards the top end of the scene, how they've been beating a decent amount of squads so far this year and embedding Mikey and the Elive into the system, getting that connection with the coach of replay. Forza Reload have got decent long spawns, so they're going to take long aggressively.
Eklot are going to go ahead and challenge them past the smoke. You've got lots of flashbangs in the way, though, and unfortunately the CTs are going to come out much worse for it. Rexy with 2 fantastic opening kills. Eklot not in a position to trade it and didn't even do much damage with those exchanges.
So Rexy was previously on Forza Reload, got sent to the bench, and then got recalled earlier in the year. Excellent double entry out from long. Just beaten by Util in that round. Forza was waiting for the pit drop, but being flashed off of the angle. Forza Reload just getting every man advantage at the moment.
Beating on frags, Eklot start backing away from that A bomb site, recognizing that Forza's real aim is to hit this this A play and just make this a simple round. So save their weapons, it seems to be the call so early into the round itself.
Dust 2 can lean to that. One of those maps where you gamble stack quite a lot in man disadvantages. And considering how slow the defaults are, it gives you time to prepare to make sure good crossfires are being set and buy up in the next round. And just to go back to the conversation I had in the pre-show about some of the good upset wins that Forza Reload had, the one best of 3 in the playoffs of Exhort Series 5 against BC Game, a squad that's done very well as of late. Forza Reload won that series 13-1 on Anubis and 13-5 on Nuke. They smoked them. Didn't even give them a chance. So it does tell you, in the very small sample size, there has been top squads that have struggled to even hold weight against this team.
Could there be a few more surprises in their sleeves? Right now, Forza are in the lead by a margin of 4. kONO yet to start on the scoreboard and yet to start individually. They haven't been given much of a chance to really frag out this round, obviously being a case in point. The early frag numbers, only 3 kills output against Forza so far in this matchup. And holding onto the rifles will enable a rebuy to come in from the 2 players that fell, so that should be no problems here for the CT side. But they are the odds-on favourites. They're going to have to start posting up that favouritism sooner rather than later. Do not want to let this T side run away from them.
Well, this is where the eLive is being quite active as a caller. There's a lot of movement from the first 20-25 seconds of the round, but they're just losing too many opening fights at the moment. That doesn't help matters, does it? B player legged.
Instantly dealt with, and they're going to go fast out of these smokes in the Molotovs as well. Detour's going to wait back over towards the car, flashed off position, damaged up with a quick dink down against his contact, but something gets the kill. Forzy will trade back instantly, so it's a HP advantage now for the kONO side of the 4-on-4, but the bomb is going down, and the CTs are going to get pushed back by more utility.
You've got Cusme in an excellent cutting rotate position, because even the eLive should be making noise out in spawn. This is going to be another save. A right call to accelerate. Very rare do you see accelerations into B. The tag on Daitor and then just send it. kONO can look for a couple of exit frags, but this is an 0-5 beginning from them on the CT side.
Extremely slow to start. Here, those rotations coming away from the doorway from the forward player of Mikey, but as you mentioned, not much you can do except look for the exit. I mean, even these exit frag positions are so passive out towards spawn from one player and suicide and the CT spawn as well. Like, kONO aren't really too keen on pressing the issue against Forza. 5 in a row for the Academy side. kONO yet to post a round here. At least the saves are going to keep the rifle rounds coming in for them, but a tactical timeout, I was going to say, was needing to be called, but it's actually called out by the Forza Reload side.
Well, I would disagree with you. Why does it need to be called from kONO? For what reason is a tactical required here?
I mean, I'm just concerned that they're just too slow on the start. They need to get themselves more involved. They need to find a way to deal with this Forza side.
But that timeout's not going to change that, is it? They're just losing fights. Calling a timeout is to change structurally the overall tactics. I feel as if at the moment you've got Ditour, the B player, that's on 0 kills. You've got Mikey on 0. You've got the eLive on 0. And then you've got Forzy that hasn't got the AWP in a single kill yet. There's nothing wrong with the overall positioning or the round itself. They're just losing fights. And when that happens, there really isn't a lot that you can adjust. It's just, you need to start hitting back harder.
It's been 5 rounds of Forza's confidence. kONO try to get a bit more active in terms of their positions overall here. The push forward on towards short, and Rex is going to get caught by the push down towards tunnels by Nuke. Kill found to start. Incendiary to block off something's push, and Mike is going to continue his press. Ooh, we've lost Forzy to a disconnection. That might be even more unfortunate here for the kONO side, but at least Mikey regains that man advantage with a kill outside of the Longhouse. Shady is caught as a player isolated towards Long, who I think they're reading onto as well. Tunnel's entrance is locked out. Spirit still finds the kill against Nuke. Bit awkward spray down towards CT spawn, and eLive can shut him down.
It's insane that he's spamming and spraying at that kind of range. And Ditour out on B, just slightly repositioning. Now can wait for his teammate to rotate over. They can play together on this one. Finally, kONO are going to win their first. A being forced out in the open. M4 struggling, turning away from the flash, and now kosmi's just got no chance at all. kONO, they just got a little bit more active than what we'd seen recently, but it's not only the lower tunnels kill, but also that kill against the AWPer in top mid, isn't it? It's both players winning advantages there from kONO that sets up the round.
kosmi will try hunt down that player towards top. Hell of a tap onto Mikey. 1 kill out of 3 required, and it's not impossible we could make this clutch happen. Remember, Detour's only on 8 points of health to the Molotov that burned him on the center of the bomb site. He'll get that plant down on A at the very least, and force out a retake from these two.
Well, this could be a tilter, because this is very winnable for kosmi. Just trying to slow the CTs. Would have been seen on that cross. He's hoping that he can isolate the long player first.
They're both coming in from spawn, though. Detour now up towards elbow. kosmi knows that bomb's planted, or where that bomb is planted for. Fuse kits on both, footsteps being made, lots of noise, lots of information given up, bomb tapped and held, cover off by the first player, kill found, but kosmi cannot see the player on the site. He jumps faces, the try forced him off by presence. He can't do the kill, he can't get the kill in time, however, he'll end with a triple, but the round will go the way of kONO. Even so, a 1v3 with 5 casualties at the end.
It does help that they've been saving a lot in those last few rounds, so the economy doesn't just get completely annihilated. But that's the worst outcome possible. You're in a 3v1, shouldn't be able to give much respect at all, and instead, it's pretty good picks. Unfortunate there from fORZY that no more impact can come because of that DC. Hopefully, no more issues. We know that he was struggling to connect to the server. The last thing that we want is him to be continuously dropping in this first map.
Yeah, that would not be a positive for the kONO side at all. There certainly isn't a positive now that they've lost him. Of course, fortunately, it didn't make I guess it kind of did make actually a bit of a bearing onto the round, considering that they were down in that in that 1v3. It could have been a 1v4 instead.
Do you know what is funny? I've been doing, obviously, prep for today and Wednesday's games, Jay. And, you know, behind the scenes, I've been talking a lot about the VRS system and everything. I saw a game that Chimea, one of the teams that are playing on Wednesday, basically they were playing in a ranked tournament, okay? Map 1, Map 2, no worries whatsoever. Map 3, player DCs, can't get into the server, so the coach stands in. Pretty standard stuff. We get that in Tier 2 quite often. Either you get a stand-in from another team, but normally it's the coach. Now, in this circumstance, the coach comes in, but because the coach doesn't have any VRS points, they're then outside of the rankings, so they had to forfeit. And I'm like, you're kidding. There is no way that's a thing. I had to double check. My eyes. I'm thinking, I'm not reading this right, am I? How is that allowed? How is that a thing?
Oh dear.
So there's going to be a lot of teams, a lot of players that are still getting very familiar with how this whole circuit's going to look for Tier 2 come 2025 and come later into the year, especially when we get closer towards the major qualification.
There have been some very sick things with VRS and matches in the VRS circuit.
Well, at least it seems as if the forfeit losses have been solved, which is a great outcome early on to be able to realize an exploitation and make sure that it's being dealt with. So that's a positive sign at least.
They didn't update the rankings last week. I'm not sure if we're going to get an update this week because it was because
funny.
of the fix that they needed to do for those forfeits.
Because I saw the ranking, because it's weird. Sometimes it gets ranked every few days, and then sometimes it's a week. And then the last ranking was the 3rd, which is 2 weeks ago. You're just like, what's going on? How?
Again, I'll give them forgiveness for last week because they wanted to solve the forfeit points issue. So it's like, okay, fine.
Move on, mate.
As well as that, we're also operating on Valve time, so we've got to wait for another it'll be 9 AM in like 8 hours for them. So
that's a good point.
Got to wait till the evening, I think, before we can get the update, assuming it even does happen. But
well, look at kONO, right? I mean, they're a squad that are ranked on the ranking as of the last one, but now because of the player changes, well, they're not anymore. So it's something that teams need to try and follow quite a lot. I will say that the more pro players that I've been speaking to, the less that I've realized that they actually read the GitHub or any of the rulebook, which isn't surprising. I'm not surprised about that one, but it seems a lot of players are misinformed. So that's where the managers and the organizations of these teams need to come in and just feed the information slowly, make sure everyone's above board with exactly what's going on.
See, that's what we're here for. We need to inform the viewer as to how these things work and to be sure that they understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Because Lord forbid anybody else does.
Yeah. I had one player, I will not mention who it was.
Oh, you have to DM me then. You have to let me know, like, privately who it was then.
And said that ranked matches still give you points because there's prize money. I was like, that's just not the case. That just is not true.
Unranked,
I should say.
Oh, unranked matches. Okay, I was going to say.
Unranked tournaments, the matches give you points because there's prize money.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Not anymore.
Mate. That's it's literally in the title. Oh, man.
Dear. It's like, I think everyone's still getting, well, not everyone, but most people are still trying to get used to how the transition is going to work from last year to this year.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, I look at a team like a Forza Reload and I say, okay, well, where are their points going to come from? They've played in a few open qualifiers. They played in the Wilds Invitational, the Skin Club, Christmas Club, but they're all non-Valve tournaments. The only qualifier that they played in that had a bit of a pathway was IM Dallas, where they went out in the round of 32 to 0 Tenacity. I know that advanced playoffs, the teams and the admins there are trying to push to make that Valve ranked. And for Forza Reload, they're currently 3-3. So if they get a good mid-season to late season, they could be in the conversation of trying to make top 24 and deep CCTs and make sure that we can kind of hang towards the top.
Yeah, typically I would say like Forza Reload would be aiming to impress the main team, but Forza don't have a main team at the moment, so it's like it kind of acts a little bit independently. But you are right in terms of like their position and where their careers are at the moment. They are definitely academy players. They're definitely young, and they've got a lot of development in their future. So it is one of those things where you probably are looking at just the long-term development at the moment rather than the short-term making it onto the rankings.
I could very easily see Forza not having a team this year for their main squad, because I think the problem that a lot of squads, especially in Tier 2, are finding is that you've got to try and get a core from somewhere. You can't just create a brand new roster. You could then try and do what NIP did and get the wildcard invites, but you have to have a core 3 of players that have played in a top 8 team in the last 12 months or won a Tier 1 tournament. Bro, no Tier 2 players have done that. So where do you create a team from? You've got a lot of decent squads, I would say, in the CIS scene, but there's no way a 9 Pandas or an Aurora, they're going to want to give up a core of players. No, they want to keep the core to themselves. So I think it's very difficult to enter into this year with new rosters. I know B&E have come back together. Sangle have created their own project, and so far, the only thing that Sangle have been playing in is open qualifiers. You've got Sticko's team with Oscar. Mate, that team on paper looks quite scary. I think they got some good pieces there, but I've heard nothing from them. I haven't seen a single match that they've played.
No, and that's probably one of the things about like the system in general is the fact that it is so difficult to actually like earn points from the start. Like if you're a brand new team, a brand new core, like to get on the ladder in the first place is extremely difficult, and that's something that people have been talking about a lot recently. Is that too difficult? Perhaps.
Yeah.
Is the it is something to discuss, and
I
I definitely would agree on that front as well. And so again, for teams that are not ranked, of which we will have 2 playing today, it is one of those things where you have to sort of discuss from their perspective as whether it's possible to even make it to those higher level tournaments. And I guess it's one of the fortunate things about Compass is the fact that you will have a space to play at least for the time being.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, take Captain Kirker, right, who's just been basically benched out in the bait organization. Jay, he finds himself on kONO. He's been at, the last 3 RMRs back-to-back? But he's going to have to grind with kONO. This is going to be tough to even get them in a conversation to the level of bait. And that's what happens is when players drop down, when they had all the success, when they knew what it was like, and then they go into an unranked team or a team that's low on the VRS, the work ethic is going to just be so much higher this year than probably what it's ever been before.
Yeah, well, maybe there might be some changes, adjustments down the pipe that might make it a little bit more reasonable. But, of course, not holding our breaths on that one until we actually hear official word on that front. But In terms of official word in this matchup, as you can see, Forzy's having some technical issues over on the Eklot side, and we're being told it might take a little bit of time before that truly gets fixed up. So we're going to head towards what hopefully will be a very short break, but when we come back, Eklot can get right back in the saddle and try and bring this back against Forza Reload, currently leading at 5-1. Will our favourites get upset? We'll find out when we return. Welcome back. Apologies for the delays in today's proceedings. Forza currently lead over Eklot. Forza facing some technical issues over the course of the day. However, it seems like he's back and ready to rumble. 5-1 is the current score. Forza lead. Eklot need to start bringing in some rounds to egg.
Indeed they do. Challenging for long. Last time around it didn't go too well for the two defenders. And got overwhelmed by Rexy with his double entry, and it looks like he's going to go for it again.
Straight in with the orb shots, aim punch hurting Forza in this particular case. 21 points of health, and the flashbang keeping him and his teammates blinded. So once again, Eklot come out worse for wear in the opening exchanges.
And notice how they're giving up long, but they're putting pressure towards short. Because you lose an area of the map, you need to try and take pressure elsewhere.
Lean forward for something, spots the first of Daitor. Backed up inside of that doorway. Eli's going to push forward into that short access and get a kill to open the round for the Eklot side. Still down on that HP marker, but at least they have the man advantage.
And that was a free kill. That was super easy from Eklot. Now, Mikey's just putting a defensive smoke. This is hoping to stall the progress that the T's can gain out to long. And there's some separation, too. They've completely split two apiece.
Bombs are outside of the tunnels. Molotov on Spirit's now going to reveal him to be close towards contact, and this distraction is going to draw a lot of attention away from this B bomb site. They will leave a player back there just in case there's a counterplay, and they're right to do so on the part of Eklot here. Molotov's forward, Mikey with the kill. Shady can at least get that trade immediately after the fact, and now the AWP of the CT side sees what's going on. Kill onto Cusby, but Rexy with a trade back. Advantage still maintained, 3-on-2. The bomb's going down. I mean, they could rush this single player over here. Rexy's going to have to hold off on his loans for the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, there's no way that Shady can be any help at all. Rexy needs to play by himself for a good 10-15 seconds.
Bats up behind the box. Sprays awkward. It comes together against Detour, though, and looks for the second man as well. Sees his head. Can't quite tap it off his shoulders. He's done well to isolate the fights and stall for some time, giving Shady a chance to kill off Eli. But it's an AWP v AWP battle between Forzy and Shady. One man's had technical issues over the course of the day, but can he get this clutch in? Diffuse kits for the man. Holding down the 5-second. The whole thing stuck. Though he's going in for the fight instead against Shady and loses it. Forza down by a player, but still able to maintain control of the B-bomb site. Minimum 6 has been taken.
Well, Nuke just threw that round away from re-peeking. He does an excellent job of holding on to B, getting this first AWP pick. Right here, 4v2, why is he refacing? There's just no need out there in the window. And yeah, maybe you could say there's a bit of a separation, but it's a couple of mistakes that cost him in that round. And Forza Reload looked all over the place. They looked nowhere near being able to get to a recovery position, and instead they've just destroyed the economy game from Eklot.
What a shot for Shady, by the way, to close out that round. Lightning fast on the flicks, and now lightning fast as the economy been decimated on the Eklot side. Forza Reload. Been all over our favourites on this T-side line, and this is starting to be getting a bit more concerning now. They should have the half at the very least, unless this Hero M4 goes ham. Eklot's just been so slow to get into this series, and I'm not being facetious with the tech issues of just, again, the individual levels of performance are just so more outclassing from Forza's perspective here. And that M4 has been mowed down by Spirit. Another double entry outside of the longhouse. Cuspy can also come forward from short. And the A site has completely fallen to pieces.
And this is where we now need to consider what I was talking about earlier on in the series, that I thought Mirage or Nuke was going to get picked by Forza Reload. They play a hell of a lot of Mirage. They might not have the best of results on HLTV, but almost all of their Liquipedia tournaments are featuring Mirage officials. So if you get a confident end here to Dust 2, you could shape yourself up nicely in the series. We still don't know how many more technical issues that Forzy's going to be facing, what the mental state might be. The tilt's probably going to be quite high from Eklot with how things are going. I mean, we're approaching, what, the 1 hour marker of this best of 3, and we're going into round 9. And really haven't seen much CS played at all.
Seven and 1. I thought if Forza were going to lead, there'd be a bit more of a fight put up by the Eklot side. Not been the case thus far. A little bit of forgiveness allowed to the eco they just had to deal with, and they got away with an AK to carry into the next round with. And at least that's something. I'll be buying around it. Back into the double AWPs again. Forzy and Nuke. He did so much in that previous round and was a decent defensive from Nuke particularly. Going to play out towards mid control here in the mid doorway face. Meanwhile, Forzy looking forward at the longhouse. Great nade on the smoke to open up against Spirit. Finally, a challenge in this part of the map has been won out by the CT forces. Now Nuke seeing where they're going towards mid. May have spotted that bomb as well, but can't follow up with the second kill.
A pure question mark of what's happening out there in long. No flashes from any teammate from Forza Reload. Just an individual maneuver to come in from Spirit, and he gets challenged. And Mikey trying to play anti-flash on a timing. Orb from Forzy. If they time this right, they could do a lot of damage.
Orb from the corners. Who's going to move first? It's going to be Forzy into the hands of Shady. Kasmi with the bomb on his back, going to drop it on short. Mike is going to try and back away. Isolate a secondary pick. Reface towards the Orb, who will take him down and give Forza Reload a chance in this round. However, Making Sun is now getting onto that bomb site. Bomb's up on short. Veto's making his way in towards spawn. Something snuck through, and he's going to catch him with his head turned away. 2v2 now. Once again, Forza Reload from the back foot are going to try to get back on the front. Eli challenging out towards the long position, seeing that Orpa. Pistol in hand, however, for Shady. He's going to hunt him down at close range and turn the man advantage back on his head. Forza Reload leaving it all on to Nuke to clutch this 1v2. He's brought it into a 1v1.
They're just not getting the fight, and that's the trouble, is that it takes him so long to get up Xbox into short. If this fight's just not appearing straight away, there's no chance that you can win the 1v1.
Pistol out, shot down by Shady as he peeks in at the right moment. And Forza Reload will continue this hype train. 8-1, 3 in a row. Eklot can have all the advantages at the start, but you need to hold those mid-rounds more confidently.
Well, I think they did a pretty good effort. It was a bit of an unfortunate timing that something's able to get all the way out mid and through that CT smoke undetected. And Mikey's done everything there. He's got 2 pretty clean kills from short after the AWP's been traded. So I think Eklot was set up nicely. It was just the timing that something was able to bring that was the edge and the advantage that Forza worked.
And for Eklot, continuing to have problems irrespective of the circumstances. Economy is going to continue to be hampered by the lack of rounds going their way. SMGs on 2 players, M4 for 1. It's a half buy for all intents and purposes. Forza Reload just playing their own standard of game. They know that they're confident in their skills, and those skills are showing up pretty well at the moment. HG's down against the short players. Eli is going to find that kill on Kasmi, however, so once again, an opening frag start for Eklot.
It's good info. They spotted 3 players out there towards short. Now, you've got Lurk Util from something in the upper tunnels and just a long contact being walked.
See if that AK can engage from Forzy's part. Unable to find much in the way of the kill counts or damage. They've been allowed access to that A-bomb site, so the plant should come down. Shady tanks a dink from the pistol with Eli, but Eli is going to get killed off, and something going to reclaim the man advantage in mid. As Detour will drop. AWP continuing to pick up players. They walk their way out of Longhouse. A trade from 4Z was found in mid, but it shouldn't lead towards much more here, although I say that. Nuke, I thought was going to find the flank on towards the players on the site, but the AWP checked him at the right moment, and now 4Z's best bet is to save.
Now, this is an Eklot side that individually have given themselves a few 5v4s, but haven't been able to do much with it. Just the lurks. That's probably been the most disappointing aspect, is how much they've been losing in the mid to late round. There's something in the lower tunnels, just cutting rotations, being annoying, always getting players out of position. Nuke feels he has a great timing there. He walks up CT, gets towards ramp. He's not being seen. He knows that there's a player on the site, and then instantly just gets killed from the AWP at pit. A 1-9. Eklot, you can feel, is a bit of a throwaway here on Dust 2, and all the focus starts shifting towards Mirage as the second map in the series, and then hopefully trying to get into that third of Ancient.
We talked about the positives from Mirage on Forza Reload's perspective. Obviously, the most played map in the pool for Eklot in the last few months. Maybe they are looking towards that position, and maybe they are just thinking about that second map, especially with the way that this one's going. They just can't seem to find an opening against the Forza Reload side. Detour able to trade back 1 player over towards the B bomb site. Shady's fallen. Instantly slows up from Forza Reload.
Forzy's just had nothing in terms of impact against Shady. It's always been the other way that the kills are being presented. Nuke is completely in the open. When this smoke clears, should be getting dropped quickly. Timing's good. He actually makes it too. And Mikey tries to help him the best that he can.
Follows it up with at least one more pick, leaving it in a 1 versus 3 for Spirit. He's taken Mikey down. And reading onto Eli extremely well with that push forward. The Molotov's going to burn the captain down a little bit of HP to the information given up towards the T side. The second man that becomes the concern. He's looking for Detour, thinking he might be close towards the doorways. Adjustment just about comes together for the kill. And on half HP, he can recover that bomb. Knowing where Eli is as well, we'll go quickly into that B bomb site hit.
We've seen how good Forza Reload have looked in some of the late rounds, especially in the 1v1 clutches.
Not the first clutch for this team. I don't think it will be the last. Plant secured. Spirit watching towards the tunnels. Eli has got no utility to make his way into the bomb site here, and he's making a ton of noise as well. Spirit's tucked all the way to the back plat. Look at the doorway entrance. Now hearing footsteps. All the information he requires. Eli suspecting that he's going to be out towards window or the backside somehow. He's got no way of flushing this player out. Meanwhile, Spirit's got a molly to put down the bomb as and when appropriate. He just takes the fight more directly, and that's a 3K. A 3-3 being won by Spirit in the end. Forza continue to pound kONO into the dirt.
And this is just frustration, because you've had a lot of rounds where you've had man up, it should be closing time, and it just isn't. Nuke is completely in the open. That's a miracle that he gets to. It's a good bait and switch for Mikey, and then it just slowly starts getting out of order. Everything going wrong for kONO to start off the day.
Now the auto snipers and triple sniper setups are completely out for the Forza Reload side. They can afford it. It's last round of the half. Why not at this stage? Simon's going to lean forward. Didn't quite spot the player on short. Didn't matter though. Newback's going to get caught towards mid and side of the smoke. Spirit going to open up the round here. Opening fight for Forza. The kONO have struggled to trade back, struggled to deal with. This Miss Molly's going to reveal that Spirit is close, but Eli's not going to take a blind spray.
Forzy hoping when there's smoke has a bit of clearance that he can just find a returning frag somewhere.
Shot missed from Forzy. Something takes Eli down. Forzy's on 1 point of health. Yeah, this round is a loss. This half is a loss. This map may well be a loss at this stage at 11-1. It feels like there's just no way of recovering it. As Detour will try his best. Will try and force something out, but so much HP taken to that mid fight. 23 HP between the two players to get a 2 versus 4. Nah, it's just not going to happen. This has not been kONO's day.
No, it hasn't. Even the read upon of the rotation down here from Long is an easy kill from the Tet9. And looking back at some of the Dust 2 results from Forza Reload, they had a 5-13 loss versus K27. They had an overtime loss to the Adventurers only the other day, 15-19. They had a rematch against K27 with a 13-10 win, and then a loss against Amcal in OT at 12-16, which is basically the old DMS boys that made the call up to Amcal. So when you look at it from a result basis, this really isn't a great map for them. They have not had many impressive results or many blowouts, but here today, frustration and tilt's got the better of kONO, and Forza Reload have capitalized it. kONO, and of course, came in clutch with some of those late round of just pure individual impact.
That really has been the defining factor for this team. And I mean, I talked earlier about Dust 2 being a map that traditionally an underdog team would pick into to try and force an upset. I guess it's worked out that favor for the Forza camp. Reason why kONO haven't played this since December 2 months ago.
Well, look, their instaban at the moment is Train, and maybe there's going to be teams looking at them in recent history to say, okay, if this happens on Dust 2, if you leave it open, maybe we punish pick it. Maybe Dust 2 is going to be a big weakness for kONO in 2025.
Quite possibly. Forza Reload have no business being this high over the kONO side. But here they are. 10 rounds in the lead as we enter the second half pistol. Damage has been done to Forza Reload, at least to start things off. Now Sunning seeing what's going on there at the tunnels. Can't quite find a headshot, can't isolate any of these picks. The backstab from Forza is a little bit too late to capitalize. They're on the bomb site now for a plant down. Mikey can strike out from CT spawn to get Rexy. Meanwhile, the site has been taken, the plant has been secured, and they're starting to pour in all these kills. Shady with one trade, the Julie's held out against them on the site itself, eventually going to get overwhelmed by the last player of Forza. kONO will pick up a confident pistol in the second half to at least keep their chances of evading the map point in there. but it's a very, very long way back.
Yeah, it's survival rounds. Let's be realistic here. I think Forza Reload are going to close this game out pretty quickly. For Eklot's point of view, make sure that the tilt factor is being as minimal as possible. Make sure the comms are flowing and that everyone's focused. No one's checked out, because I think that's the last thing, is that it's difficult to get judgment on how teams are treating this tournament in particular. And being an unranked tournament, you don't get punished for losses and you don't get rewarded for wins. So do some teams come in here with a bit more of a practice mindset to say, we'll treat it like a scrim? Do some teams come in here and say, we want to just pound the opposition, get confidence really high? You might not ever really get a full picture. Maybe towards the end of the Swiss stage, you might get a bit more of an idea.
It's a good point to consider.
Something that Retro brought up on Tier 2 Talk actually only the other week, Jay, was these unranked tournaments, and especially the matches, what's stopping teams trying to change their map pool? Picking into maps they don't normally pick, insta-banning maps they don't normally do either. I think it could potentially benefit a lot of teams if they start doing that.
Get that hard line practicing, as the Tier 1 teams always used to say when they dropped into Tier 2 tournaments. Eklot now getting some practice on confidence here. Basic ecos, of course, secured. Rifles out for Forza Reload. They didn't invest anything in the last round, so they get all the M4s as they want. Still need a couple of rounds to close out the map and take the opening of Dust 2. Eklot just grinding for survival on the T side. They can work up these advantages and try to bring back and close the gap somewhat. Forza, to win this round, would pretty much nearly guarantee the map victory, so very little breathing room on the favourites.
Good timing on this mid-walk contact. Rexy's very defensive out on B, so he's only going to take contact a little bit too late. Mikey misses that first kill. The trade is back, and Rexy's done decent damage.
Meanwhile, out of the tunnels, they look to go. Awkward sprays from something. At least Rexy can trade back, but now he's left isolated and surrounded by the T-side players. Spotting a player in mid, trying to isolate that next kill against Nuke. Doesn't happen for him. Sees the player in mid as well. Knows that the rotations are going to get cut off somewhat, but so many bullets come down from Shady and Spirit that they can get the kill in. Forza will now go for the plant. Eli's going to try and cut Spirit off from the tunnels. Galil rather versus M4, and he finds the headshot angle, an awkward stance that they weren't quite ready for, and he follows it up on Shady as well. Wonderful stuff from those last two Eklot players. Triple in for Eli at the end, and Eklot, this is the confidence I was expecting out of them throughout the majority of the map up here, only coming out in the very late stages of it. They do fend off Forza for now.
Poor Rexy just loses his teammate of something on B, and then you're drawn into two areas. You're trying to fight against Nuke out in mid, but then you're also trying to focus on the upper tunnels against Forza. And when you get caught in two minds, it's incredibly difficult to keep empowering kills. And Nuke seen quite a bit out towards mid. Nothing aggressive. Forza to win the opening fight straight away.
Straight shot shuts him down. Lean forward in mid, decent dinks down from the P250 there. But Customy are unable to get the actual kill against Nuke. Rexy does isolate Detour, so that's one trade. Rifle that they can recover, and the scout tagging Eli down pretty light. There's a couple of kills that can make this round expensive. Potentially some rifles to fall towards CT-sided hands. And indeed, yeah, another player to drop. The bomb will get picked up, but Shady's now caught Forza, so the scouts have done their work. 3v2, but still low HP towards Rexy and Shady, so it's not the best of retakes, but also similarly not the worst of situations either.
And this is very winnable for Forza Reload. They've got plenty of time. They're doubling up short. Then the third player with the scout is going to come out from Longhouse.
HE's to open the smokes. Rexy leans forward, just spotted. HE's come down against the next player, but something they able to get that kill. Now they're both low on the CT basis. The scout continuing to fight out from long. Good tag damage. May even up the stances, but someone's got no kit on this retake. And Mikey can hold his nerve. Forza Reload doing everything they can to put the pressure on the Eklot side. Not enough on this case, but 4 casualties for no investment is still good.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You're not thinking about economical damage because it's not going to mean anything unless you're, what, somehow getting 4 kills every single round but still losing the round. That's the only time you're then going to see maybe a Galil investment coming in because the money's going to be light. you're looking at any of these rounds as just getting it up to map point, getting yourself on 12, and that's where you can do your real damage for closing out the game. Eklot are just going to have no troubles buying. Forza Reload, I look at now Shady getting the AWP out, and I think, mate, he was pretty good in that first half. He was outclassing Forza. He was getting a lot of opening picks, so on the City side, I'm kind of expecting the exact same thing from him.
Well, he's top fragger. Rightfully earning his stripes and some sick individual shots coming out from the man himself. So rightfully on the AWP, Forza will have it out for his perspective on the Eklot side. So many AWP battles over the course of this map up between those two players. Will they end up tussling once again? Looks like Shredder's going to lean in towards that mid position initially on the startup. So maybe they will get a more directive AWP challenge in the opening moments of the round itself. More defensively held from the Forza Reload side. Either way, Eklot are up to 5.
For Eklot's sake, I think you could look at this as a decent positive. You've gone from pretty much being done and completely out of the first map to now the difference only being 6 rounds. You've got yourself a nice little confidence booster for the in-game leader. The E-Live's been able to put up some more numbers. But I am hoping that we just close out, get us to another map. Another thing that we now need to be considering is Forza and the AC issues that he's been having. He's been vocal about it on Twitter. It's unfortunate for any player in any circumstance, but this is now starting to get a bit ridiculous, isn't it? This is what, the third dropout that we've had in one map. That is a real tilter, and that's going to put a very negative atmosphere for not only him, but the team in general.
Well, I do know that they were planning to bring Anakez in as the stand-in before we came out from that extended break, and then Forza came back just in time. He was able to sort out his problems. So there is a backup plan in the event that that does end up being a possibility, and he can't return to the server. Yeah,
it's been a while since he's played an official, because he was on that BC game roster where he got benched when Guardian went from coaching to basically saying, mate, I want the AWP, see you later. And that's been it. He's not been able to find a home. Player that speaks Russian, English. Yeah, surprising that moving into 2025 he hasn't had an offer somewhere.
And formerly part of this Eklot side for a decent period of time as well.
I remember back when he was playing with Valencio, K1 Feeder. Very different Eklot than what we see today. Back then, Dittor was a star player. He used to play kONO Mirage. He used to play mid on Ancient. He was set up for basically all the impact. And then as more changes went on and Kriaz ended up joining the team and Blitz did as well, he got shafted to all the anchor roles.
Eklot. Anchor around Rexy in the Forza Reload defensive. Mike is going to find that opening kill. Shady's going to reveal himself as well towards the lower tunnels. Nubik's going to make his way up towards mid and try to watch out for the short access. That nade does not clear up all the smoke, so Shady cannot see the players in mid. Re-smoke down the doorways as Forza try and readjust here. The push forward from Mikey could get a bit interesting. Doesn't go past the doorway though.
Looking promising from a T-side point of view. They're getting quite a lot of success in from mid, whether it's from the mid doors or the short access. An info play in the upper tunnels, but perhaps a little bit too late. That smoke at short will at least stall out time.
Turned away at the worst possible moment, just as Nubik started his walk forward. The Molotovs coming in towards Goose to clear out that angle. Long going to get watched from range, tap up the heads, take down one of Spirit. Sprays a bit awkward against Custody, so he's enabled at least one kill back, but naded and found by Mikey in the end. Will reveal no more presence on this A bomb site. The 2 CTs that remain got to fall back and save. Eklot spooling up here. The gap has closed to 5 rounds.
This is maybe where Vladimir, the head coach of Forza Reload, probably thinks, okay, let's call attack. Let's just maybe shrug over some of these nerves and make sure that this game goes our way. And this is an Eklot side that have looked pretty comfortable on the defaults. And the readability of that round, the timing was very unfortunate because you're right. Put the smoke down, you hope that you stall them, you start repositioning to hold long, and then Nubik's just run. He's just created the space, he's opened up the bomb site, and it's a free round for Eklot.
Another one on the tally. Just a couple of rounds going in, a couple of weapons rather going in the direction of Forza Reload. Boss drop that buy once again for another chance. The investment max loss bonus fully available for the CT side as well.
Oh, that's one of the helping hands of Dust too, is that it's quite easy to save. If you end up just saying, right, we're not in a position to go for the retake, or we're not in a position to win the round, because of how large the space is, it can be so difficult, even for hunting T-side players, to find the last few CTs.
It's very true. yALLa, ooh, Eli especially quickly got flashed off position. He's going to get counter-flashed by his teammates, but needs some extra support though. Nade's coming in his direction. Smoke's coming down to try and protect himself. Evaded as much damage out of that one as possible, but less than half HP. Eventually going to burn the Sunning's Molotov and the assistance from Customary and Spirit as well. Mikey, you know, try and support these mid players as yALLa have lost a man advantage this time.
And very slow to react. They've missed the timing completely. CTs have already got back towards spawn before they're coming outdoors.
Slow walking might provide an opportunity for these Forza players to swing out from CT, and indeed they do. Sunning gets away with a kill, but Nuke gets 2 trades back, and Rexy cannot hold the bomb site on his lonesome. B has fallen. 2v3. yALLa will rotate that bomb to safety in the tunnels. Forza is going to try and lead his teammate into the site, although Mikey goes down at the cross. The smokes will come back, so they've brought themselves a 2 versus 2 for this retake.
And Mikey didn't wait for that smoke to come down. Nubik's been key in this second half, and he might just be on for a big round again.
Bomb plant comes on. Forzy's AWP. He's going to try and aggress forward here through the smoke. He's hearing those footsteps. Going to call him back up from his teammate instead. Just face on towards Shady. No. Picked up by Nuke. And Cusby has no idea where this site player is. We'll now see him come in, but Nuke, indeed, a massive round from him. Quadra overall. yALLa have not lost one in this second half. Is the comeback on now?
Oh, it's getting close to the conversation. I thought tactically that was quite poor from yALLa. It was quite slow reaction. They should have been accelerating straight away. And the Eli knew that he was a goner. Once he got out towards that blue bin, you can try and stall for time, but there's going to be HGs, incendiaries. There's going to be everything being thrown at you. There's just no way you're going to be able to survive. And getting down mid way too late, it's Nuke that gets them out of trouble. That multi-frag that he gets from the doors towards spawn, and then the timing of the lurk that he has to come in from behind. Without that heroic individual moment, it's probably 12 for Forza Reload.
The last tactical has been called. I don't think yALLa have called any tactical pauses thus far. All been on that Forza side. And you mentioned earlier about potentially the coach coming in and discussing mentality game, just trying to make sure that Forza can close this down. Will not be quite as much of an option here in round number 19. Brides are broken. It's a half invest with scouts and SMGs. Maybe they can find the steal over the yALLa side. I've only been so successful with these lesser weaponry setups. 5-7 close for Rexy, unable to get the kill. Veto, 2 picks. Long now being taken by the T side, and the CTs can't do much with it. Spirit from range down to 11 points of health.
Yeah, this round's collapsed, because even these rounds, they've got to be threatening. Yeah, you're on max round loss bonus, but if you're buying down MP9 armor, if you're investing into a scout, pistols, whatever it may be, you need to be challenging for still the 12th round. And it's just a pure collapse. There's just no impact at all. The lower tunnels was individual fights being given towards Dittor, so of course he's going to just destroy. 3 rounds the difference. The AWP investment again in for Shady, but Forza Reload, they're struggling. And you're getting to a moment now where inexperienced, young players, not many matches on HLTV, perhaps it is getting to them.
Rifles have returned for the Forza side. yALLa definitely faced individual resistance from this Academy side, but this has not fully come to fruition in the CT half of things. T side definitely saw them beating them on the individual fights, but now feels like the onus is flipped. yALLa walking their way in towards short, uncontested mostly by Forza Reload, who have put a lot of emphasis towards long. Mid control established by yALLa. They can work a lot of positions here.
Indeed they can. Now the lurk smoke out from mid is a lack of info right now from Forza Reload, and that's why one of the B players is getting slightly aggressive to play around that smoke.
Rexy around the corner from Mikey, who's watching for CT presence. There's no one going to be coming in from spawn for now.
There's just no util to block on the CT side. They can't hold against the exec now.
Not much more utility to execute with Eklo outside of the flashbangs. The Molotovs can come forward. These smokes have all been utilized. A counter flashbang in a smoke to fade away from the tunnel's entrance. Something. Looking up, HE'd off, damage to be done, but isolates that first kill against eLive, drawing attention away from the player at car. Third man to rotate forward. Can that cubby player of the C side do anything with it? The bomb's been dropped. They get that kill back on Detour, and Mikey can at trade back Shady's AWP to respond. Sunny still on sight, but the peek forward of the AWP eventually catches him. Bombs recovered, will get planted. 2v2 once again.
And Nubik's alive, and Forzy's got first contact. This should be winning it for the AWP.
Got to put that flashbang perfectly. Blinds off both T-side players. Forzy ducked underneath behind the cinder blocks. The AK leans too far forward. Shady catches him. The AWP known about. Shot back, but a swing from Spirit can finally close out a round for Forza Reload. Took some time to get there, but here they stand at map point.
Just about. MBQ's probably made the right decision there. I think at times he's been a little bit over peaky, but in that one in a 2v2, he's hoping to catch a timing. He's hoping that Forzy can bring enough distraction away that he can just prod in, get that first pick and fall off. And get to see it again, just the pre-aim. Forzy tried everything, and there's Shady, that one good kill against Nubik, and it closed down the rounds.
4 map points to Forza Reload. YaLLa done so well to try to bring themselves back within touching distance of this map or this overtime. Now it has to be overtime. It's already been an extended map 1 of the series. Fast into long. AWP from Shady misses out. That could cost them big time. They're so separated as well. They can't rotate through mid anymore. And the cutoff is so right and true, except Customary is going to hold down the CT spawn. Get Nubik to fall. Advantage CT. Bomb plant will be secured though.
Yeah, the eLive's waiting for more fights, waiting for the CTs to get aggressive. It seems as if it's going to be a triple short with just the MP9 at the elevator.
Oh, that Molotov lands inside the smoke, so Customary can still hold down this corner. Incendiaries on site will try to drive T-side players away. They'll push one man out of the default box's position. AK burst fire, can't quite connect these kills. Damage is being done, but Customary's getting away with the kills. Trade back to a 3v3 by Detour's part. Now Mikey can chime in. In the back lines goes something. Spray does hit on towards one, but only one. The AWP Shady can look for exits at best, but the round is a loss to Forza. YaLLa keep themselves alive.
It's just been pure struggle from a CT perspective from both teams. And not being able to close out rounds, looking uncomfortable at times when it comes to the retake. It was a pretty good moment. Anytime that a molly tries to go down to elevator and it's not quite spreading towards you, it gets stuck in the smoke, you're thinking, geez, that's a bit of a lucky break. That's a bit of a chance that I can work with. And just nothing. So I'm looking at where the economy is, and I'm thinking, right, there's going to be a good buy in round 23, and then, well, what could be a bit of a rubbish buy in round 24. So you've only got one good chance of closing out of 3 more rounds to play.
Broken investment again for the Forza Reload side. YaLLa. Felt like they were going to get stomped out, but they're starting to giving us a hell of a game. A hell of an effort. Comeback is real, but can it be completed? 3 rounds in a row required to get there.
So they're pulling a pretty big over-rotation right now with this B pressure in the upper tunnels.
Still got a player in CT spawn though for Rexy, can support the A side defensive if necessary. Putting utility down to indicate a mid to B kind of play. Smokes at CT spawn landing deep, so Rexy can push forward. They see nothing in the mid doors, and that might be some decent information, but again, there's no rotation of these CT players, and they're pushing through the tunnels where Detour is ready to receive, and the spray is awkward. Comes up good against Customary in the end. We'll try to keep something at bay as well. Shady's flashed off position twice now, all the way back out. Detour's going to get picked up, and those flick shots aren't going to land with a pixel angle. Shady's going to back away and wait for his teammates. They don't want to go for anything in this 4 versus 4. They're locked out of the A site.
I think they should save him. 4v4, lucky util, no kit. I don't see the point. Hold on to the AWP, hold on to the AK, hold on to the FAMAS. I think bring all them weapons forward into the next round.
And they're pressing. They actually are going to push the issue here. Maybe try for a last second retake. Smokes down towards the CT cross. Spirit running forward with the FAMAS in hand. No one's on this side of the site. Shady's Orb going to pick up one. Rexy with another one as well. Mikey trading, trying to hold on. It's him and his teammate, both held up at short. 2 versus 3, making it 1 now. As Nuke is left alone. Awkward sprays come together. He gets a kill on the wrong man though. And that should be the defuse. That should be Forza Reload finally closing down Dust 2 after an 11-1 half. It ends 13-9 and they take their map pick.
Rexy on 1 HP and someone on 2. Pretty crazy stuff of what's going on, everything there. Forza Reload, probably expect with 11-1 half that you're going to close the game down a lot earlier than what actually happened. A decent comeback from YaLLa, but let's be honest, let's be realistic with ourselves. This is a high-end Tier 2 squad that got 1 round in a first half of Dust 2.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if the E-Live is on debut, doesn't matter if it's a map that hasn't been played a lot frequently, you can't afford scorelines like that.
It wouldn't be unreasonable to expect a scoreline of that caliber in the opposite direction, if anything else, right? Like, this is a team that are just outside of the top 30 on VRS, and Forza Reload are completely unranked in the Valve circuit. And so you look at that and you expect that, I mean, we said at the start of the day, Dwayne, the expectation is for YaLLa to get away with a comfortable 2-0 victory. Now, that is not a possibility for them anymore. And not only that, the fact they went down by 10 rounds, had to bring in that comeback all the way to where it was, like, that's a very bad sign, I feel like, for today.
Indeed, and when you consider that YaLLa last week had the NIP Impact squad and got a 13-1, 13-1, you'd look at this team today and say, we've got another unranked team. We're going to come here for blood. We're going to come here for another clean series. And instead, we've been held a bit hostage. We're now going into our map pick of Mirage, which is enjoyed by the opposition. And this could probably be a lot more competitive than what sees the eye.
Indeed, it could. I think because the thing for at least one positive silver lining for YaLLa to come out of this map up with is the fact that Dust 2 is not often a map played by them, and that's contrast to Mirage, which is still a great map for them on the opposite side of the board. I mean, again, most highly played map in the pool for the YaLLa side. So they're going into something a bit more comfortable versus a map that they definitely didn't seem comfortable on at all for the most part. And as well as that, I wonder how the technical issues may have affected things as well, because this map has taken about an hour and a half to get through. Forzy, bottom man on the board right there for the YaLLa side. Like, is that a factor to also consider for how this loss went down?
Maybe not. I mean, it's not as if it was net issues, it was AC issues, so that's not going to change anything in the server. It's just going to be frustrating because you're not getting in the server and then you're being delayed. From that part, I still don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference. YaLLa have the depth and the consistency to be able to recover this series, to be able to come back on map 2 and map 3 and push for a win today.
Well, like I said, it is their own pick. It is Mirage coming up next. A great map for both teams, but YaLLa have that little bit higher caliber. Will they apply that caliber in the second of the best of 3? I guess we'll find out after the break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
A lot of criticism to raise the direction of kONO in that first map. Yes, a good comeback that nearly went all the way to double digits, but being down by 1-11 is still a major cause for concern. But going into this next map, Blake, I feel like this is where they're going to start to realise that that wasn't very acceptable in that opening startup, and they're going to go into a map which they picked into, one that they're comfortable on. And even though it is still a good map for Forza in terms of the level that they play, I'm just taking a look at some of those results, Blake, and remembering the fact that just the caliber of teams that they're playing against is not quite as high as where kONO are, and I'm hoping that they can get themselves together and start to find that individual performance that will give them a way back into the series.
If kONO play an A-star performance on Mirage, there shouldn't be a chance to even keep this map close. This is an excellent map in the pool. The only losses in the last 3 months are against top tier 2 teams like Ents and Monty and Aurora and 500. So it's going to be tough for any sort of threat of a 2-0 right now from Forza.
You mentioned earlier the NIP Impact Series, 13-1 on one of those maps. None of those maps was, of course, Mirage. So a lot of expectations out of kONO just from a map basis, let alone a performance level of where they stand against this Forza Reload side. But Forza will be on the CT side to kick things off in our second map of our best of 3 today. Mid-control being established by the kONO cam, walking into those Geordie positions, seeing where Shady is. Kill can get found rather easily. Rexy has no backup left on the bomb site here. Will do his best with the headshots to come forward as well, alongside Something's flank out towards short, and just like that, the whole onus of the round shifts to 2v4 for kONO in the post plant.
At least Nuke is alive, and we've seen how good he was in that second half for Dust 2 to recover some of the rounds.
Something leaning closer, seeing where there's a player at. Nuke round the corner, jumped upon by Rexy. Something is going to take that trade back. 2 kills to his name, 2 for Rexy that started off this round for the Forza Reload side. Now Elive is going to try to protect himself back at Firebox. Jump face from Something, sees where he is, got to isolate each of these fights, but they're all pouring around the corner, and they will get the kill in. Forza Reload, again by individual prowess, will take a pistol.
It's a sick multi to come out from Rexy, and he's a guy that I know the least about. I remember seeing a few officials that he played under the Backs organization, a team that's always been known in the lower ends of tier 2 and into tier 3 for the CIS region. But to be able, when you've already been spotted, when you've got no assistance, no one that can bait on your contact to get to, is a phenomenal hold. And for kONO, it was a good clearance out in con. Looked as if everything was going to go their way. They do get the bomb down, and they get a few casualties. So they'll look at round number 2 and say, okay, let's buy it up. Let's put the pressure on, and let's try and reset Forza Reload straight away.
A big moment from a small player in terms of that last map up. He was bottom of the board for Forza. Taking over a very important round with some very impactful frags. Leaving only the kONO bomb plant bonus to buy into this round with Scouts out, Galil's in. kONO fighting the fight of Shady. Wonderful shot from Detour first up. Opening frag again on that connector position.
And that's something that Shady might need to think about how he conducts himself. If it's back-to-back rounds where he's just getting owned and there's no even trade, things are going to get difficult from this point onwards. Now, Nuke is alone towards A ramp with the bombs slowly coming in from behind. But watch out for the Apps flank. This is full clearance from the CT side. So because of it, they can stack up 3 players on A. This is an excellent read.
The Master holds Spirit to fight and to lose it anyway to Nuke. Elive training back on his casualty to custody who will fall. Rexy, known about there towards default box, who still finds a swing on towards Forza. Almost wins the double up as well. Half HP onto Elive. Now the backstab of something can close up. See that bomb carrier. Just take the shot against him. There's a player up in heaven as well, seeing his head. But where's the third man? In connector is the most likely position. Sees him coming up the stairs. Will dish out some damage. Dinks down as well. And eventually Detour will close out the round. Eklot will hold on to their steal.
It's a very weird position to being held on the bomb site. So they know it's A because they've got the backstab in B apps. And yet the FAMAS is just close A ramp. Very unnecessary there. I'd much prefer to have seen a tuck default, tuck CT, maybe a tuck under Balk or even Firebox. And that round was just Forza Reload being completely out of position and being compromised in the open.
Instant response to the pistol for Eklot. Forza suffering on their money state, but not on their deagle position. Shady swing in towards Connector, fighting fire with fire. Grabbing that Mac 10 to see what more he can do, but the HG's down from Eli will keep him at low. From range, will fight against his teammates. Meanwhile, Spirit will take damage. Something even a dink down to that 5-7. Very good efforts onto Nuke, but unable to get the kill against him. Might set up Custom for something, though. Low HP is the first contact. M4's close. Caught looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Advantage, man advantage specifically held by Forza Reload at the moment. Eklot are trying to get into this B bomb site. They know that bomb has got to commit at some stage. It's still up in the apartments to try and buy their options, but they've committed all the way at this point. Custom finally goes down, so the bomb site will be opened up a little bit more.
Custom didn't overextend to pick up that rifle, so he was only still rocking the Julies later on. Spirit is spamming. Galil has seen one, but it's all about the timing now for the CTs on, do they try and put pressure on before the bomb goes down?
And they are firing blind. Gonna cover off that plant position. Eventually it will get planted from range. Spirit trying to hit a headshot, can't quite land the full kill onto Detour. Good efforts. There's Rexy with his 5-7, but now Shady's dropped, so it's all on him. Basically a 1v3, 1v2 by technicality. And before the dish out of damage to keep the player at bay. AK also on the other side of the crossfire. Eventually Rexy's going to peek in towards him. Eklot will claim the lead.
Right there, you feel that the round is being quite threatening. You have decent work being exploited out in bottom con. Shady gets the first kill with the Dig. Something out on B is doing decent damage, and then Cuspy gets into a great pause, but just needs to pick up that M4 straight away. Needs to try and get some damage going on it. Give it maybe a little bit too much respect, allow Ditour to get a couple of easy picks, and it just starts collapsing. So full eco has to come out. And they've got a couple of upgrades of some util, so keep an eye if this round can get expensive.
Leaning into mid, Mikey already catching Spirit off guard. Rexy will also fall towards Detour. Just attempting to rush these players down, but upgrade pistols extends to the buy. I was going to say going to get very little out of this round, but they've just got a couple of picks out from mid. So a little bit of expense, but nothing lost in terms of the Mac 10 itself. The M4 also gained for free on the T-side line, so shouldn't be affecting the economy game all that massively. Eklot. Put the bomb down, we'll get the round. No chance of the retake for these last two players. They can get a definitive lead this time, unlike how Forza ran away with the start in the last map. Eklot are the ones on the front foot.
It's been very clever in these last couple of rounds for Eklot to constantly have the Mac 10 aggressively in mid. So even if there's a pick being warranted, there's no big weapon being dropped over to the opposition. We saw that when Shady got the kill with the Deagle. He instantly goes into the Mac 10, and well, what are you going to do with that? Not really much. Forza Reload will chuck that Mac 10 away for something, try and get an upgrade. If you got the kill against Nuke, it would have been an AK recovered, but not to be. 3 in a row, and now you start thinking for Forza Reload. Get Shady back on the AWP once the money is strong enough. But for now, try and keep it competitive from the get-go. Do not allow Eklot comfortability, especially in the gun v gun rounds. That's what I'm keeping my eye out for.
Automatics on the board for everybody at this juncture. Eli still holding on to a Galil. Bonus weapons for the moment. The M4s are out for everybody on the CT side. A bit more reserved about their presses here. We're quick to charge in towards Connector in the last 4 rounds, but not so much in round number 5.
They're searching A main. This is good information being gathered.
Different angle of attack from Forza Reload, and as you mentioned, they'll see nothing out here. Will they account for the player in the palace is the next big question.
Well, they don't need to. As long as they go towards top mid, that's going to be enough info in the round.
It's being watched by forzzy for the moment. So there's possibilities that you might engage them before they actually get towards the full backstab position. And they'll also break away from each other. This is just a straight up fight from Trust Me. He's going to have to win it out quickly, and not going to happen. forzzy opens the round in the second minute.
It's clever for kONO because they know that A main is completely opened up to at least be watching the backstab, but that is tilting if you're Kasmi, because you feel that you've got a great timing, you've got a great backstab, and your reward is absolutely nothing. It's an opening death.
kONO have run this time pretty low by playing the patient game. It's worked out for the kill counts, but pressure may be applied by CT. They start peeking forwards here. Shady in particular turning right on towards Nuke. The kill found outside of that palace position. Now Mikey's counterflank is involved. Spirit's got a kill, and something swung upon the man just at the right timing. So just like that, kONO, their whole man advantage has fallen to pieces. eLive might have B bomb site access, but that bomb is still making his way out of the apartment. A jump face could well catch him. A good kill to deny the whole round. forzzy can sneak past the short line. The plant will look to get secure, but the HG's down against him means that he might not last long at all. It might just be down to a Galil to win this round, and indeed a 1v4 for eLive now.
Galil in hand, you're hoping for damage. You're hoping to see if you can drop a couple of CTs. You've already been seen. The swings come out everywhere. Now, for me, kONO were just doing a little bit too much in that default. They get themselves a good timing where they catch the opening pick of the overly aggressive T-spawn individual, but they've got themselves a 1-3-1 split. You've got a lurk of the eLive out and B. You've also got a lurk from Nuke. Both players are activating a little bit too quickly. Either Nuke needs to wait until players up in short have already made site progress, or the apps player of the eLive's taken first contact. That was just a thrown away round, and now for kONO, when you consider the 3 in a row, the last thing that you want is to change momentum of the game, to be giving Forza Reload not only chances, but AKs to work with. I mean, 3 in the hands of the CT side.
Plenty of firepower to play with for Forza Reload. kONO I'm going to reinvest in all of those rifles. Can at least bring in a sniper on the part of forzzy, but so can Forza. They're a little bit slow once again. Something's going to try and challenge from short, and the mid access will not quite see everybody from kONO. The slow walks into mid, a smoke down at the sniper's nest. Something will not spot anything still, will not peek out for any aggressive position.
That.
You're right about that. Yes, the push from Forza Reload will now start even setting a flank in towards underpass.
Yeah, walk with an AWP too. Very unorthodox. Don't see that often. Now, previously when they had the read and had 3 towards A, it still collapsed. So keep an eye out to see if kONO can still break open the bomb site.
Customer will break open a smoke and get the kill on the first man. That AWP pad struck. Shady will land onto forzzy. Mikey almost flanked out right here. Swinging from Nuke. Can get Spirit picked up. But Rexy will trade back his forward man. Shady's AWP is ready to lock out the wide swing. It's eLive in another 1 versus 4. This time with an AK, but still just as much of a chance as the previous round. Bomb well out of position. Not even the cash bonuses will go the way of kONO here. He's got to save his gun.
Indeed he does, and he's got to hope that he doesn't get hunted down after time. And Forza Reload, for the most part, play, or at least try and play proper CS. Catch good timings, try and have established crossfires, but they can also be quite gimmicky, and they proved that in this round. An AWP to clear out all of that space is just insane. And it's the read where everyone's doing damage. I'm not sure who it was out to A wrap, but that's a big whiff on the ticket player. And once he's there, out in the open, it should just be an instant kill. And it's kONO being punished for individual mistakes, not only just on Mirage, but on Dust 2 as well. And I'd say that this is concerning. This is a 3-3 scoreline where could start seeing a decent streak of rounds from Forza Reload. kONO need to be holding onto the lead for as long as possible, and it's going to get taken away from them.
Starting advantage definitely sat with them, but as quickly as it's gained, it will look to be lost. AK only for eLive here, of course, save from the previous. There's money line, you can technically call it a hero weapon buy, but the real buy coming in for the upgrade pistols across the kONO side, of which there were very, very few and very little to support it. Very difficult round for kONO to work with. Forza should be claiming the lead here. What kind of miracles they can try and work.
Well, knowing that the eLive has got the rifle saved, you know, okay, bait the pistol players and just get a bit of muscle involved. Try and set up that AK for as much individual success. And Nuke has got the bomb, so if he gets dropped in apps, round is basically over for any kind of threat.
Completely unsupported, so he's not going to start swinging in aggressive. Those who can't drop the bomb either to leave any information towards the CT side. And meanwhile, in at Sniper's Nest, Rexy has caught the opening on eLive, tried to boost into that position, but challenge for the rifles at range. Now the teams are going to form up for the apartment's take. Is the attemptive take. More utilities coming down from Forza Reload. Another Molotov just there to block them via an execution in the last 30 seconds.
And with this van jump spot, you shouldn't be clearing this close right position, so this should be easy for the AK.
Gets through one, nearly gets through that second. 11 HP now for Detour. Recover that bomb, trying to get towards the bomb site. Meanwhile, Customy Smuggled upon his backup, getting his second kill in as well. And Spirit's there on the A site to clean up the last man and lock down the fourth and the lead for Forza Reload.
And the beauty of having an unranked event is that you can just invite whoever you like, and we get to see guys like Forza Reload, and knowing that they had a good upset last week against Sashi and have had a pretty good performance in this best of 3, being able to take their own map pick at Dust 2 and threatening another team towards the top end of Tier 2, they are making quite a statement. And if this ends up being a pretty good main Swiss run for them, where maybe they squeeze themselves into the playoffs, teams will be looking at them as being a threat in open qualifiers and pathways where they can start getting into ranked tournaments. And the last thing that you want, if you are an Eklot, if you are a Sashi with high goals and high expectations, is to just be getting upset in these kind of tournaments. It just shouldn't be happening.
And they might not lose ranking points, but you are right. Heavy favourites coming into this match for good reason, but one expert seem to believe that there's a little bit of a opportunity for Forza Reload to pick up the pace. Of course, they're leading in maps, so not too surprising that you start to give some favouritism to a 2-0. Eklot. Into mid, they spread out. Good kill from Shady to start things off as Forza Reload get the opening advantage. Something's hoping for another pick as well towards the Sniper's Nest. Unable to find much here, though. Spirit, similar story from Beyond the Smoke. Mikey just barely peeking out of his position. Something's going to capitalize on a secondary kill. 5 on 3, fully established. Eklot whittled down before even taking a chance.
There was a palace maneuver aggressively about 20-odd seconds ago. So that put all of the emphasis from Forza Reload on fighting mid-aggressive, because no lurk is being generated in that area of the map. It helps that the AWPer of Shady gets first contact, what, 15 seconds into the round? So early from the AWP out towards the van angle. Forza and Detour have just got nothing. And this is a Forza Reload side that not only are going to hold on to mass AKs, but they are going to hold Eklot to a struggling name.
Extend their lead by a margin of 2 rounds. Eklot playing from the back foot once again. When it felt like they were going to play from the front foot initially here on this map. Shady going to land on Detour. Next up, Forza. No bomb access, no control of the round. Just best to save his weapon because there's no way he's winning the round.
It is a bit strange though, Jay, because we've casted this core of Forza Reload previously on VP Prodigy, and I think at times they've made it very uncomfortable for Tier 2 squads and known Tier 2 squads. So why are they struggling in other tournaments? Why, for the better part of the last 12 months or so, have we not seen them play on HLTV more frequently? Why are they getting knocked out in group stages and stages before we get to this level? I don't know what it is. Is it individuals not having the confidence? Is it the individuals making mistakes? It's difficult to know because I'm not following the off HLTV tournaments, but kind of look at how they're playing today, and I'm thinking, well, how did they lose to Rush B, K27, and then the Adam S and Mesnal mix the other day, when they potentially could 2-0 Eklot, near top 30 team in the world?
I mean, these are very good questions. Maybe it is an individual thing, because I think one of the things they had over on Dust 2 was the individual impact was definitely there by comparison. And maybe just the youth of this squad is looking for a little bit more consistency. Perhaps Eklot going to try a fast execution in towards the A bomb site with those pistols in mind. And AK, of course, held on from Forzy on a knife kill to bolster his money state, but Spirit and Rexy are going to knock them down for the 10 count very quickly in this round as well. Only one casualty received. Everything else looking good. Minimum 6 taken on the CT side for Forza Reload.
I'm even looking at their advanced record this season. They played Mirage against the Laser Cats, which is a Ukrainian team with, I think, one guy, Yaboko, that used to play on Na'Vi Junior. Everyone else I don't recognize. That was 6-13. Just got owned. So, yeah, we've seen best of ones, Mirage, Dust 2s, uncomfortable performances, but right here and right now, players are showing up and players are making a statement against YaLLa.
Indeed they are. Got close to the swift end of Dust 2 earlier on. I wonder if that could be another possibility if this scoreline extends to the 9-3 half. Make no mistake, that is a very key possibility for Forza Reload. YaLLa going to try and change that narrative, though. Guns are back for them. AKs across the entire T-board. Cusmy going to get flashed in for a fight, but Nubik's ready for it, and they're ready for the AWP. They'll swing into it, and maybe he's caught on a reposition, so no kill on the return.
It's still a positive start there from Forza Reload. I like the activity that's going on. They're trying to challenge so many areas of the map right now. They're walk pushing A main. They're pushing into palace. They're pushing out to the apartments. They're trying to give the fight to YaLLa.
Minute to work with.
Big off angle for the AWP too to be playing out here at bench.
Dietor pressing the issue over at the stairs on the A bomb site. Would they call in a rotate at the last second? It'd be a very, very last second rotation at that. Backstab onto the player over at the ramp control. They are backing away. Yeah, they are going to call in for the rotation. This one man that's pushed up, I believe that's Rexy, may well be able to deny the whole round if he gets back into that ramp control. He's got to win the fight against the rifler that's here now. Bomb will commit. Backup also rotating from CT spawn as well. Rexy is going to allow that to come down. Something. Try the wallbang spray, but not find it. So YaLLa are now in the driver's seat.
Well, you might as well look for exits, and if a kill presents, then you commit in for the retake.
A couple of positions where they can find them as well. CT spawn, that ramp angle, the short presence as well, held by one CT, blocked off by smokes. The second one going to come down as well. Forzy taking some wallbang damage. Rexy just lined up 2 kills. There comes that ramp backstab, and Shady also strikes from the ticket booth. That's an advantage now for Forza. Nubik is on 14 HP as well, hiding inside of that smoke. Going to wait for a chance to swing forward, get picked up instantly. At least Mikey denies that bomb diffuser for the time being. Spray comes a little bit awkward, does a lot of damage, but he can't connect onto the diffuser in the end. He runs out of time just at the very last second. Should get hunted by something, and indeed he will fall. Forza Reload have the half.
Well, I'm going to praise YaLLa for the default. That was a perfectly timed lurk from Ditor. He comes up con. He realizes the A site's completely cleared. He's cleared out A ramp. It's the right call in a man up to fake B apps to go underpass. It's the post plant where things struggle. Where are the players? What's going on? They've got such great map space on A, and somehow, there's a late timing? Does Ditor not quite expect the late flank that's coming in from A main? Rexy just gets 2 and 2 kills instantly when he comes out from ramp.
It seems like I line up on position for his flank.
It's just more frustration and more tilt, because these rounds fundamentally have been played quite well, and then you look up at the scoreline, you go, how the hell are we 3-7 down? How are we just not so much getting outclassed, but how have we lost 6 rounds in a row and we just can't stop them?
Well, Tactical gets called in by YaLLa, what I think is their first in the series. "30-second chat to realign themselves and not allow that tilt factor to get in the way." AWP shots from Shady, however, going to get in the way of the mid control from Mikey. Nicer gap tailing off to the taper to the left-hand side of that smoke. Detour can take Rexy back, at least on the trades from mid. So the man advantage doesn't last long at all. And meanwhile, Nubik's going to start walking his way in towards the A bomb site. Shady with an AWP pick in towards Detour and all. Now Nubik's going to fight, pinning one player into the corner, going to back off, start to allow that bomb to try and commit. YaLLa are still down by a player here.
They're just waiting for the swing. Something can take first contact, and then that's where the M4 can swing at top con. They can break open the smoke, and they've got a flank that can come either ramp or palace.
Nothing seen beyond that HE, though. Palace Walk will come forward, as you mentioned, from that flanking player. Something trying to play distraction, though, try and keep Forsey away from contact. Saw Spirit's shoulder, though, so that's information over towards the Eklot side. They need a kill, though. Forza Reload are going to go in for this.
Yeah, Shady has been good with the AWP, but he's going to be required to get a close-range shot here.
Doesn't quite land it. His teammate can trade him. Now they've got to go quick. Near a quarter of the timer left in. Eklot going to hunker down as best they can. Forsey, great peek up and gets 2 kills with it with Nubik's assistance. 1 versus 1. Spirit on the defuse. Nubik going to tag up. He runs out of ammo though. But his Glock gets pulled out just in time to secure a round for Eklot.
You can feel that Eklot are trying to be creative on pure intuition. We saw what Ditto was able to do with that lurk on A previously. Look at the timing that Nubik gets. He just walks out Palace and it's perfect. A site is completely opened up. So I get the feeling from looking at this 2025 Eklot side that the eLive is allowing his players to roam, to make individual maneuvers. And stylistically, it's looking quite good. And they were able to close out that last round, but it wasn't easy.
Came down to a 1v1, and thank goodness he had a sidearm with him. Shady's AWP will strike again here in the opening portions of the round. Down at underpass will get that kill. Nubik's going to try and charge forward into the apartments. A rush Platic towards the B bomb site. Customary can at least get Mikey to maintain the man advantage off eLife's trade out towards the van. Shady, another AWP pick found. HE sent towards site will dish out damage, but it will not deny that plan. 4v2 still for Forza Reload. They are in a wonderful position, even if the HP is low.
So much util and just so much time to be able to slow this round down and bait over peaks.
Incendiary set down towards the corner. Try and go in a little bit quicker for Spirit, who loses his life. Advantage now mitigated with a secondary kill from Nubik, seeing a player open to the bomb site. Customary goes falling. It's all on Rexy now. AWP in hands versus 2. Got the kit with him at least. Can't hit the wall bang. The P2K's pulled out, doing a lot of damage, but time is well and truly against him, and finally he will drop. It is a 7-5 half advantage for Forza Reload. Eklot have made it good towards the end.
Yeah, they did. It was a struggle. They had to claw deep, and they had to be required on Nubik for individual impact like he was bringing in that second half of Dust 2. That was a great recovery, because there's no way they should have won that last round. And just, you know, the classic saying is, oh, you don't remember X player flick, but you remember a Guardian flick. It's the same sort of consensus here in this best of 3. Mate, I could not tell you the last time that Forsey had an impactful AWP kill. Whereas Shady has just been all over the place. He's been getting opening picks. He's been multi-fragging. It's felt such a contrast between impact of the two of them.
And we could speculate about the tech issues, but in terms of the impact, all that matters is what you say there. The fact that one player, one AWPer is getting the impact, the other is not. Forza Reload into the pistol round of their T-side half. Eklot. Only 2 rounds of difference to make up this time, unlike the 11-1 half loss that they'd taken over on Dust 2. Swing out, Forsey, good for a pick on the first man, but it's 2 for 2s as Eli tries to trade back. His teammates are falling around him, though, and he can get no more at point blank. Bombs on site will get planted.
A wonderful pathing to even be ready for that swing towards top Balk. It's such a critical kill from Rexy and a difficult double CT retake from the spawn.
Count the flashes of this T side. Going to keep the CT line at bay for now. Veto going to lead the charge. Shady backed up, forced to fight from the Glock. Staggered peek to let the second man to peek forward first and more wider. The bomb gets tapped once. They don't have kits in play. They do have kills in play though. Nubik with the most recent kill. Tapping the bomb a second time. They're forcing them off with presence though, and I think they're out of time at this stage. They will get these kills in and try hold down at the very last moment for Nubik, but I think he realizes the look on his face tells him he's not too confident in this, and indeed, it is not going to be a successful retake for Eklot. It's Forza with another pistol win.
They're running out of chances. Now, with how some of the rounds went down in the first half, I can just put my name on the line here and say that this series should be wrapped up already. This should be a 2-0. Forza have looked like the better team. They've given slight more quality. And Eklot are just forcing up here. You could be looking at an instant reset and a bounce back, but you could also be looking at a 5 to 10 deficit where there's even limitations come that first gun round. You won't have the AWP out from Forsey.
Forza in the driver's seat once again, shifted into 5th gear at that. Nubik, fight lost. Spirit does get picked up by Detour, at least for one trade of that pistol, but Customary and Shady very fast to respond back, clear open the B bomb site. Even fighting back from that short access. Shady wants a little bit more in his double kill. Not much more that eLife can do with this. The force buy has been completely broken down for yALLA. It should allow a 10-5 half advantage now for the Forza Reload camp. Going to be within 3 rounds of the victory and that 2-0 like you mentioned, Blake.
I don't know, towards the tail end of last year, Jay, you were sort of pressing me for comparisons between maybe the RMR LAN performances versus online. I always say, but it's a different environment, isn't it? It's the major, it's the qualification, it's so much more important. And not to take anything away from Forza Reload, but with an upset win against Sashi and then now looking like another upset win against yALLA, do we just put it down to that same sort of notion? The environment is different. It's an unranked tournament where the top teams aren't playing for as much on the line. And is that why there's a difference of a decrease in performance?
I mean, certainly you would look at it and say that might be a factor right here. It's something that you discussed earlier, is the fact that Forza Reload are losing out in a lot of these lower level Tier 2, Tier 3 unranked squads and these other unranked tournaments, and yet here they are about to 2-0 the yALLA side. One of those things to certainly consider. I mean, we know that teams often do take a look at tournaments and value their importance and discuss which ones are going to be actually taking it seriously and which ones is basically just extended practice for all intents and purposes. Whether yALLA are doing that right here in Campus is obviously a question that we can ask but never truly answer until we talk to them. Either way, the result stands 5 rounds up for the Forza camp. Irrespective of how yALLA are taking this, it would be a huge victory for this Academy side. Orbs in for Forza, trying to generate that impact still. Something going to lean forward. The smokes will try and block off from this Palace entrance. Nubik's going to get that opening kill. eLife with a follow-up as well. 5-on-3 established by yALLA. Can they maintain a man advantage? Not quite against Shady's part. He'll reduce them down to 1.
It's a good cancel. There's no point running out into there. That's just a death trap after losing 2 players. Now, there is a slow walk contact in Apps, and if the Apps player of Cusme gets the B player, there's something to work with in this round.
Lean in as Detour holds the balcony. Oh, the AK still beats him to the punch. The AWP's even baited towards short. Cusme's going to take an angle, even trying to look for that fight against the man. The bomb's going to make his way up from the apartments. Underpass is being challenged, but the swing forward from the AK finds his shoulder, forcing that AWP to back off even more so. They'll get the bomb plant in. A 3v3 still stands. Shady, he's seen his contact, but eLife's going to get him.
And knows that there's a short player, knows that there's an Apps player. Don't know about the market individual that's got out.
Cusme swung. Nubik's going to take his teammate. Cusme can trade by the half HP, however, needs a 4K in this 1-on-3 and will not get the third. eLife will make it success on the retake for yALLA. Close the gap down some more here.
It's a bloody good effort. I think that Dittor hasn't even fumbled that round. He's in a good pause. He's in a complete off angle, holding the walkout in Apps with his teammate in short. And you can just feel that when Dittor goes down, mate, how close is that swing against the AWPer? Once we see the AK from the Pika's advantage going from right to left on the strafe, one good connection to the headshot and that round is just over. That's the AWP being punished and the bomb site collapsing. Cusme almost had the round that was going to win the entire best of 3.
Timeouts now called in by Forza Reload. Do not want to allow yALLA to springboard into a comeback here like they did on the last map.
Well, where's Mikey? I mean, Mikey's meant to be the star player. Without Blitz on the team, he's facilitating the role as the con individual that's going to be putting up numbers, that's going to be winning heads-up duel, that's going to be making a real stance to unimpress the opposition. And right now, didn't see much from him on Dust 2. He had one good round where he got a multi-frag on short. He's 4-15. Like, if you're trying to get out of this uncomfortable situation, if you're trying to come away from an unlikely scoreline advantage, Mikey needs to deliver more.
You're right about that. Again, a player that we had pretty much pinned and nearly guaranteed to be heading to a tier 1 squad, tier 1 organization in OG.
Well, even that's got to be troll now, surely. Are they a tier 1 organization?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, yeah.
They might have been a little while ago, but yeah, their CS teams have been pretty rubbish ever since the get-go.
Mikey They have to be the golden goose here. Right now it's Nuke, the man that's having the most kills on the board. 17 to his name. Next man down this side at 12. Oh, sorry, 11, excuse me. Shots missed from Forzy's AWP. Meanwhile, flashed off position inside of the ladder room. Customary going to close that gap and get the point-blank kill that opens up the round. Something's hearing those rotations as well into that B bomb site via the sniper's nest. Can he get a kill on the murder hole? Well, Rexy can get a kill over at Connector. Murder is challenged by Mikey, tagged low in that exchange, however, leaving one man isolated towards the bomb site itself. Customary's got another kill on Detour. They are just getting picked apart piece by piece on the Forza Reload side. Something check sandwich. Eli's good for that one trade. Needs a second kill out of this. He's just not going to make it happen. The M4 in the open, found by the majority of the Forza players that remain in play. And they will secure number 11 at 2. Them only 2 more rounds to go.
Forzy has just had a shocker in this best of 3. I'm even looking at that last round, thinking that's a sitter of a kill. It's probably the easiest AWP pick that you can find all map. And instead he gets baited, they flash in, and they just put pressure towards ladder room straight away. And this is an Eklot side that look incredibly flat. They go, what, 1-11 down in the first map? And they're now 6-11 down on their map pick. It's a joke, honestly. This is not what you expect from a team that's trying to strive towards the top end of Tier 2.
No, not at all. Bad day in the office for Eklot. The M4 on Mikey, trying to be the hero, still at the bottom end of the board. Shady looks in towards mid. You've got backstabs being watched by something, expecting that apartment's push to come through. Detour is down.
Excellent patience. They don't know if this is a force buy to not play for OT, so just slow the round in. Mikey clears out decent amount of space, but what he doesn't know is that it seems as if it could still be an apartment's lean. You've got players in underpass and a player coming into TV.
Well, he's backed off to a much more passive angle of defense, but he's the only player on that B bomb site.
Well, the read is that it's got to be A, and that's just not the correct call, unfortunately.
Try and fight from shore, but as he goes down, that should be the round done. Not a lot of investment outside of that hero weapon for the Eklot side. It'd be best to hold on to this armor for the next round, honestly, because Forza are going to get to map point and match point as well. No chance of a retake being down by a man, only with pistols in play. And just in general, just to start looking towards the end of this series, a very disappointing day from Eklot across the board.
Indeed it is, and to maybe go back to what we were discussing earlier with the whole VRS, one aspect that we do know is that when you lose to a team that's ranked a lot higher than you are, you get punished so much more for losses. So I start thinking about these K27s of the world, your Forza Reload, eventually when they get on the ladder, once they get a good enough ranking and they start getting invited to these rank events, every upset that they cause just then makes it even tougher for the middle of the pack or striving and top tier 2 teams to basically say, right, well, we're ready for the tier 1 opportunities. Now, getting upset in 2025, Jay, I think it's going to be the death of teams. That's probably the worst thing that this year can offer.
Yeah, thank goodness for Eklot that they're not playing in a ranked event right now, because that number 32 in the world with a loss towards Forza Reload, they start to be questioning whether or not they're going to maintain that. Shady moving toward the Forza side. The HE's come down against him as already Rexy's opened things up. Shady's AWP against Nubik's going to leave it in a 5 versus 3. Eli and Mikey on the side defensive, desperate to find anything. They're doing so much damage. Finally, Eli gets a decent double, but the trade from Cusby is even better. 3 on 2. Shady is low HP. Mikey's gun barrel seen poking out there. They're expecting him to make a move, but no. He converts on 2 more picks, and the flank player, the lurk player of Shady, his AWP now, versing 2 for the clutch.
Just 2 A-site defenders have had magical holds. You've got the Eli who was out in the open to get 2, and then Mikey with the swing out from top stairs to make 2 happen. And Shady, the bomb's dropped in the open, and he's got no idea where the CTs have repositioned to. I would more prefer him to hold on to the AWP, to just not give a free AWP to the opposition. I don't see how this round is winnable.
spots. Shot missed. Shady damn near getting a couple of aggressive fights from the Eklos side, but not able to connect them in the end. So, indeed, the round is not won by Forza Reload.
Ooh,
1 out
they
of
didn't get the AWP
6.
either.
Yeah, that's true. 1 out of 6 map points burned. At least their money stake can afford the weapon buys here. Not with the AWP, of course. Hard fought came down to pretty much that moment right there. That 2K from Mikey. Of course, Forza are going to be rebuying as much as they can.
He got an aggressive challenge out from mid. Mikey's just running it.
HE's from a teammate as well. Molotovs to ensure that no one's behind the stack. Forza happy to respect the utility mass. Are they expecting Mikey to also be close? Customer's got his knife pulled out, so probably not here. Utility in hand. Shady's all can only do so much. Point blank position, peek out to the left, kill not quite found. Eventually Mikey's going to get it, but Customer's there for a very fast trade.
It seemed as if there was going to be a palace walk, but with that re-smoke, it's a cancel. And there's a walkout, a ramp potential too, so lurkers are probably going to be very key in this round for Forza.
One player on the bomb site, Elive there on the defensive. 3 men total on defense. Bomb's still back at spawn, so Forza still have options available for rotations. Someone's going to have to go back for that bomb soon enough. First minute ticked by with standard of 4 versus 4. These two apartments players about to make a walk happen. Something about to peak. And Detour is the only man on defense.
The bomb is still out towards T-spawn, so the further that Nuke gets aggressive, the better timing he has of hearing the footsteps of the bomb carrier. 40 seconds on the clock. It's going to be an A gamble, and it's another misread, unfortunately, for Eklot.
One that could cost them here. Spirits caught Nuke. Detour's going to watch out for the apartments play. They're going to start making their way in now. Another kill's being caught by Spirit. He can open up the A bomb site right here. Eli finally takes him something with a swing. Detour can't hold on. And that should be lights out now for Eklot. Poor performance on map 1. A comeback that didn't quite materialize. And whilst the start looked good on map 2, ultimately Forza Reload have beaten them to the punch. A 1v3 for Eli. Have been in multiple 1vx's over the course of this Mirage. On the most important juncture, they know exactly where he is and they'll take him down. 13-7, 2-0 in the series. Forza Reload now also go 2-0 in the Swiss stage, and they look damn impressive in doing so at that.
Indeed. Pure rubbish from Eklot today. I think the only impressive player was Nuke in what he was able to provide in the second half of Dust 2, which was already too late, and what he was able to do on Mirage, especially in that first half, to just give themselves some chances. But look at a squad that's come in today, beating basically every team that they should be beating, winning 8 out of their past 11 best of 3s, and they get owned. They get destroyed in this series. And for Forza Reload, tactically, I thought that they played a pretty sound game. I think they were quite default heavy, but individually is where they outclass. Shady in particular was just a wonder to watch on the CT AWP on Mirage, and just how he could keep generating open, how he could keep multi-fragging with that big green.
I mean, he ended with over 20 kills on both map-ups here. Like, he did an absolutely wonderful job for Forza Reload. Definitely my MVP pick. I don't know if you're going to debate me on that one, but it's just like, and it comes down to individual performance, when individuals are what shine the most and individuals are what got you past the finish line right here. I mean, Forza Reload have to thank those individuals quite heavily, and that was the individual I think that provided the most right here and now. And that's very convenient that Shady is our MVP pick, because he's joining us right now on the other end of the line to discuss this victory. So, welcome, Shady. Congratulations on the victory. I mean, look, this was one of those matches that we didn't expect you guys to perform against number 32 team in the world right now, but you definitely outclassed them quite significantly. I wanted to ask about how you sort of look at this matchup and how you look at this victory for the Forza Reload side.
I don't know. We just played our game, and that's all what we need to do to play against good teams like this. We have problems with cheaters only, so that's not surprised.
Shady, I want to ask, basically every single tournament you're playing in, unranked, because of the ranked matches and the requirement that needs to come, do you find that a squad like you is gonna struggle to just find tournaments to play? I mean, how are you meant to get on the ranking? Are you meant to just, go through open qualifiers, try make advanced playoffs? It feels really difficult for you guys.
Yeah, that's what you said. That's how you can play well for rating only because of EC ranking and like open qualifiers. But open qualifiers is about cheaters, Like you see, it's about cheaters, so it's about luck.
Well, Shady, obviously you were part of a core that has been together since VP Prodigy, right? And you know, you three, obviously, yourself and Customary and something, you guys were playing in another academy side throughout the course of last year. I wanted to ask you about like the differences between playing on that side and the competition you were facing then versus now that you're on Forza Reload. Like, what has been the key difference between that old team and this new one?
Actually, I think it's about work and like how you doing your job. I would say, like in VP Prodigy, it was a bit lower, like, but pretty same, I think. But now we need to work more and more to win YaLLa at least or something. Yes.
Well, look, you're well on your way to doing so at the moment. 2-0 in the series and 2-0 in the Swiss stage. And again, Shady, our MVP for this matchup. Thanks for joining us. Congrats on the win and good luck in round 3.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Goodbye.
Well, solid stuff from the man and solid stuff from this Forza Reload side. YaLLa are going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to mount up to this, because if they're going to get beaten by individuals here in Compass, then they might not go very far at all. At least they have the lifeline still 1-1 in terms of their record in Swiss. But again, today, very bad day in the office for the Czechians and Slovakians.
Yeah, they won't be happy at all. And Forza Reload are making a bit of a statement now, beating Sashi and YaLLa back-to-back. There was one of the Russian LAN events only the other week, and I remember even iDisbalance as Mix got invited, and I'm kind of thinking if that's a circuit, right, that might open up, get them into the Valve system and try and see if we can get Forza Reload there, whether it be like a BYOC like Epic LAN is in the UK, just some sort of way that they can get the matches, because I'm looking at what's been played so far, and all of the open qualifiers hasn't granted them a single ranked match. They've not gone far enough, and they've not participated in those Valve qualifiers outside of Dallas, where they only went top 32. So they're 0-10 in the ranked matches that need performing, and they've been able to beat a fairly high-end tier 2 squad in back-to-back best of 3s against Sashi and YaLLa, and that's why it frustrates me so much, Jay, with this VRS system, to say, well, why aren't they rewarded for the teams that they're beating? Why aren't they being rewarded for the progress that's being made? They've just got to hope that they can make advanced playoffs, and not only that they can have a deep run, that they can get a lot of officials under their belt there. Well,
if they're going to have to do that, they're going to have to, of course, get their record back in play. It's still early doors in terms of advance for them. Only played 5 matches, but still negative in terms of their records. So there is time, of course, to make up that position and maybe make a deep run in the open qualifiers, although I think Shady made his opinions on that particularly clear in that matchup. For Forza Reload, though, again, there's another aspect that you mentioned as well, Dwayne, is the fact that in some of these other competitions, they're playing against lower level squads and still losing out towards them. So is it a case of consistency? I mean, you mentioned obviously the possibility that there's a different like mentality from YaLLa into this competition by comparison to their VRS ranked tournaments. I mean, there's all sorts of things to think about right there. I will say that obviously this victory is proof in the pudding that there is something there for Forza Reload, but there's a lot more things to think about in my eyes in terms of whether they can, as to whether they can sort of maintain this in a consistent fashion.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at some of their most recent tournaments, Jan. I'm looking at some of the teams in there, and I'm thinking, well, maybe this is why. I mean, some of the names I've not even heard of. And is that maybe what Shady's trying to say? Is that just playing squads that are very difficult to prep against, maybe you need a more structured team to go up against where you can really push for a victory, where you can really push for a result and show where Forza Reload can be at their very best?
Well, they're at their very best today here against the YaLLa side. 2-0 in the series and 2-0 in the Swiss stage. They move on to promotion for the rest of round of the main Swiss stage in general, and in round 3 especially, we'll find out who their draws are going to face up against, and maybe they'll be facing off against one of these next 2 teams. Our second match of the day is once again from the 1-0 group, as kONO ECF will take on CYBERSHOKE after this quick break. Do not go anywhere, as our second best of 3 will get started after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
And a warm welcome back to Compass Winter into our second best of three of the day and our second best of three of round three of main Swiss action. Again, we're staying with our upper matches as kONO ECF will take on CYBERSHOKE in a CIS derby once again. Of course, if you missed out earlier, Forza Reload have already represented the CIS region with particular proficiency, taking down YaLLa in a simple 2-0 fashion. They'll move up to that high match, and the question now, Dwayne, is which of these two teams are going to go ahead and join them?
Well, hopefully it's not rubbish like the last series. I think that this series has got a lot on the line. I think we're looking at some decent cores. We're looking at two organizations and squads overall that probably have fairly high expectations in 2025. I know that they're going to struggle being down towards the lower end of the Valve ranking, but expectations with the players that are available should be quite high.
Well, you say the lower end of the Valve ranking. kONO are actually completely unranked because of their core changes that had to get made as of later. Unfortunate for them that they had to lose a lot of players towards various different roster changes, whether they wanted to part ways or whether there were players that were acquired in other regards. kONO have now completely slipped out of ranking, so this basically is the extent of their tournament lives at the moment.
And pretty much, and the roster on paper makes a lot of sense. You've got 3 veteran players in the scene. You've got S4 that played on EC Kiev for almost 3 years. You're looking at Amster that played on that same organization for nearly 2, as well as Bait for almost 18 months. And then Captain Kirker that played on Bait for over 3 years. So all 3 of those guys are really well known in the local scene and at the higher ends of Tier 2. And then you've got a young in-game leader in CJ, who I've never even heard of before joining this team. And then Zojin that came over from TNL. The only player that I knew of in that team was Gangino for a little bit of time. Outside of him, I didn't recognize anyone on that roster.
Yeah, definitely a new organizational shift, I guess you could say, and certainly some elements that we'll be familiar with, and we can obviously clue people in as how they're going to work into their experience over time, but it is those newer elements that you're paying attention to, and CJ being such a new in-game leader as well, you wonder how they're going to form up against the CYBERSHOKE side, who they themselves have also been for changes, although not quite the core being changed on this team.
This core 3 of Fenomen, Lovicus, and Notaneki has been together for almost a year, which is a long time. They were the CCT Demons of 2024, playing in a lot of tournaments, getting a lot of officials under their belt, and they've made some good upgrades to the roster. They brought in Blixie, who's a young 18-year-old rifler that came over from a Aurora Youngblood, and then Glowing just brings a wealth of experience. He led the Cyber Legacy roster and Trident with Seized. He also had a very good stint on 1Win before going over to Nine Pandas, where him, Seized, IDB were all able to get that team to qualify to a major. So for Glowing to drop down as much as he has, I'm sure that a lot of the young players on CYBERSHOKE are looking at him and saying, right, we need to learn from him. We need to take a lot of wisdom from what Glowing can provide.
I'd imagine he's also the IGL of this roster, right? Like, surely at that point you've got not only the seniority, but also the role in order to enable these young players to be able to perform in the best fashion, at least in the best fashion that Glowing can make of them.
Yeah, I mean, he's 31 years old, but he hasn't been a pro player for as long as people might think. People might think from the age he's been going for 10 years or so. He only really started about 2018, 2019 in the pro setting. So, yeah, he'll be calling for this CYBERSHOKE roster. And in the few officials that I've seen from them since bringing in these 2 new guys, it looks positive. Their best of 3 victories at times can be just whitewashing opponents. So it tells you that their peak is incredibly high.
Indeed. And so I must imagine that right now they're looking to try and peak out the best against this kONO side. And you would expect them, again, to be default favourites because of the fact they're a ranked versus unranked team, although not quite as much as what YaLLa were being top 32 in the world. CYBERSHOKE are only 119 at this present point in time. But we'll come back to that in a second. Veto's the way the process is going on. Talk me through it.
Yeah, Nuke is a bit of a surprise. Now, normally for CYBERSHOKE, it's always an Inferno ban for them, and normally for kONO, it's a Nuke ban. So that's why the Nuke pick has come in, because they've decided to go and ban Anubis instead, which is a really good map for CYBERSHOKE. So you've kind of got teams picking into one another. The Ancient pick from kONO is no surprise. It's one of their best maps in the pool. And then Mirage as a decider gets played quite a bit from both squads. What to expect on Nuke is probably a bit of a whitewash. I don't expect Nuke to be competitive at all. I'm surprised that that it's gone down that way, but maybe kONO believed that we have a better chance on Nuke than we would have on Anubis. That's the only way why they would have banned Anubis in this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, just think about the fact that CYBERSHOKE have played this map 21 times in the last 3 months, and they got a win rate of 71.4%. Like, that's just, you know, the example as to why you don't want to play them on that map. I understand why kONO have taken away that Anubis, because Nuke, by comparison, has only been played a handful of times, 4 times, although admittedly, some of those results have been pretty good. You think back to last week during Compass, where they absolutely eviscerated Zero Tenacity in a match that didn't even look competitive, which is why I'm sort of looking at them as being a hardline favourite in this matchup, because some of the results as of late have been so good from the CYBERSHOKE side. I've
been well impressed with what I've seen in the last week. They're currently on a 3-game winning streak. You mentioned the Zero Tenacity one. I mean, 13-4, 13-2 against what is a pretty top end team in Tier 2. They then go on to smash Alexa, which is the Artist & Co squad. And then the one that really caught my eye, their most recent official, was knocking 500 out of the most recent CCT tournament. That's a squad that have been on the rise in Tier 2. They just won a CCT Grand Final against Partisan, and they knock him out. Yeah, the series is competitive. It goes down to 23 rounds in every single map of that best of 3. But even still, they're taking some good scalps. So looking at their form, looking at how positive they look, in comparison to this roster as a core 3, not even winning a single map in contender stage back in fall last year, I'm looking at CYBERSHOKE and saying, mate, they are bound for the playoffs. I think they're good enough to do it, and they should win today against kONO.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, look, they are playing in some decent ranked tournaments as well. They're in ECL, which, you know, the season isn't going 100% great for them, but that's certainly above where kONO are playing at the moment. And that CCT tournament you mentioned earlier, yeah, the results haven't quite been able to be quite as successful, but contrast that to kONO, who've been trying to qualify for the last couple of CCTs before their invites were able to expire in the most recent ranking update. And just CYBERSHOKE are playing in positions that kONO wanted to be at, and they're not going to be there, and they're not going to have that experience as a result. So again, a lot of favoritism towards CYBERSHOKE, in my opinion, and I'm going to back them for this series. I could well see this going down in 2-0 fashion, but wow, we've seen crazier things happen today, Dweg, so let's see what kONO can deliver.
Double duel these out towards Donut. S4 at the time, he just gets swung by all them Glocks. He gets away with one, and Amster's now the bait.
Grim kill for Blixie on the trade. Amster going to try and hold with a dually set of his own. He will take down the counter dually set of the T side, but Fenneman is so fast to return, and Glowing also strikes on the inner upper bomb site. You've got a couple of CTs in at lobby. CJ is going to frag back against Fenneman, but he's lost Zogan in the meantime, so it's a 1-on-3 for the man. Bomb's been dropped for the time being, and they're going to cross right past him, but get towards Trophy and Ramp. They can go to that B-bomb site.
They get it down straight away. Now, CJ's going to be quick on the rotation, so he might just try and charge down. He might just pure accelerate into lower.
Glowing accompanies his bomb carrier and now sets himself up for the bomb plant to be secured on the veteran's part. CJ making no qualms about his position. They know exactly where he can come from, where he's likely to make his way in from now. Guaranteed at this point gets it. I say kill! And the second headshot just comes just as quickly. Just like that, CJ stuns CYBERSHOKE and picks up the pistol for kONO.
Well, there we go. Looked as if it was pretty much a done deal, especially with how passive CJ was coming down onto the retake. CYBERSHOKE have done everything right. They've gone, okay, we're going to peek together, and we're going to make sure that we trade him. And there's a few whiff bullets, and it's just an instant capitalization on the headshots from the USP. kONO gets started with a pistol victory, but this is where Glowing and CYBERSHOKE have to be buying it up. They've got to be putting that force down straight away in round 2.
Brilliant clutch. CYBERSHOKE will not let that go unanswered. Orps in, scouts out, Deagles for a couple of players. It's not perfect, but it is a buy from the CYBERSHOKE side.
Now, kONO as an organization, Jay, before they were renamed from Anita, had played over 200 maps on HLTV. They've had one Nuke official in all of those maps, that being on the 29th of September last year, a 9-13 loss in a local derby versus LNG. So, for what is normally an insta-ban, this is a rare case that we actually get to see them play it.
A bit of a breath of fresh air for those that follow the team as closely as they do.
Well, I wonder, especially with a new in-game leader and a new rifler, could their insta-ban change? Now, I know you would expect for the next few weeks, the next few officials, that they'll stick with Nuke, but depending on how this individual map goes against CYBERSHOKE, they might start changing their map pool, because normally it's always an in-game leader change that brings a new philosophy, brings a new game plan.
I guess we'll find out in due course.
I know Bait used to play it, and that's something that Captain Kirker can bring to this squad.
They're bringing the Thunder against CYBERSHOKE at the moment. The opening kill's gone the way of Amster. Fragged out Blixie first and foremost. Now Notaneki trying to find an angle to attack and lead that bomb in towards the ramp room, but Amster still holds a different angle. He gets his second kill, isolating that third player as well. Glowing could just fall to another good 1v1 fight from the man. He's got backup in the S4 as well. Out from hell, he'll swing the distraction held towards the back of ramp, and they have cleaned house perfectly against CYBERSHOKE here. Bomb cannot go down the site. Round cannot be won by the T's. kONO, very, very good stuff in the follow-ups, dismantling any force fight potential from the T side.
I'd always say watch out for that dynamic duo of the AWPer of S4 and then the Anchor of Amster. They've been teammates for many years. They've been able to have some pretty high highs, and they've also had some pretty low lows. But they're in a position where they're trying to rebuild kONO. They're trying to get them towards the top of the local scene, because I would say in 2024 was a very successful year for Ukrainian teams. I mean, look at some of the names that we had just in the Compass circuit alone. We had Favbet with Bondik, Bait did very well when Captain Kirker was there, Passion UA, another squad that did very well towards the end of the year. This is the first time that we're seeing kONO in a Compass event.
I mean, they lead themselves into a successful Compass campaign at that. Again, this team's only going to get so many opportunities in the near future. This might well have to be theirs for the taking. CYBERSHOKE trying to run boost their pistol players into the secret control. Of course, they've got upgrades only, and not many of them are that, certainly not with force by armor or utility around it, and so they'll get ripped apart by these raw automatic weapons. The rifles, for the most part, are what do the damage, but a couple SMG kills for some bonus cash for Zogan, or 5 alive for kONO, which is where the majority of their funds can come in. No need to expense on extra armor and weapons. The utility will just get topped off. Money looks good for the CT side. 3-0 start. CYBERSHOKE on the true gun buy to try and start their series.
kONO have a bit of a unique piece on their squad, being the head coach younger than any other player on the team. There's only one other coach that reminds me of, and that's Juve, that used to coach the Into the Breach organization, with how young he was with more veteran players, but an 18-year-old coach, mental.
Let's see if he's got the chops to keep his boys in line. CYBERSHOKE spread out towards outside for now, trying to establish a little bit of presence with the diagonal smokes. First player should get out there towards secret. Not much contention from CJ. His blind fire will receive nothing. Captain Kirker is still down at the corridors to receive. It's Blixie that starts things off on Amster, I believe, in the ramp challenge. Advantage taken by the T's once again.
They need to get the roamer outside into some more impact. Captain Kirker just putting down some util because of the shoulder contact. And CJ has Glowing that backed off. Now, Glowing is very low, so he's not going to be able to do much from Africa. This is where he needs to get his teammate from Secret more involved.
Start to move up, but CJ's just prodding. He knows that players at Secret still will lose out that fight. Advantage extended towards 2 men. We try and trade back on the upper bomb site take, but Fenneman and Blixie just have them all marked. And marked for death on the part of kONO. CYBERSHOKE get away with their first round.
Now, even when we look at some of the players on CYBERSHOKE, you've got Glowing that's coming close to 1,200 maps played on HLTV. You've got Blixie at nearly 400, and then Notaneki, Loficus, and Fenneman all around sort of that 300-400 marker. We're looking at CJ at just 43 maps played and Zogan at 75. These guys are fresh to this level. They do not have much prior experience at all in the pro environment.
Like I said, want a veteran to bring those youngsters through. Something poised to try and take a second round right here with a vent dive and Notineki now downstairs into the corridors where there's not really any CTs to contend with. I hope those smokes will get in the way. I don't even know if they heard any footsteps or a vent dive left to drop off there for them to gather. A little bit of potential they can sneak past Secret. Those diagonal smokes will start to clear, however, so only that one player will make it down safe.
Vent drops are actually quite difficult to hear depending on what else is happening. When you've got spams and nades going everywhere, it can be quite easy that a T player just drops in undetected. Reflash over, that holds the ramp players on the default. Now, they might break the glass at the same time on T roof and at the lower corridors just to be able to get the ramp player out on B.
Been very quiet about this. Damage done to Blixie, being the worst off player for the CYBERSHOKE side. A couple of tags against the City side as well for kONO. X4's found the first pick, Zogan follows it up. Notineki will trade, and Glowing. Great read on the player over the garage, but cannot turn back towards the player at main. CJ is eventually fragged back by Fenneman, who needs to win 2 more fights to get this clutch together. Bombs on his back. Has got avenues of approach back towards the B-bomb site, but he's going to commit towards upper with the Molotovs and Heaven. The smoke's down towards main. No, it's all a ruse. He is going to rotate, but just as quickly as that, the CT player is read in pretty well here. M4 to fight from Amster, but not to get the kill he's looking for. kONO to take 4.
Now, something that has reminded me of this situation happened in the mid-portion of last year with the Bleed organisation, Hampus and Cypher and all the boys over there. Now, their Instaban was Nuke, and from time to time, depending on the opposition, they would just ban the opposition's best map in the pool, and they would just allow Nuke to come in. And this is kind of what's happened for kONO. They've banned Anubis, they go, there's no way you're getting in. And we're talking about an MR12 landscape, which is so momentum-based, so tough from an economy standpoint. You're up 4-1. You got the confidence high. The money's not in the greatest positions from CYBERSHOKE. kONO's doing all right here. They're putting their foot down in the early stage of Nuke.
Maybe, as you mentioned, the IGL change has led to a difference in map pool approach. Now they've got a chance to show it off against CYBERSHOKE, who, again, not exactly like their most solid and defined map is going to be Nuke.
Well, they've never picked Nuke since bringing Blixie and Glowing in. In fact, in HLTV, they've not picked it once in the last 3 months. This is, without a doubt, a punish pick for this isolated team and for this team only.
And they're punishing well so far here, kONO.
I think CYBERSHOKE have picked Anubis 16 times in the last 3 months in best of 3s, Mirage at 9 and Ancient at 7. So that gives you a bit of an idea of where the map pool strengths are. We're still yet to see an Inferno official being played by Blixie or Glowing. They've been playing a lot of Ancient, a lot of Anubis, a lot of Dust 2 and a lot of Mirage. And it's only Nuke and Train that aren't getting a lot of reps since they've joined up.
Because when you have a map like Anubis is towards CYBERSHOKE and you don't get it out in a best of 3, you have to wonder how much of that potential behind this side is being removed by that one good ban from the kONO side.
Yeah, I was even thinking that Train might have been an option. kONO have been enjoying Train. They've been playing quite a lot of officials on it. They've been picking it in quite a few series. kONO probably wouldn't have been too happy with their opening result last week here in Compass. I mean, they took on the new ESC team, which was the Los Gigutos boys being signed up by the organization that had the rubbish mixed team with Lunatic and Svedjahead and those boys. But that new team, I think it's Bajmi, Samey, Mari's there, Masked, and that went 16-13, 16-14, really competitive against what I would call a pretty weak side in this competition.
We're seeing the competitiveness out from this series as well. kONO up by 3 rounds at the moment from the CYBERSHOKE lads. T's presently with the weaker buy of the two sides, at least bolstered by a little bit of savings in their bank accounts, but not by a huge amount. Just have some confident rounds over them, trying to swing things back to their favour against the CT line. Zogan's going to turn away from the flashes. The Mac 10 is the first player from Blixie who can get the kills on the upper bomb site. Eventually turn for that double. Players are tagged on the T side. The backstab from Amster may provide an opportunity for at least 2 kills. Plant secured, just about to swing in towards Blixie. He's good for that kill on the first man. Needs a little bit more out of this. Notaneki is on 16 points of health. 3 versus 3 for the retake. Notaneki isolated as Captain Kirker strikes on the bomb site and doubles up as well for a very fast retake on kONO's part.
That was just quality from Amster. The jiggle peek, the reposition, and the readability of the swing out from door. There's no surprise that your veteran players, Amster and Captain Kirker, are having a field day right now. CYBERSHOKE, mate, it was a good topside play. Decent util. You've got your Mustang player that's trying to play anti-flash. You're just getting caught by everything. Only gets away with 1 kill. That's a 4v3 A-site broken. This is tough going for CYBERSHOKE. You've got Amster that's 9-2. And the AWP hasn't even been involved. It's just been rifle central. And think about what started it. The pistol win. The 1v2 clutch that the in-game leader of CJ had to win.
Like you said, momentum-based did this matchup, and kONO, the ever so slight extra momentum in that pistol, and as a result, they have carried it forward since that point. CYBERSHOKE, the 1 good rifle win in round 4, but kONO get right back on top of them, and they continue to struggle for money here.
I wonder if it's just a day of surprises. After seeing what happened in that last series, I'm looking at this one now. I'm thinking, is there even any point prepping for these matches? I might as well just come here with no notes at all and just turn up and do the job. Just cast a game, that's it.
Easiest pre-show in the world, by the way. Just like,
pretty much.
Yeah, no, we've got some teams, we've got some players, and they may or may not win. It's honestly all up in the air here in Campus. Fast execution out from CYBERSHOKE. Going to try and make sure that this round is not up in the air, but flashbangs are timed a little bit awkwardly. They do end up with the 3 kills to the 1 trade back from Captain Kirker. S4 can strike on 1, but the HE is going to eventually take him down. Amster in a 1-on-3 scenario. At the very least, they've secured a bomb plant with what is otherwise a half-life from CYBERSHOKE. Now, okay, so the round victory, Amster can only get past the 1 player. And that is a hell of a recovery, a hell of a set of weapons that they can gain this one. The AK picked up by Blixie. Fenneman just goes for the M4. And CYBERSHOKE have their second.
And they just got beaten by pace in that round. Both of the A-site defenders were just so blind. No one's playing anti-flash. And maybe that's where CYBERSHOKE can feel that they have their edge, is that they've had back-to-back rounds where they have crumbled the A defense. The only reason that previous round was won by kONO was because of the backstab that Amster had into lobby from ramp. So is that the weak point? Is that the area where the danger zone is starting to increase?
Lovicus trying to find players at Africa and Red. He had a decent idea onto where CJ is hiding from, but he hasn't quite found the position. He will hard check it with the flashbang from Fenneman. Well read there for CYBERSHOKE.
It's just an easy kill. And now, aggressive player towards Garage. Does catch off, but it's ramp aggressively, and Amster gets nothing this time around.
2 for 1s favouring the CYBERSHOKE side. Bomb now on site towards B. Will get planted. Thorpe sitting for S4. Shot rings out, misses entirely. And kONO, I want to consider their options here. The 5-7 in from Zogan. If he can get a kill, he can, while blinded against Glowing, but not against Blixie. Next up, the AWP of S4 brings it into a 2 versus 2, but Notaneki and Fenneman are not moving until they face contact.
Oh, the captain's got a HE. If he gets it down towards Dark, great peek there for Notaneki. And kONO just a bit hesitant to get onto the retake. A nice little flash play to peek before the flash even comes, just to try and catch him turning. The problem there is you've got a distraction being caused outside because of that 1-for-1 trade with the Africa player. But then Amster just gets nothing. I think Amster's held quite nicely for the majority of this first half. But the one round that he gets pressured by Mass, he gets nothing. He needs to get at least 1 kill, maybe 1.5. Give it a little bit of breathing room for the players rotating down from Secret or rotating down from the vent. This is now 2 rounds in a row from CYBERSHOKE, and you feel that a 6-6 half is definitely possible for the T side.
A hell of a recovery from the dire state they were in a moment ago. And to lead into that CT half as well for CYBERSHOKE, to stand on even ground against kONO. One thing that you can say of the very few times that we've seen this map out from this side, at least their CT basis has been what's been able to dominate in terms of their half splits. Thinking about again that Zero Tenacity 13-2 result. And one key example is where this second half could line up completely for the CYBERSHOKE side. Should get up to number 4 right here. The eco pistols around the AWP will leave the orb. Actually might into getting picked up here against Glowing. Had an idea that there might be a player around the corner. We was right to think so, but just couldn't deal with him at close range. No trades found by his teammates as well towards Garage. So 1 weapon lost. Rebuys on the table for kONO. And shouldn't be much more damage output by the USPs.
And I'd like to see whether CYBERSHOKE can really capitalize on these couple of transfers that they made towards the end of the year and coming into 2025 to elevate the team. They were a household name in the middle of the pack in Tier 2. We saw them very frequently on HLTV. You saw them in the odd playoff run, but they would normally get knocked out round of 16, quarterfinals. You'd never see them in a semi or contesting even the title. And I just feel now that with a strong rifler in Blixie, with an experienced rifler in Glowing, that it might just be the necessary needs to just kind of keep pushing, just to go further than what last year was.
Another tactical for CYBERSHOKE here, now about to realise that they're going to face against the rifles of kONO's side. They're in that last round, taking the AWP out of their hands means that they can't buy it back on the CT basis, so CYBERSHOKE still finding impact even against the eco. It might have been slow to start, but they picked up the pace very quickly into this T-half. Doing what Eklock could not earlier on today. But still want to make sure that they are on track to take a decent first half at the very least. I mean, it's still not impossible they could win the half itself. 7-5 is their best case scenario.
And hopefully on track to not be delayed. They've got the open qualifier for the PGL Bucharest, which starts at 4 PM CET. So they don't want to drag this series out. They want to give themselves time and preparation for that, because it's going to be a long day ahead. They've even got a best of 3 versus Sashi tomorrow.
Yeah, 2.5 hours is their current time limits. Zogan swings onto Notaneki and tries to extend that timer out for the kONO side. 2 kills found by them with S4 and Captain Kirker chiming in with trades on the bomb site. 4 on 2, making it 1 as Captain Kirker doubles up and the outside lurker Glowing. Now with nothing left in this round. CYBERSHOKE tried the fast play. kONO was ready for it, received it well, and will take 6.
Well, maybe that's one way of dealing with the AXX. That's mental. I can't believe he's just run hut there. That is mind-boggling. But sometimes you need to get creative to find a solution. And that one move from Zogan not only draws in more of a refrag, it draws CYBERSHOKE into that A bomb site. And that's where the trap's laid. You've got S4 that's there, Captain Kirker out in main. It's just crossfire central. Glowing's being wrapped in from behind. Maybe he gets 1 kill on the door player, but no more than that.
Backstab's closing. Zogan will go down, but S4 is going to pick him up real quick. AKs to recover. Plenty, actually not even the 3 of them, just the 2 of them, in fact, for Captain Kirker and S4, but still good enough for round 11 and 12. See how quickly this round fell apart with the charge forward in from Lobby on the CT side and just everything else. And the defensive line coming together for them. kONO's best case scenario of an 8-4 half. Certainly a far cry from what CYBERSHOKE's was, which is now reduced to only 6 apiece. They will buy into the AWP. Look at their AKs out. You've got auto shotguns out for the kONO side in the meantime. AWPs available, but might not need them at this stage.
And Captain Kirker just scaling outside. Loficus just behind T-Red. Further teammate of Glowing behind him. Very slow, very passive. Clear out that Africa position. Now, they can do a re-wave of util, either the diags or just the 2 and 3 to get Loficus down. It seems that they're quite happy just run the clock at the moment.
Try and find a mistake, which kONO are not providing at all. Like smokes will start coming down, allow them to cross past and into the secret position. Captain Kirk is trying to hunt for an extension out from Loficus, but he's not going to go past those smokes. 45 seconds, only establishing secret now. B has got to be the target.
It could still be a lower fake to go back to the top site. Down at the lower bomb site, there's no defender. So the first player is going to be Amster on rotation. Notaneki out in Africa just wants to try and see if he can beat the rotation, if he can cut anyone trying to get into Secret.
CTs are flashing their way out, to looking to out-yard from that garage player. Now CYBERSHOKE pick up the pace. Amster in the rafters, hearing them coming. Got a fight from window, does not stabilize his shot in time, so Lovicus credited with the opening kill of the round at only the 22nd marker of the round. S4 trying to deny that bomb carry. Got a lot of damage, but he'll get pushed out. Glowing's going to get pick up onto Captain Kirk at S4 with a decent trade. 4-on-3 maintained. CYBERSHOKE only by a margin of 25 points of health for Phenomen, though. kONO are having to think about this.
Leave the XM to do exit damage, but hold on to the weapons. Amster just gets caught napping. That's another round where he's been overwhelmed. He's just so out of position, isn't he? He's not defensively at ramp. He's not out to the rafters where you can defend against the double doors. They're coming observation window, and he's just a sitting duck. Amster's had a tough time against these lower hits.
From a player that started things off so well, 10 frags on his board, still top of the board for his team, but seeing how the impact is getting mitigated by the CYBERSHOKE side. One more round in the half to enable themselves an even stance, and that may be the best that you could hope for considering how slow the start was for CYBERSHOKE.
Well, I guess from kONO's perspective, if this is your Instaban and you're up 5-1, you've really got to be pressing for a 9-3 and 8-4 kind of score. If you end up going 6 apiece, it feels that it's a big disappointment, that it's a big drop-off in performance.
They wanted this and they'll get it. CYBERSHOKE. First fight into the squeaky door position. Blixie was trying to find the kill as he wanted. The damage being done to Zogan. Captain Kirk on the outside. Expecting there to be some sort of silo play. You also got Lovicus on the outside of red.
I haven't seen any secret movement at all from the CT, so this is different to get Amster.
The change of position that you need when you're getting overwhelmed as easily as you were on that lower bomb side defense. You mentioned in the last round, and it's a key point right there. The Glowing took some damage dropping off of the side. I don't think that was intentional, but 53 HP might be an advantageous fight for kONO to win. Minute on the clock, CYBERSHOKE slow as ever, but they're going to start to form up.
It's got to be an A split, surely. 2 players in from main, drive the secret player further back. Glowing gets spammed, and Lovicus is just trying to run down the lower player.
Captain Kirk and S4 have found those kills on the ramp entrance. Actually might be a B split instead. Molotov in from Lovicus is going to try and drive Amster out forward into his demise. CJ's picked up another frag on Phenomen. In the meantime, though, Notaneki has to fight to try and protect the bomb. He gets that kill. Oh, he doubles up. That might bail them out, but he's lost his teammate once again. A man advantage just can't seem to be fended off by CYBERSHOKE here. And Notaneki not aware of where these CTs are coming in from the vent. Back from ramp up towards heaven for the second player. Captain Kirk waiting to pick his moment. Notaneki need to pick his position perfect.
He might have to tap just to try and draw a fight out in the open. Plant it safe and up for heaven.
No info. Eventually gives away his shoulder and Captain Kirk executes him. So kONO will get away with the half advantage. 7-5 at the turn for their CT side. So not the even stance that CYBERSHOKE were looking for. But you mentioned earlier, Dwayne, that it was kONO's default ban. So is this good enough? You mentioned 9-3 earlier. Was that a minimum requirement?
Yeah, this is a tough scoreline to win from. Because you're reliant on winning pistol and first gun round. You're hoping that you can sort of press on to 10-5, and then you've got buffer room, then you've got closability, but I just don't think so. CYBERSHOKE tactically should outclass them in this second half of Nuke, but kONO are going to struggle, not so much on the util department, but mid-round decisioning, I think is going to be quite rough for them, and just the overall protocols on timings they're going to struggle with.
Well, it's 2 rounds to the good for kONO. Have the advantage that they could gain, and now they need to work with it into the rest of this map on the T side line against CYBERSHOKE. This may be their chance to really make up the ground and to overtake kONO with a simple pistol conversion.
They've got to come into main. They're probably waiting for CJ to get this first kill with the P250 outside.
Flash is sent. Glowing actually does catch the kill alongside Phenomen. Nice pickups there from the CYBERSHOKE side. Trades from 1-2 T-side picks from Zogan and from Amster, but down to a single man advantage for CYBERSHOKE. 13 HP on Blixie. Glowing's going to try and see if he can make up the room. See both of those T-side players take some douche damage, though. This is getting a little bit more awkward right now for the HT Marcus, but Notaneki strikes out from Hut, takes a kill. Can't get a second. Zogan now, he's on 4 points of health, being rushed down from all sides, running out of ammo, eventually picked up. And CYBERSHOKE will take the pistol.
It's a creative pistol. So what they're trying to do there is they're getting CJ at the back of T-Red to draw attention, hoping to maybe get the Heaven Rotate to look down on outside and maybe the Garage player, and then they just quickly A-split. They have 2 players in from main, 2 players coming out from lobby. The problem is Glowing just starts hitting everything, doesn't he? That first contact in main just goes completely wrong. kONO just starts losing bodies straight away. And CJ, I mean, I'm surprised that there's even investment here. And no plant, lack of real damage. I'd like to see this as a full Glock round.
kONO will try at least play fast into these positions of the outside and main entrance, but running right into SMGs, giving them quite a fair amount of cash to play with over on the CYBERSHOKE side. This M4 not able to get picked up to do much damage there for the last player. kONO have been equalized against CYBERSHOKE. Will now face the weapons of the T side, can play. This is a bonus weapon round as well. The AKs are out for the first time on the second half.
And now CJ's got to make the call. AK, no util, or do you get Galil and full util? There's limitations, and that's what my concern was in the last round with the investment. You've got CJ with no util, Captain Kirk with a single smoke, and then Zogan with 1 smoke. This is T-side Nuke. You need a lot of util in gun rounds.
There's not a lot of anything at all for kONO. Already those smokes set towards the outside have been used. This player will get down towards Secret 4. It could be contested by one of the SMGs of Fenneman. He's got utility in his own. The smoke that will be involved as soon as he sees that shoulder peak. Just block that player off, negate that position for the time being. No fights yielding to kills or damage yet.
Well, they're limited for options because they don't have the util. So you probably can't go A because you don't have the skylight flashes. So take ramp on a contact. Notaneki's in a strong pos. He's close range with the MP9.
Swings in, S4 catches a return, and well, CJ gets 2 players extending from CYBERSHOKE down and out towards this hut entrance, and it's a 5-on-2. At least 1 trade from Glowing is going to get found on outside, but that reveals very little in terms of the inner bomb site. Knew that there was a player downstairs as well. So this will just be a bomb plant and probably a save call from Glowing and Fenneman. A push straight in against the kONO side, going completely awry in a matter of moments. The round is over.
Well, it's good composure from CJ because that's the right reaction from CYBERSHOKE. You've been able to force Captain to slow down towards Secret in those lower corridors on B. You've lost the MP9 on ramp, so you want to take space. You want to try and get into lobby. You want to make an info play. You want to catch maybe a player with his knife out, util drawn, just caught napping, and instead CJ just gets 2 pretty easy picks. He lines them up. kONO have Amster on the outside to make this round expensive to drop everything from the CT line. Not quite to be, though. So Glowing will hold on to that AK, but kONO take the lead back. And in terms of the money, there'll be another buy, but there's going to be limitations. Glowing can drop 1 M4, probably drop it over to Lophicus, and then everybody else can buy M4 armor.
Lead extension by kONO. CYBERSHOKE.
Halfen.
Yeah, not going heavy into this round. Want to try and play the long con.
Surprising. I thought they would have tried to put the pressure on straight away.
No, give them the 4 buy in the next round, and upgrades that are available in the SMG and the Deagles.
Watch out for Glowing. He's not been seen on top garage.
Blixie trying to fight. Glowing does indeed look to engage and does not find much of anything. CJ finds that pick, and there's the rifle gone and done. The Deagle, unfortunately for Blixie, a little bit too high on his pre-aim in the initial portion of the round, so didn't hit that headshot. And Zogan's going to find him trying to drop down through the vent. Secret's open. And so is the B bomb site. This round is a formality now from here on for CYBERSHOKE. A lot of emphasis towards those automatic weapons and hope that they can find a cheeky pick or 2 that would take down the House of Cards of kONO, but that's not happened here.
You want to go back to getting glowing AK and just try and get that on the outside. That's what Lofficus has picked up. This is going to be a real challenge for Captain Kirker on his stint, because he probably felt hard done by being kicked on bait. Last year was insanely successful. I rated them as one of the very best tier 2 teams in terms of accomplishments. They were going deep in lands, they made it to the RMR, and he just finds, no, we don't want you anymore. We're going to try and make an upgrade. We're going to bring Kenzizor from kONO into bait, and we're basically going to trade players. And you feel, mate, I'm the veteran player. I've been there the longest. I've been there over 3 years. I've done everything in my power to make this team successful, and you've just gotten rid of me. So maybe there's a bit of a revenge arc. Now that you go over to another Ukrainian team, you're trying to bring kONO into the field and into the same light. It's going to be difficult because you can't compare the players, can you? You've got MPL and Hetrick on one side, and you've got players that don't even really have maps played on HLTV here for kONO. But the idea lays that he's dropped down, and he needs to try and bring kONO to the highest level possible.
It's a very difficult pathway for him to do that. Obviously, kONO, with the core changes, have now been unranked. So, needless to say, that there's a very long road ahead of them. If the captain can make it work, then perhaps one of the most miraculous stories we'll see coming out of the Tier 2 space. Got their gun set on the CYBERSHOKE side. On the contrary, Captain Kirker does strike on Fenneman first. The AWPer falling, but Glowing picks up a trade, and he's traded right back. On the jump face, CJ takes him dead before he hits the ground. Advantage kONO here.
CJ's won some important duels on this T side, and the in-game leader is setting an example. Now it's going to be a ramp contact with no ramp player. And those kills on the outside have shifted the CT defense, so they can keep walking, and there's a lack of info for CYBERSHOKE. This is concerning. This is kONO's best chances to go 11-7 up, and this round feels over before they've even committed the bomb to the lower bomb site.
Losing all sorts of trades, losing presence over on that B in ramp position. The players coming forward now, and outside is going to look down from hell and land a tag, a dink down onto Zogan, in fact. The CYBERSHOKE still have to consider their weapon position, the economy that they have available to them, and decide that actually probably... Oh, actually, I was going to say it probably isn't worth it for they're rotating back towards T-spawn, but no, they're going back in towards ramp.
Probably
as a
just
unit.
looking for exits. If a kill presents, they can go for it, but they shouldn't go for this retake.
We have to present pretty quickly at that. With the bomb being planted, with the smokes coming up, with no access towards that lower bomb site. Eventually they do start to break away. Leave one player behind. Not Taneki to get some exits against the potentially hunting T-side players, but that's not even going to present towards him. So CYBERSHOKE will get all 3 of these players out of there. kONO are going to get to number 10. As you say, it's kind of likely they get to number 11 right here, depending on what CYBERSHOKE do with the next buy.
And that's got to be frustrating from Fenneman, the main AWPer of the team, the guy that's been here the longest, approaching his 2nd year in tenure under CYBERSHOKE, previously played on the Platoon beta team in the Belarusian scene. You've got the AWP up. I know you're going to get it again because it's being saved by Blixie, but what happens? You go towards outside, you're sort of playing a bit of an off angle there from credit, and you just get deleted. You can't even get involved in an opening kill, in a trade back from Glowing, just nothing. So that's going to start playing on the mind if you are Fenneman. Well, where am I going to put this AWP? Am I going to be the Heaven Rotate? Do I start Ramp? Do I start Hell? CYBERSHOKE, the main pressure is the scoreline at the moment. They're easily going to be the better team, and they're going to have stronger protocols, but they're running out of chances, and kONO are coming close to winning map number 1.
Three rounds in the lead and 3 rounds to get to that all-important 13th. Glowing, however, has found an all-important start in this round. Amster's picked up, not Taneki. Ready for players to make their way out of ramp. They're going to just start walking. No flashes required. Back away towards the lower bomb site. Backups on the way in through the corridors. Glowing cannot support too much from back here. Flashbanged off as well, but so did CJ, so he doesn't extend all the way. Puts a smoke down there and just blocks position. Oh no, start backing off.
And because that smoke goes down towards Hell, Notaneki's going to clear out ramp from underneath. Now that should be the tell that it's going to be an A lane. And no more ramp committance, no more pressure towards B.
They've still got 3 players on that lower bomb site though. Start those rotations sooner. As Glowing will get up towards the Heaven position and now try to provide some Overwatch support on the bomb site defensive. A little under a minute to go. Great smoke, you're right. CJ's going to push forward of it anyway. They're going to make their way forward. Lovicus has just made his way up the vent in time, and we'll get 2 kills out of it. Captain Kirker tries to recover. It's not going to happen against the veteran of Glowing, though. S4 will find 1 out of 4 required for him in this clutch. Burning 1 player in the backside. Blixie's going to get forced into the open, so there's a secondary pick. A bomb going down in the open, though. Fenneman's orb will make his way up to position. The M4 closing in. Fenneman might get forced to back. Oh, awkward fight against Notaneki. Will give Notaneki the kill, and CYBERSHOKE will fend off kONO.
Well, that was just pure quality. Not only have you got 1 defender on A, but you've got the rotation coming up from Glowing up to Heaven, and the smoke down is just precision. That is understanding the round to its best of beliefs. The timing on the player coming up from the vent of Lovicus, everything about it. Notice how even the vertical crossfire is being set from down underneath at the lower portion of default and up at Heaven. It's moments like that that share the outburst on why CYBERSHOKE should be able to win this map anew.
They still trail by 2 rounds. HE's perfectly set up for Glowing. Can't find the kill against Captain Kirker, though. Advantage taken quickly by the T-side line. Blixie seeing where Zogan is, though. The walk through that smoke at Squeaky Door. Unable to protect him from the higher angle, and Fenneman's orb's going to get the man advantage back. Captain Kirker punished for his transgressions. Man advantage for CYBERSHOKE here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate from Zogan, and he's only going to blame himself. The youngster will look at that round and say, have I thrown it for the team? Am I the reason why we've lost it now? He's tried to go for a walk timing. He's tried to be sneaky and walk out through the Squeak Door smoke, but it's just being pre-aimed. It's being watched from top hut. And while kONO might have the space and the freedom outside, they've still got to make a decision on what they do. Smoke off main, go down secret, contact all the way, get into secret, try and put pressure onto B. The AWP is scaling, but nothing's being seen. Heaven, lockers, garage, main, nothing.
$40 seconds.
Already a rotation down to lower. They've cleared out lobby.
Yeah.
This is a great read again from CYBERSHOKE.
kONO taking their time to hope for an aggressive holder here at the CT side, but no one is quite that close. They're on the bomb sites or behind the bomb sites. And kONO are slowly but surely, running out of time. Into the corridors they'll go. Utility to cut rotations. Orb of Fenneman. Smokes come down. She might have had a little bit of breathing room, just enough to get the bomb plant in. No leg shot landed against Amster. He will sneak down the bomb, but the retake just got a whole lot more difficult.
Oh, it's very rough. This is where CJ needs to step up. We've seen him be impactful on the T side. This is his moment.
9 kills to his name. S4's AWP on 14. Maybe a couple of potential players here as Amster does get away with 1 decent pick, but the AWP does not. Flashes out from S4. Fenneman lands on CJ. Shot looked like it was dead on, but S4 unable to capitalize upon that kill. Flashbangs will keep CYBERSHOKE's heads toned away from the double doors. The Ice Ace Notaneki gets that kill, but Fenneman at close range will land the frag that he's looking for and get the defuse for CYBERSHOKE to make success out of the retake. 9 on their board. They're closing the gap.
Indeed they are. Good retake from CYBERSHOKE. Decent util. Didn't panic. They allowed the time to run quite low. They know that S4's out there from the double doors, and S4 has to keep peeking. He can't tuck on that right-hand side, so you keep trying to bait out Fenneman, try and see if you can get the AWP to fire away. And Captain Kirker on the outside, but it's this kill, the difference maker. Blixie on the top side on A.
All the importance. CYBERSHOKE. Hell of a spot right now. Just 1 more to close up to kONO. They've taken significant damage on the CT side, though, so money is not in the best of places. And lost bonus whittled down by their streak. Means that kONO could still swing things back into their favor with a good round victory, and that could be enough to seal the deal on this round. Several T-side presence players in several different positions of entry. None of them are coming to fruition at the moment.
Well, consider the AWP, Jay. Fenneman was down at lower in the last round. He was playing the lower corridors on B. This time he's at ramp, so we're getting a bit of movement from the AWP on the CT side.
Keep them on their toes.
They could probably have to do another wave of outside smokes. Now, you've got a lower player, and Captain Kirker aggressing. He's hoping for that challenge in from Garage, and he's going to try and get into main. This is going to be a topside split.
HG's to open the smokes. Blixie's watching. Head turned away. Captain Kirk nearly bottled it, but he got that kill in the end. The player up at heaven, and Notineki cannot get a single kill out of that one. CJ and S4 start cleaning house against CYBERSHOKE, and kONO have swamped the A-bomb site.
The Diag smokes are so confident and so common for different variations on the outside. You can flash into garage, you can hug the smokes and get the secret, and on the rare occasion, Jay, you can walk main. You can get a timing, and Captain Kirk couldn't have asked for a better timing. The top Hut players, his eyes are just pinned out there towards Hut. Looking straight down, not looking at the main entrance. Yeah, it might have been a bit of a difficult kill, but as soon as the captain gets that first, mate, the A site just crumbles. Of course it's going to collapse.
Two more to go for kONO to take this map away.
And this is 2 rounds in a row that Captain Kirk has got a key kill outside. Maybe that's a player that CYBERSHOKE needs to try and deal with, whether they get to the back of T-Red, maybe they get a player out to Africa, or even a rifler to sit down there in secret. The captain's creating chances from kONO.
Awkward buy state now for CYBERSHOKE. This is where it could all go off the rails. They're in a desperate position. Glowing the M4, Phenomen, the AWP, and Glowing's blind fire gives up his position to allow all the T's to converge upon him. Captain Kirk with the damage, CJ with the closing frag of the kill. CYBERSHOKE have pressed lobby in the meantime, might run in towards one T-side player if they're not careful here. Advantage sits with kONO.
And the Orb's just posted, waiting for the swing to come out from main, and Lofkus gets lucky. The Amster lurk is great timed, because now he's coming back into lobby, and the captain might be on for another key fight.
Looking towards hell, heaven is the concern. Notineki, just barely poking out of that position.
Well, he might as well just go ramp here, because they've got full outside. Just keep taking the space.
He's going up to heaven. Didn't spurt him. Notineki hasn't seen him either. Oh, by a single bit of periphery. Captain Kirk is going to get that kill uncontested. The player down to the site. He's going to run right into the T-side crossfire. Forced out by Captain Kirk. Finished off by Amster this time. It's all coming undone for CYBERSHOKE at the very last hurdle. Their attempted punish pick may fall to kONO's favor. Bomb going down. 5 on 2. They're going to get to map point of Nuke.
Maybe something to consider with Captain Kirk's position is that he might be setting or getting set up more on kONO than what he was on bait. When you've got Hedrick and NPL, you've got star players that need a lot of resources. When you now come down into this team, you're looked at as one of the best players. So it's like, boys, set me up. Get me in some of those star roles. Get me lurking outside. And this Orp and Blixie are trying their best to hold on, but the Orp's going to drop. This is where Blixie needs to keep fighting and try and recover that Orp.
Not going to happen, though. Awkward spray, didn't do all that damage. At least the Orp will go out with the bombs. They can't hold it in for the kONO side, but CYBERSHOKE will not have that option available to them. Money is a wreck. Loss bonus is non-existent. They're going to force into a 3-round comeback against kONO.
And knowing that the money is going to be MP9 armor or pistol armor, I think Lobby Crunch is the most likely candidate of what you can do. It's such a tough round to win off of the weaponry alone.
HG's out. Captain Kirk, fast man up. Kill found. Double not secured. Phenomen will get traded back anyway. Now Blixie leans in the back lines. He's going to get clotheslined by the AK of Amster. And from here, there's nothing left for Lovicus and Glowing. Pistol players in a 2 versus 4. They'll face into the firing squad, and the firing squad will face them right back down. 13-9, kONO will take map 1 of Nuke.
It's a good result and it's a good upset. CYBERSHOKE looked at this series and thought, oh, okay, didn't get our ancient. We'll go in for the punish of Nuke. And it's come back to hurt them. Now, there was some key rounds in particular that you can look at. You can reflect on the very first pistol round, the 1v2 that was able to get won by the in-game leader of CJ. You could look at Captain Kirk's individual impact on the outside. And for CYBERSHOKE, while it felt like they were reading the game quite well, that they were reacting nicely, just being pinpoint on economy management and constantly being reset has led them to a disaster outcome.
Indeed, and just I guess you could sort of not see this coming per se, but you can understand why it was the case, right? Obviously, they got their default map, their default pick of Anubis banned out first and foremost during the first wave of the Veto, and CYBERSHOKE tried to pick in towards a Nuke where kONO haven't really been playing it at all. It's not been a great map for the CYBERSHOKE side, and it was a risk that ultimately did not pay off in this context. So they start from the back foot, and then they go into kONO's own map pick.
Yeah, I disagree with the risk assessment because what were the other options? Mirage and Ancient were the only two other maps they could have picked, which is what you've got in Map 2 and in Map 3 of the series. I think it was a clever pick and was probably the only option they did have because of how the first wave of the bans went out. It's just disappointing when you felt that you're on good form, right? You're coming into this series, you're slapping teams out of the park, you've been able to eliminate 500 from CCT, and you come in against a kONO side that a bit average, you know, not a big name in Tier 2, and you haven't even taken double digits on your map pick. So it's going to be a wake-up call, and it's going to have to be an increase in performance from Map 2 and Map 3 in the series by them.
Yeah, most certainly, and it's not going to be an easy task to ask of them. You mentioned that Ancient, of course, it's up next. It is the pick of the kONO side. I'll just remind everybody at home, 19 maps played in the last 3 months from kONO on HLTV for this one. Truly in their #1 map in the pool with a great win rate to back it up as well. So in my eyes, I have a lot of fears for where CYBERSHOKE are going to stand at this moment in time. We're going to head towards a very short break, however, and see whether they can get themselves prepped and ready for kONO's map pick in our best of 3.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Well, not the outcome that CYBERSHOKE wanted on their own map pick. Yes, it might not be a map of best of intentions and best records from them in the past. However, it was a nuke that they wanted to try and win out over kONO. They weren't able to do so. 13-9 the Ukrainian side, and due to some very good performances from several players at the top end of the board. Now we look towards their own pick of Ancient, which, yes, good map for CYBERSHOKE, but it's also a great map for kONO the same.
Well, I'd maybe disagree with you there. It's a good map in the last 3 months, but this team hasn't been together for 3 months. This is a Captain Kirker that joined at the end of the year, and then 2 new players that only joined towards the end of January. I look at the most recent results as a full 5, and I think they haven't really played the best of teams. They're playing Rebels, Rush B, Leo, Ecstatic, Copenhagen Wolves, all sort of mid-tier 2 to tier 3, whereas for CYBERSHOKE, they're at least competing and having games competitive against Sashi, against Monty, against Spirit Academy, beating 9, beating NIP. I'm a lot more sold on the results of the overall official win or loss from CYBERSHOKE than I am for kONO.
Yeah, that's true, and I'll give you that. But there are some oddities in their results that make me at least a little bit concerned about how this is going to go down. I'm thinking about Veto, who absolutely smashed them in that 13-7 as a key example as to where things could really go off the rails for the CYBERSHOKE side. And the fact that kONO probably come into this one as major underdogs, again, unranked by comparison to the CYBERSHOKE side, who have been performing extremely well, had that eviscerating series last week, which really gave us a lot of confidence into where they're standing in this week here on Compass as well. And it's like, I'm thinking that the momentum was going to carry over. I don't think the momentum carried over into that last map up right here and now. So I'm wondering if today is going to be an oddity like that previous map up was.
It very much could be. kONO played well, and Captain Kirker, he stepped up. He had some real good impact. I thought CJ led the team to a structurally sound game. It's always difficult when you're playing a map you're really uncomfortable on. At least on Ancient, they've embedded him into the system. They've got quite a lot of decent wins under their belt. They'll look at this map and say, out of any other map in the pool, it's our most successful. It's our go-to. It's the one where we're getting the majority of wins and where we're pressing teams in best of 3. So there's a lot of positives to go towards kONO to try and get this 2-0. I just feel with how well CYBERSHOKE have played in the last couple of weeks and how this map has been for the last couple of months that they should still be able to send this to a final map decider.
I mean, look, should definitely, yes, but should is a very key difference to could, or would rather, for them, because like obviously we also thought that they would be able to do well on this nuke because it's not been played at all from the kONO side, and logic would dictate that even though it's not a great map for CYBERSHOKE by any stretch of the imagination, the possibility was there was not really many other better possibilities to pick into a map against the kONO side, and so now that we've got that map up in mind, now that we've got that first map in the bank for the kONO side, and they have looked as good as they have. You mentioned Captain Kirk, definitely the most impactful player in the server for my money, but he was also matched on his frag numbers with S4 and Amster, so they were also generating backup impact to what he was able to do, especially Amster, who actually ranked about as similar in terms of rating 2.1 in that last map as well. So there's a lot of positive elements for the kONO side that I feel like are not going to be remiss in this second map as well.
Yeah, again, I think that's where sometimes numbers, context is quite critical. I thought Amster looked quite rough. He had a really good start. He was like 9-2, 10-2, and then he was being a liability towards ramp and lower. So I wonder if he can be a bit more stable out here on Ancient. One aspect that, while the numbers might say S4 had a good game, both teams didn't really get impact out of the AWPs. It was kind of more rifle heavy with both AK and M4. Ancient's going to be very different. I think we're going to see a lot more AWP impact from both Fetterman and S4 come this map 2 of the season. series.
And we'll need to see that impact apply itself, and if there's one positive for CYBERSHOKE is that Phenomen was doing as best as he could, all things considered, in that last map up with the AWP in his hands. So let's see whether he can apply that towards this Ancient and try and make a difference for his side. It is the second map, kONO's pick in the series. They're up by 1 in the series. The odds, of course, shifting in their favour as you would expect. And let's see whether they can live up to those odds against CYBERSHOKE. Pistols are live.
A 3 on B with a Julie set up in from Cave. So this is going to be Phenomen taking distraction from the Cave entrance and hoping to draw the T-side players in into that bait and into the hands of Glowing.
S4 with a straight up tap on Blixie, starting advantage, and that B side is now under siege. Another good tap from his P250 as the firing squad at Cave takes down Glowing as well. Phenomen can only last for so long as Logan picks up that next kill. Lovicus with 1 trade, but 1 trade is all they're going to get out of this CYBERSHOKE. kONO with a very confident pistol start.
So S4 got boosted up on the big box, gets the tap, and everyone's just over-rotating. CYBERSHOKE have as many players on B as you could possibly have. It's just that they keep losing fights. Now, Glowing, I thought, was pretty impactful individually out there on Nuke. He had some good moments in gun rounds. His rating on Ancient since joining up with CYBERSHOKE is incredible. 1.31 across 10 maps played. So, out of everyone, my eyes are going to be on Glowing, especially on the City side, to say, okay, if those numbers are telling us anything, he's going to be the guy to watch out for when it comes to impact and round victories.
Won't get much of a chance in the early game to apply that impact. Of course, only on pistols to the entire CYBERSHOKE side, not opting the force play in the second. kONO should make light work of this 2-0 start. 1 player on the Mac 10 to fall. Another damage taken by the T side, at least in terms of economical impact. HP was a little bit leery for Sogan and Abster, but they're alive. 2-0. Here come the rifles.
You mentioned that Veto series, Jay. That was the opening matchup in ECL for CYBERSHOKE with the Cool 5 roster. Had a 2-10 T-side half. Really rough to kind of get things going. Had a little bit of a comeback in the second half to try and keep the game competitive, but they got smoked, and I don't know what it is. There's just a bit of an asterisk with ECL this season. Back-to-back, 3 best-of-3s, but they haven't even won a map.
Yeah, not exactly amazing from them. At least in that particular tournament series. And again, maybe there's just a case that it's coming in waves, and ECL seems to be timing pretty poorly with their dips in form. Lovicus is going to start with a high note, but instantly not a Neki taken down towards Spawn Zogan just beyond that smoke. A headshot established, and Lovicus cannot trade back from Donut. Man advantage, about to get extended against Phenomen unless he gets this kill. No, S4, easy execution. This round is over. kONO will be up to 3 in a row.
Yeah, hitting hard. It looked to be a decent setup there from CYBERSHOKE. You've got the readability on the walk forward of the smoke. You've got players rotating out quicker, but AK is just hitting taps, CT, Temple, and players dropping quickly. And Ancient's one of these maps that the deeper that we've gone in time since it's been introduced into the pool, almost everyone plays Ancient. Whether it be a map pick or float it for a last map decider, there are very few teams, especially in Tier 2 in the European scene, that will insta-ban Ancient. So you're always going to get a lot of these teams with reps under their belt. I know, Jay, you mentioned that it's been played a crazy amount from kONO. Just this year, it's the highest played map in the pool. S4 and Amster have been kind of leading the charge for the majority of impactful games on where they're getting it over the line. CYBERSHOKE, while it might be 17 maps played, they'd like to even out the record, and if they got a win today, they'd make it 9 wins and 9 losses, so it would make it break even.
No breaking even in this round for CYBERSHOKE. Only at a loss. Rifles having to get held in from the previous round as kONO almost certainly established themselves as the prime leader here on T side. Try and put that potential even stat line of this map to paid if CYBERSHOKE cannot get control soon enough. The last thing they want to do is allow things to go down the route of what Eklot had to deal with in the first map of the day. Because that may well spell disaster for CYBERSHOKE here and now. Still got a little bit of time before that starts to get to that scary position, but may have to look at the next buy round as being the one key moment where CYBERSHOKE can start to take back control of this matchup. Certainly not for Lovicus and Phenomen, and Glowing all picked up in middle. Though Notaneki's got a couple picks out of this, so it's 2 versus 2.
A lot of searching going on, and timing looks pretty good for the CT. No, CJ just about gets the kill against Blixie, and now Notaneki has to keep eyes on Bomb, has to keep fighting from Red Room, comes close towards a challenge. HP bars at the end of the round when you think, oh, done a bit of damage to CJ, Zogan was down low. That nearly got out of order. That could have been a great round steal from CYBERSHOKE.
That's the one that you go back in the demo review and you try to figure out, what did we do wrong in this round? How could we have, like, maybe improved our chances a little bit more? And then you see that HP and you're like, oh, okay, just hit a few more shots. And then maybe we could have turned our fortunes back, but unfortunately, it was only the eco round in which they lost in that one. Still doing a lot of damage right there towards the T side line. Not enough to reset the economy here. Might keep Captain kONO down to maybe a couple of good rounds out from the CYBERSHOKE side, and they can start to turn things back in a little streak against the kONO side. And Notaneki has started off the same way he ended the last round, with a kill on Captain kONO.
Just excel towards A because they lost the mid pick. They're trying to come out. They might get a boost up towards tree. It's actually turning into an A fake. They're just trying to pull over rotations.
And Zogan's been tagged to 12 as well, so mid-fight's worked rather well for CYBERSHOKE. Notaneki waiting for more to come his way. That smoke will be about to clear the moment as re-smoke comes down. CJ's just going to get seen ahead of it, and the second man as well. It's a second kill for Notaneki. The AK trying to prod back, but unable to frag back from Amster's part. Again, Zogan low HP outside the B doors. Bomb's going to join him. A very difficult 3v5 to play with, though.
This has been back-to-back rounds where Captain kONO has not been throwing the jump-up molly to the top of shelf, and I wonder how quickly CYBERSHOKE are going to pounce on that and start thinking, okay, let's go for some aggressive lane takes. Let's try and take shelf from mid. In this round in particular, you've got the elbow lurk of Captain kONO that gets caught, and then the CT just hold the position. Phenomen, easy shot to the left-hand side. This is a collapse from kONO. The best that they can hope for now is hold on to S4 and hold on to Amster, hope we don't die after time.
Particularly that AWP carry forward into the next round, because you are better off with it than without it. They will lose Amster on a peek out towards main. Not even sure why he started extending main there, but either way, kONO will be losing this round. The AWP will at least stay in. There's potential for a lot of AKs out on this CT side at that. One picked up on Notaneki. And that's it. No one extending out towards elbow. No one looking to try and find any more of those weapons. kONO will, of course, be buying back around the AWP, so you'll be seeing the other AKs back from their perspective. CYBERSHOKE with their first on the board, a very confident first. Let's see if they can keep that confidence.
And for kONO, the news only just broke about half an hour ago that they've now been dropped out of CCT because of the VRSJ. So they've now got to look at advance the open qualifiers here and Compass and just say we need to keep confidence high, we need to keep form up, because if our ranking is basically naught, we need all the opportunities that are going to come.
Phenomen fragged out on Zogan's part. CYBERSHOKE try and re-establish themselves at the top end of their ranking favoritism in this matchup. Start with a pick. Start with a HP advantage over Captain kONO as well, down to 44 on his individual face. Amster up on red is now going to be a bit of a thorn in the side of the CYBERSHOKE defensive, but not so much of a threat that they have to deal with as of yet.
Well, they should be exec, and then the red player should make contact after the ramp individuals have been spotted.
Giving a third player to watch the back lanes to ensure that they don't make that move earlier and they can't catch him off guard. The walk contact from Captain kONO is going to catch Glowing instead, so advantage mitigated, but now the backline player can swing forward. Lovicus can take down 2. The bomb being dropped and everything. Notaneki is now marking the red player alongside that AWP of Phenomen, who does land against Amster. And now S4 has no real way back into the round. Good effort from kONO, good thinking of the walk, but didn't account for that second player, and that was really what led to their downfall.
Well, the problem is mid right now, because they lost quite a lot in the previous round with Captain kONO trying to come elbow. I'm now looking at that one, and while it was a bit unorthodox, you got triple donut, it's CYBERSHOKE that won that first kill out towards shelf, and then that's just kind of collapsed the round. You've then got a good readability, you've got rotations out on B, kONO try and go for a contact up B ramp. So, the answer might be trying to not give away opening deaths in mid. Now, that can be brought upon in plenty of different ways. You could try and bring a little bit more pace. You might try a bit more impact in the default towards lane and give mid. This is where CJ needs to come up with a solution to stop giving 5v4s over to CYBERSHOKE in mid.
Kind of needing to establish themselves. Oh, what a shot for Captain kONO. That's one way to respond. Got the advantage in return, although CJ is low and his other teammates have also been tagged rather heavily here. He will fall. Blixie picking up the returning fight to a 4-on-4 now. Impressive start, but that may be as far as the impressiveness goes right here for kONO.
And they need to get the AK set up for a fight. Spam comes in. Blixie might get caught at a timing. AK tries to swing. Great assistance there from Lovakus.
Not so great attempted recovery from Amster. Or from the last player of kONO either. CJ falling very, very rapidly to that shelf player. And that's number 3 for CYBERSHOKE. Back within 1 of kONO and their 4-0 start. The Rifles, however, will be returning from the T-side line. We found a way to break that mid defensive. You mentioned losing the 5v4s on kONO's part, but CYBERSHOKE have other tricks up their sleeve, and kONO couldn't deal with those instead. Full AKs out across the board, and a couple available for CYBERSHOKE at the same time. Towards lane is going to be Zogan's lean forward past Cheetah. No one's there to receive him directly, to extend against Blixie. Cover off that smoke.
Just smoke and stall. kONO have been given a bit more respect into mid this time around, but it's a spam kill through red. And this is more frustration to just how much is being lost towards mid at the moment.
Overwhelming Amster. kONO having to readjust and realign towards this A bomb site. Couple of defenders there, of course, on the CYBERSHOKE side. Blixie start his rotation, but leave it to his teammate instead to be that third man backing up that A site play. CJ just walks through that smoke. Flashbang not affecting Notaneki. The second one does do so, though, and Zogan's good for a trade frag. An advantage still held in by CYBERSHOKE, but the bomb does go down. 3v4 post plant. Molotov's going to try to drive players out into the open. S4 still looking for that pick back at the CT spawn player. Is he ready? Not for Lovakus. He caught switching to his knife. That'll have to be trades on Captain kONO as he tries to force back something towards CT spawn. Zogan still back there in the back boxes. Captain gets a secondary kill, leading by example against Glowing. Lovakus finally takes him back, and Blixie deals with his backup as well. Successful retake for CYBERSHOKE in the end.
And that was a very easy round from CYBERSHOKE. Now, my problem that I've got from kONO is that they can just be too slow to react. They lose the pick out in mid, they start going into donut, but they're so slow to committing towards A that what hasn't been seen from kONO's point of view is Glowing clearing out all of lane. Rotations are coming in quickly. Glowing setting up the backstab in A main. You've got your donut backstab and a double out from CT. You're going to win that retake every single day of the week because players are in strong positions and quickly. kONO, they can't just be reliant on Captain kONO to create moments and opportunities. They need more consistency. They've got to try and fix mid right now.
The next solution is to leave it almost entirely open. Play towards lane. Blixie seeing them coming. Smoke down. Disallow any access towards window. Sit back on that AK and then reveal towards the T-side line. There's not much they can do about it, though. They haven't got the stopping power to wall bang. They haven't got the breathing room to get out towards the man. CJ's trying to look for some sort of angle, but he just can't seem to find it. kONO. Kill gets found. Lovakus picks up the man. Shot rings out from Phenomen, but he can't connect to Lovakus with double. Blixie with one of his own. And yeah, this one starts to fall apart, as you would expect. I thought for a second that those Tech 9s actually will do some damage. 1v3 for Captain kONO at the moment. He's caught one of them. And 2 players that you could isolate. An AK now in his hands. Just needs that headshot against the forward player in at the pit. Caught in the end. Notaneki with the kill. CYBERSHOKE have the lead.
Now, normally, Jay, this is where I'd come in and be really critical and say, man, it's just over-peaking. Because it is. That's unnecessary fighting. But I stand by it. And the reason for it is that you're giving almost no chances over to kONO. You've given them a single bomb plant. You've had an easy retake. You've won 5 in a row. You want to keep that pressure up. You want to make kONO feel as if they're suffocating. That they've just got no room to have freedom in the defaults. They've got no room of winning. So this could be a completely flawless half. You could push this to an 8-4 right now.
especially with the money being where it is. Make no mistake about Glowing's SMG buy. He's still got cash from his teammates to drop him, so it wasn't impossible for him to go against the MP9. It's Lovicus instead with the M4 that frags first. And Notaneki, ready for the peek forward, takes down CJ next up, down and out to a 5-on-3.
It's just a full round where you've got nothing. You've got time, but you've got no map control and you've got no util. And you can't save because you don't know what else has been taken elsewhere. You've got to keep prodding. You've got to try and give yourself a way back in. A lane's been taken. B doors has been taken. So the only option of where they can be is either out in mid elbow or A main. They cannot be anywhere else.
Shots to the AWP, landing legs. It's Zogan the man to pick up Fenneman. Backstab's closing in towards T-Spawn. Meanwhile, Lovicus going to find the player up towards the top end of the stairs. Amster next to task in terms of that donut challenge. But again, the bigger concern is the closing pincers of the backstab, which should be finding the kONO presence soon enough. Leading their way in towards donut. Orpa now going to get caught. Amster does frag back, but Glowing from range is SMG. Good enough for that kill. Another one for Amster. Turn back in towards Blixie, but Blixie will take him back all the same. 2 AKs held over by CYBERSHOKE. A minimum of 6 taken on the CT side.
And they've not only lacked quality in this first half, Jay, but they've lacked adaptation. They just cannot find an answer anywhere. They're not getting opening picks. They're not putting uncomfortable scenarios in favor of CYBERSHOKE. And mid is just free. And if you're Lovicus, if you're Notaneki, you're just thinking, mate, as long as we keep fighting Red Room and Donut, we're just going to keep winning rounds. That just is the answer for us.
Lovicus finding CJ first, trades back at the Tech 9 of Captain Kirker, get right back into control, at least in terms of keeping the man advantage even. They are low HP on a couple of players though, and Fenneman's just caught one of the high HP men of S4 on the A side defensive. kONO trying a faster play, but it hasn't worked out for them. Haven't got the weaponry to maintain presence over CYBERSHOKE, and that means they will be conceding the half here.
And this is going to test the in-game leadership for what is basically a rookie IGL. You're coming into a new level of Counter-Strike where you're going to be up against teams that are middle of the pack tier 2 and on occasion at that higher end. You haven't had that many reps. You haven't had that many difficult opponents in the most recent officials. You are being tested and the answer just isn't coming from kONO.
Secure a cash bonus for the last round buy. It's the best thing you could do in these circumstances if you're kONO. You are right about CJ's position in terms of being a captain like this. He is so unknown. He's the most unknown element of this side. Completely new position in the Counter-Strike space for him. And I better have faith in his calling at this moment in time because they're going to need to have some faith in something. 8-4 is the best case scenario for CYBERSHOKE. 7-5 can still get turned over by kONO. This time on the back foot as opposed to the last map. And bring in the full buy.
Now they need to get S4 set up with that AWP. Try and boost them up to the big box. Captain Kirker trying to put some anti-rush util down just to try and slow the CTs, but they're not being slowed at all. They're taking mid as 3, and Lovicus has won an opening mid duel again, and so is Notaneki. Mid is free for the CTs.
Most confident part of the map for CYBERSHOKE right now. kONO. Backhanded before even the 25-second mark had been hit. And there's nothing that S4 and Amster can do from here, is there? There's just no breathing room, there's no access. Minus CYBERSHOKE just throwing themselves at the T side in 1-by-1 duels. There is just no way of winning number 12. 8-4 is locked in.
Just pure disappointment from a first half standpoint. I think the lack of adaptation of what to do in mid. I don't think once on a gun round we saw a run-out elbow with the red smoke, maybe a jump-up molly, and then just flashes from spawn. It was always Captain Kirker, maybe one more teammate to swing elbow with the shelf split. And it just, when you've got Lovicus, who's 17-7, and you've got Notaneki that's 10-6, Mate, they're just confident. They're just hitting everything. So of course they're just going to keep fighting you in mid. They're just going to keep brawling.
Amster, okay. Couple of good fights to take. B-side needs to be taken right now, though the CTs are on their way into the rotation, so bomb plant seems like it's going to just about get gained by kONO. As Amster found the miracle they're looking for, not with S4 missing shots like that, he's got a triple. Oh my god, Amster to do this on his lonesome! Oh, he just got the ace for one extra piece of pickup for kONO. A fifth to close the half in what was an impossible round.
It's a positive end to the half for sure. That's an Amster being supported by an excellent flashbang. Both of those lane players aren't playing anti-flash, so they're just caught completely blinded. Here it is again. That's the first. Transfer to the second. Lovicus and Blixie couldn't have done anything. And then when Notaneki gets the kill against the Orpha, you think, right, swing him together. And on low HP, 32, he's got an ace. That's a positive feeling, but you need to back it up, don't you? You need to win the first pistol, need to put pressure instantly in this second half.
Well, if you were kONO and how I've had negative mentalities, that's one way to pick your confidence up. Now Amster on 13 kills in this matchup with Julies in his hands, hoping to convert upon that previous Mount success, getting the opening kill of this CT side, but traded by Notaneki just as quickly. Captain kONO will also fall on the bomb site, and CYBERSHOKE look to take the wind out of the sails of kONO right here. Man advantage, bomb going down. CT's still rotating, then a backline player, the third man all the way back at the B doors. SJ is going to try and make his way in, only able to get information and a little bit of damage. Zogan taking Notaneki back for one trade. Still needs that man advantage, still needs S4 to come up good and support him right here and now. Good fight. Zogan's dead. 1v3 for S4, and Blixie's having none of it. It's triple for him. And a pistol for CYBERSHOKE.
And I just get the feeling with what I witnessed in that first half, and without a pistol victory coming through from kONO, we're not going to have many more rounds left of Ancient. This is going to go back to what we saw in a similar account in those previous best of threes. That 13-2 against Zero Tenacity, that 13-4, the 13-2 against Alaska, of just the one-sided nature that they cannot be stopped, that the individuals are taking over the game.
CYBERSHOKE. They lead the charge as they have done throughout the course of this map up. No miracles for the USPs in from the mid-fights of kONO, so even on the CT side they can't get much out of it. Maybe the rifles provide a little bit more. They need a whole lot more though. As you mentioned, a lot of favoritism towards this CYBERSHOKE side at the moment. Really picked it up from the Nuke. And applying it well against kONO's own pick, their favorite in the pool. The guns are out in force. Let's see what kONO can do now.
Now, the in-game leader of CJ is not only struggling to call himself out of trouble, but get frags up on the board, 2 and 12. And not the outcome you're hoping for. A bottom B doors smoke indicates that it could be a lane crunch, but it's quite passive from kONO. Instead, you've got aggression from Blixie. He wants to get out here at shell fast.
Throw out of the way for Captain kONO, not wanting to stick around in mid. Damage being done to Lovicus. Early portions of that elbow control of the T-side line. The CT have been pushed back quite far by the utility of CYBERSHOKE. kONO have that HP advantage. Notaneki seeing S4's shoulder peeking out. Unable to get the fight against him though. He dealt a bit of a bad hand right here. Flashbangs in, but S4's unaffected against the opening.
The T's aren't fighting mid heavily, but you do have a player down at the Xbox. If this isn't cleared properly, this could be a lot of damage.
Spray through, burning down an Amster's Molotov, credited with the kill against that mid-fight. Advantage still for kONO. Meanwhile, the T's are going to walk their way, run their way more so, into this B-bomb site. Plant secured, retake. It's going to come forward eventually with a CJ finding the pick through the smoke. So down to 2 men now as CYBERSHOKE. kONO want to pick their chance to make their movement. Zone's going for a big old flank. Hurt the footsteps to his left. That side struggles with that manic spray. The Mac 10 and S4 can pick up the second man as well. kONO will find a successful retake and claim home a 6th round.
Better there from kONO. Right reaction from CYBERSHOKE. They lose the mid player for a 1-for-1, which is probably the best outcome when you get mollied. They accelerate up on B, but there's just got no space on the bomb site. They've smoked off short, they've smoked off long, and then you lose a spam kill. You lose that long fight through the challenge, so then you're basically sitting ducks, you're alone. One aspect that we haven't really spoke about, we spoke about the Veto being slightly strange at the front end, right, of having a Nuke rather than an Anubis. What about Ancient rather than Train? I mean, I've kind of come into this second map, Jay, saying CYBERSHOKE have had some really good results on Ancient as of late, even if there haven't been victories. Train could have been the secret weapon here for kONO.
Questions about this Veto process across the board, perhaps. Captain Kirk got overwhelmed by the numbers game of CYBERSHOKE. At least S4 can trade back upon the first casualty against kONO's name. It's a 4v4 for now.
And the cave challenge is aggressive. And Notadeki's on the shelf side, Glowing's a little bit further down. It seems that the CTs want to prod. They want to get aggressive, both in cave and towards Cheetah and Donut. Notadeki's seen both.
CJ's found Glowing. Flashed off Naki to go to the peak and see both players get damage on both of them as well, but neither one falls. It's distracted enough to allow the main T-side force to get in and get the bomb down. Notadeki's blind spray is a little bit off kilter to catch CJ. The advantage still saves with kONO, but only by a tiny margin. Blixie may find a couple of trades out, and this one flashed in towards Cave, still not catching them. CJ watching and making his move on. Fenneman now holding out the long position. Shorts covered off as well. Flashbangs at the CT side, going to blind themselves as much as they blind off the T side line. Finally, a couple of kills in from CYBERSHOKE. 2 men now on the man advantage. If Notaneki gets Zogin, and S4 starts backing away with the AK in hand, having to save as CYBERSHOKE get right back in control, up to number 10 on their board.
Well, they deserve that because Notadeki's been hard done by. That setup is perfect. You've drawn them in. You've got a perfect flashbang down from bottom ramp. Both players are completely blinded. You've done damage onto both, but you haven't quite capitalized on the kill. So instead, you try and slow the round down. You can feel that Blixie's applying pressure just because of those jiggles into cave. The CTs then start second-guessing, oh, do we need to slow it down a bit more? Do we need to wait for CT contact to come through from spawn first before we can start going into the cave entrance? And then within a split second, it just all becomes T-side. There's just kills everywhere. And for kONO, you've won a good retake. You've instantly been responded. Your money is pretty crap. You have to buy it down here. You really don't have any other options. You've got to keep the threat of consistently buying here. You can't just give freedom over to CYBERSHOKE now.
Four rounds to the goon on the contrary for CYBERSHOKE at the moment. They are looking like they're going to close this down soon. Going to have a decision to make. What do they do around the AK? Seems like half buy is the call here. Upgrade pistols, SMG. Take it light. Just a little bit of a safety net behind you if you do end up losing out on this round.
And I feel this scoreline is so misleading. I mean, 10 out of the past 12 rounds, it should be over. The only reason why it's only 6 is because there was a pistol win, an anti-eco first gun round, and another anti-eco. So what, we're looking at 2 gun rounds being won, and we're getting quite deep into the second half now? It's not even been close between the teams.
CYBERSHOKE been in full control of map 2. kONO, virtue of the numbers, not virtue of the skill, which Blixie shows off. On the contrary, CJ just having his head taken clean off as this S4 fall towards Fenneman. He's looking for more out here, and the CTs are falling like flies. CYBERSHOKE, that is a damn near perfect round. Only by 2 points of damage does Blixie make it not perfect, but it's as close as you can get. kONO, no resistance posted. CYBERSHOKE making light work of that B defense.
That's probably a good thing they didn't buy. Jeez, some of the shots on the entries that were being hit. And that's the scariest factor. And maybe comes back to a similar conversation that we had in the Forza Reload game, is that sometimes you're just getting out-aimed. It's not so much you're getting outplayed, the protocols, the timings. If you're just losing straight-up fights, there's not much that you can do against that. You can try and have better util, you can try and have a better setup, but we are seeing individually, we saw it more in the first half than definitely what we're seeing in the second half, but just players overpowering kONO, just not even competitive gun duels.
It's like, I know someone's out there is going to say, like, oh, if they fought in that last round, at least they had a chance to get a kill. No. It was far too quick. CYBERSHOKE absolutely wrecking kONO right here. We want to do the exact same thing out in mid. Notoneki taking 2 players down in his mid fights. Captain Kirk close. Amster from the back lines, already a 5 versus 3. And yes, he might be low, but he's got plenty of other teammates right here. S4's found that pick, just a bait player in towards Donut to force him off angle, give his teammates the breathing room to make their way up to the site entrance. Zogan's going to find 1 pick, but he's low and dealt with by glowing. Advantage established. CYBERSHOKE will put the bomb down.
A late lurk in red room, perfect setup. Bomb plant open for Donut, glowing off angle, Donut player off, and the CTs are already saving and the footsteps are being heard. This is clinical. This is such a classing performance from CYBERSHOKE on Ancient.
Yeah, Blixie knew what to do. Play patient, close in the pincers in the later portions of that post plant, or just to capitalize upon them when they go for that save. And they went for the save. He moved to strike. And the orb of S4 still not guaranteed right here. They still have about 10 seconds to go for the hunt against him, and he's close towards the B doors. Well, they're making their way quickly up here. They know the B side's open now. They spotted him on the jump face. Shot rings out. He does connect onto Blixie. Second man doesn't fall. Smoke's in the way, though. Will they get him in the corner? So close to contact. And he's alive. Only barely, though. It's a small lifeline. A small silver lining to kONO, because otherwise they are really broken on their buy up here. Calling in a tactical timeout. But it's coming way too late for my money. 6 map points now for CYBERSHOKE.
Notoneki has been incredible on T side and CT side from some of his mid challenges. Just the readability, it's felt comfortable. And I thought going into Ancient we were going to have a lot more impact out of the AWPers. Mate, we haven't even seen AWPing from Fenneman. He's just been rifling the whole time. It's been so rifle heavy from both Notoneki and Lovicus that they haven't required a big green. They don't need that in the setup. And the buy is just awful for round number 19. And CYBERSHOKE know that this is closing time. Get this game over and done with. Send it towards Mirage.
Feels like it. 6 rounds. 6 chances to close. CYBERSHOKE have been the superior squad by far and away, and already they're trying to make light work of this next one. The fight's from Lovicus coming in against CJ and Co. Low HP is going to get caught by Amster, but all this chaos, all this fighting generated in mid has left the A site completely opened up. Amster's good to get away with 1 more pick out of the round, but the bomb is close to site, can get planted. Blixie and Fenneman versus Zogan and S4. A 2v2 standoff to try and close the map for CYBERSHOKE.
Big backstab from main, which means S4's going to have to take distraction away. He's going to probably have to take first contact. Because the bomb's planted open for Donut, the util's going to have to be on point. This smoke from Zogan's going to have to be good.
S4's going to catch Blixie first and foremost. Fenneman backed up here still, also at the Donut entrance. Smoke comes down on the bomb itself, and Incendiary goes deep as well. Fenneman's going to have to start swinging. Not quite deep enough there. That Molotov even allows him back on the defuse. Being held. He fights on 1. He does damage to the second man, but S4 still inside of the smoke. He's still holding the defuse. Fenneman has no idea. And kONO has snuck one in from underneath the noses of CYBERSHOKE. Close, but no cigar. We play on.
Well, the first question is, why does S4 not have a kit? That's going to be registering in the mind of the opposition. Well, he must have tapped it, because it's already been 5 seconds. Hoping that he can draw the fight out. Knows that he's the AWPer too, so probably thinking he's holding the edge of the smoke and holding on to me. I wonder if CYBERSHOKE just hit them with pace now, because they know that the economy is going to be really poor.
kONO surviving for now. A lifeline gained by the CT side. That's an awkward smoke, but fortunately no one's there in Cheetah. So no contest against the CYBERSHOKE side. kONO sat back waiting. The CYBERSHOKE side to make their aggression happen. They're going to find Captain Kirk Golovicus again. Another mid-fight that goes so well for him. CJ caught instantly dead to Blixie, and another kill against Zogan. It's falling apart now. kONO may have stayed alive in the last round, but it seems like this is finally going to be their demise. And the end to this second map as Amps has picked up. S4 is in a 1v4, and CYBERSHOKE hunt for map 3.
Indeed they do. S4's hoping for a long challenge, but it's just not coming. No jiggles, no wide swings. And now they know exactly where he is. You just play time off of it. Excellent patience in this 3v1.
There it is, 13-7, CYBERSHOKE lock in map number 2, taking away their opponent's map pick, just like how they lost out Nuke to kONO. And Mirage will be calling to decide who is going to go up to that 2-0 bracket in the Swiss stage. And I have to say, it's a complete turnaround of confidence from CYBERSHOKE, considering how laboured that Nuke was. The fact that they look this damn good has completely turned my expectations around here.
Yeah, I expected CYBERSHOKE to come out and deliver a lot more on Ancient. I probably underestimated how good they'd actually be.
Yeah.
I'd consider a 4-0 beginning to be a good start. What rounds were won after that? You have the ace from Amstar to be able to close out the first half. You then have the retake in the 4v3 advantage towards A. And then what's the other one that gets won? Oh, yeah, the Ninja Defuse. 10-second stick through. We're not talking about confident rounds. We're not talking about kONO's chances. And if I was just to extrapolate map 1 to map 2 in comparisons, you could say that CYBERSHOKE had plenty of chances to close Nuke and get it over the line. kONO did not at all. The rounds that they lost, they were getting bodied. They weren't competitive at all.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, look, this was a complete contrast to what I was expecting, and as well as that, just what they delivered in general. Because you are right, it was such a laboured effort from kONO's perspective. They didn't really have the backing to support those individual rounds. When I talk about the ace, obviously, and you were saying, well, the next thing for kONO to do is to back it up with some more consistency and support, some more decent rounds, and we never really saw that from them over the course of that second half, especially. Like you're right, the one retake and then the one Ninja Defuse. That's it. You know, that was it for that CT side, and for a CT side of Ancient as well, by the way. I don't know if that's necessarily good enough. So we stand here now with the final map of the series, the final map of the day, and it is Mirage. You mentioned earlier during the Veto process, a bit more middle ground from these two sides, but two very different kind of games coming out in maps 1 and 2 at the same time.
Yeah, well, let's just put it this way. CYBERSHOKE have had the better form coming into this best of 3. And what have we noticed? That when they go into comfortable territory, they're a lot stronger. So if you find that out on Nuke, it's a bit of a punish pick just because of how Anubis got banned out. Okay, we don't really play it. Yeah, we struggled. Probably should have won it, but we didn't. We come into Ancient and we're back. This is the form that we've been developing. Now we go into Mirage. It's another confident map. It's another map that we've got a lot of officials under our belt. So I would say that we're going to definitely have a similar performance of Ancient on Mirage than we would on Nuke on Mirage, at least for CYBERSHOKE.
Well, for kONO, obviously, they've shown us a little bit more prowess in the first map of the series, and I want to see whether they can try and find a little bit more of that potential on this third and final map, because they didn't show it off on Ancient at all. And it's back to the drawing board, at least for this next 10-minute break, where they'll be ready to try and attack Mirage and try to see if they can get that final win on the board here. But we're heading towards our own little break here on the broadcast. When we come back, we'll close out the day with the final map between CYBERSHOKE and kONO.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Only one more step closer to the end of this series, and the end of the day. Mirage will be our final battleground of play between kONO and CYBERSHOKE. CYBERSHOKE certainly able to restore confidence if any was lost off the back of that first map up over on Ancient. Things look absolutely positive for them. Probably better than you'd say that even kONO looked on that first map.
Yeah, I'm going to be blunt and I'm going to be very honest. I reckon kONO are going to get farmed in this decider. I'm just looking at how the map plays out, okay? Nuke's very tactical, very slow. Look at what happens when CYBERSHOKE was able to brawl. Look at what happened on Ancient when individuals can just create space and take fights. I feel Mirage is perfect for it. Even the results for kONO, wins and losses, they've been against some really weak teams. Whereas last two results for CYBERSHOKE, 13-4 versus Z10 and then 13-10 versus 500. I think this could be a whitewash on Mirage.
Quite possibly. I mean, even that Bucharest qualifier you mentioned, which is where kONO's efforts were really placed into trying to getting on the VRS rankings. One of the maps that they lost towards Rebels, their final opponent in that bracket, was here on Mirage, and didn't even make it towards double digits for them, unfortunately. CYBERSHOKE on the T side start may be allowed to dictate the pace. His first blood is drawn out by kONO, at least. Captain Kirker kicking things off against Glowing in our final map of the best of three and of the day here for Compass Winter. Notaneki is going to try and take the forward face as the bomb plant has gone down. They're going to face it against the S4. CJ backs away to give Amster a kill onto Lovicus outside of the market window. Amster running out of ammo. Cannot get a shot. 3 kills pour in for CYBERSHOKE. And now it's all left to Zogan in a 1 versus 3. Can only take one of the kills down as CYBERSHOKE start off with a very fast and quick pistol.
And while it is very true that shooting from behind is incredibly difficult and getting the immediate headshot, that's a big whiff from the CT player that's running out on the bomb site. That should be a pretty easy kill on the short individual, and it's a turnaround. It's the Glock to just start booming. And for kONO, the initial hold looked quite good. They had a man advantage. They dealt with the over-aggression in from market, but just could not string things together. CYBERSHOKE start things off on that fiery level that we saw on Ancient.
Like you said, the opportunity to brawl, the opportunity to get up in your face. What CYBERSHOKE may well thrive upon, and maybe it's just a playstyle contrast right there. Maybe Nuke played better into kONO's playstyle of tactics and slow pacing versus Ancient, of course, playing into CYBERSHOKE's opportunities just to take fights on both CT and T side sometimes. And here on Mirage right now is working towards the T side favoritism of CYBERSHOKE. Pistol win. No real opportunities to answer back here from the kONO side. Only USPs. They're taking the much more harsh approach towards the eco round. The SMG being dropped for the time being. Shouldn't be much more for Captain Kirker and Zogan. The only real risk is against Blixie on 9 points of health, but even that will not be allowed by his compadre. He's easy pickings. So the 3 rifles can stay in. CYBERSHOKE can maintain their 2. kONO can get to their gun buys. For the first time in the final map, they're going to need to find some success early.
Even looking at just the map pool, it tells you that CYBERSHOKE like to brawl a lot more. They're weak on Nuke, they're weak on Inferno. Inferno's very slow. You take map space, then the other team takes map space, and you kind of keep trading back and forth. Dust 2 in the pro scene is very slow. I know that Forza Reloaded game was a bit quicker, but for the majority of meta teams at this level, it's slow played. The maps that they're the best at, Anubis, Ancient, and Mirage, that's where you can get up close and personal. That's where you can take aggressive fights. S4 getting the initial incendiary up there towards top mid, and Glowing is waiting for that overextension in con.
It's Captain kONO that finds him instead. From underpass, Lovicus tries to recover. So does the Mat 10 of Blixie, but S4 and Captain are going to hold on to their trade counts. Jumping, Mat 10 kill comes in against Captain, but S4 still holds outside of connector. The extensions from CYBERSHOKE, the faces are trying to get the kills back on their own terms, unable to hold on to a man advantage. It's basically a 1v3 now for Blixie. A 4K clutch overall. Bomb going to get picked up. Where does he go with it?
Yeah, not many options. The best that he can hope for is to hit the shot straight away on any kind of contact. Nicely done from the CT point of view. It's a bit of an aggressive challenge. You've got a fight out in con, you've got a fight in short, and maybe that is how CJ needs to call the CT side, to fight fire with fire. Don't allow freedom, don't allow easy map control to be gained. Anytime you want to take mid, want to create A space, we're going to be there in numbers. And pre-aiming all of these cheeky little posted angles. Nothing out in Palace, but the backstab is starting to come in, and there's very limited options of where Blixie can be.
He's managed to choose the path of least resistance, but the push in from the apartments player is now going to cut off his options. As the rotation back in from the mid-window player, S4 is now backed up over at the CT stairs, and in the end, not even going to get a chance to go in towards the bomb site itself, as Amster is flanking, and Blixie will not be ready for him. Held into a corner, hoping he can hold onto the gun. Not going to happen. CYBERSHOKE lose there first. The answer back is certainly there for kONO, but much like we were talking about in the last map, Pop, are we going to see the conversions off the back of that? We're going to see them follow it up and back up that one good round.
Well, looking at Mirage, at least in the recent history, I think S4 needs to show that he can be dominant with the NWP. It's been a pretty quiet series from him overall. Haven't felt a huge amount of impact. He doesn't have the AWP in his hands just yet, but he needs to be a difference maker in this first half.
Kill for S4 to start things off. An AK in his hands against Lovicus. Man down a star. Mo missing one rifle from Fenneman, who's going to recover that Galil very quickly. HE's against Notaneki. The HP low as well as the man advantage up for kONO.
And Notaneki needs to create a pathway, and so does Glowing. Need to try and deal with Ampstar. This is the key piece to breaking open the B-bomb site.
Glowing's keeping his eyes front. And con as well. Notaneki with a spray against S4 that brings it into a 4 versus 4. And a follow-up from Blixie gets Amster to stay. Still got one player in at short. Looking for presence out towards Sniper's Nest. The connector drops into the con player, and Zogan's going to get caught. Captain kONO at least faster trade, but now fighting from range actually does find Fenneman. So it turns into a 2 versus 2 here.
Captain kONO being swung, both players at the same time, and CJ's making noise.
Things up, sees his contact, but now he's revealed permanently. T-side player on short can also adjust, aware that there's extensions back towards the apartments and also information to get called in towards CJ. How can kONO's captain deal with the 1-on-2?
Look at this, the discipline in the 2v1. No one's giving him a fight.
Sending all the way out, running into contact, and eventually will get picked up by Notaneki, so maybe not as much info as I thought there was going to be for kONO. CJ giving up his life for CYBERSHOKE to make it number 3 on the T side.
I haven't casted CYBERSHOKE a huge amount across their tenure in the last year or so, Jay, but one aspect that I have noticed and witnessed in the majority of their series is while they like to brawl and while they like to be a little bit manic in the early to mid round, the discipline that they have in late round situations is so on point. I mean, I'm looking at that 2v1 and I'm thinking you could be hungry there, you could be trying to fight in van, you might just try and get the round over and done with. They've proved it on both Ancient and on Mirage that they know how superior they can be if they just run the clock.
CYBERSHOKE will have no issues of the USPs of kONO. 4 will be up on their board, and the scoreline can really start to lose control from here. Gun buys will be available for kONO in the next at the very least. The USP at close range for Amster gets away with 1 AK and a second kill, but no more than that. Ensure that the majority of those weapons stay up, although Lovicus is too far away to get the AK in his hand, so a slight little bit of a loss there for the CYBERSHOKE side, but nothing that should be a massive concern, at least not right now. 3 up still, kONO bringing the AWP out for S4.
kONO need to put their foot down quickly, because I'm feeling with how momentum-based this T-side has been, with how Notineki has just been on the ball with impact, just like he was on Ancient. You've got to slow these players down. You can't continue to allow them to just rip. Lower tunnels, aggression coming through from Amster. That's underpass, but I think he's been seen by one. It's an acceleration into B.
They're charging up real quick. Captain Kirker flash blinded, but still turns back in from jail. Finally, the backstab's going to close in with some damage, but only damage. Neither of those kills go in the way of the CT side. They go against them instead. S4's AWP can strike, and now a 3-on-3 can ensue. S4 seen a repeat from Glowing, costs himself his life. Now CJ tries to make his move in. Blixie unable to capitalize against both those kills. Now it's all on Lovicus, the Galil that was brought in from the previous round. Watching from the apartment's H-Eed out, found by Amster. And kONO will convert upon their second.
Well, just about. That was a difficult round for kONO. First off, they have Amster in a great position because they're going towards underpass. He can backstab around. He can try and waste a bit of time. A little bit maybe too much of an overextension towards market. Bit of trigger discipline comes back to bite them. But CYBERSHOKE, it's the mid-rounds where they're just making so much happen. They're getting opening picks. They're creating space on bomb sites. kONO can't be reliant, I want to say, in these sort of late round retakes. If that happens consistently, you're going to lose more rounds than you're going to win.
CYBERSHOKE. At least have their gap closed out a little bit, but they're going to try and beat them with pace right here. These Tech 9 in from Blixie going to charge forward, lead them up. Ooh, seeing the gun barrel, still losing one player as Zogan's opening kill as well. Fenomen and Blixie have answered back though. Captain Kirker being read upon, an AWP to play with, but the AK swings out, finds a crack angle. Blixie takes him right back out of the equation. 2v2. Bomb is dropped in the open though, and Glowing is hunting for more picks out here. Looking down from CT, sees a man with his weapon being drawn out. Now Amster is alone to the clutch. CYBERSHOKE once again up in kONO's faces. Tap the bomb, footsteps heard. The man on site's making noise, dropping the bomb for a second time. The AWP of Blixie, 2 kills to his name, needing a third for the clutch. A one-on-one attempt at that first shot, didn't quite connect it.
I would back Amster in this clutch. Just the experience that he has in these sort of moments, he should be able to outclass the opposition. Ticket, AWP, unscoops, just tries to go out towards the AK. It's another tight round, isn't it? You feel that for CYBERSHOKE in that 2v1 that they've played it correctly. They didn't stick the bomb, they tapped it, they tried to draw the fight, but it just doesn't come. Amster wins an all-important one, and kONO, they're surviving. It doesn't feel as if they're competing, they're just holding on at the moment.
That round came down to a 1 versus 1. It's fortunate for kONO that the momentum will start shifting for them in terms of the economy game. Money's not great for CYBERSHOKE now. Still seeing Notineki just charge straight forward into the hands of this SMG though. CJ's forced to fight, gets himself a triple, quadra. Not quite the ace, but there's plenty of frags on the SMGs. An ace for the MP9s. Plenty of money gained for kONO to establish their own economy stake. CYBERSHOKE are mostly focusing on getting the rifles out here and now though. This is where they will stand to fight. The scoreline has evened.
And it is just comical to think that the age gap between Glowing and everybody else is as large as it is. Glowing is 31, and the next highest, I guess, age on the team is 22. So we're talking basically 10 years between Glowing and absolutely everyone else on CYBERSHOKE.
CJ leaning forward first to the CT side. Blix is going to hear those footsteps fight the first man. He's aware of the second. Doesn't seem like it. Swing back, and CJ can catch him off guard. An AK now for free in the hands of the CT side, almost extending out towards that bombs position. Meanwhile, down at underpass, Zogan is going to catch off Lovicus. We're down to a 4 versus 2 as kONO try and fight back.
Well, it's the right idea. They're being active. They're being on the front foot, and I think that's how kONO can make CYBERSHOKE a little bit uncomfortable. They're not getting respect in the defaults. They're not able to slow these rounds down. Instead, there's challenges from underpass and A ramp and just all over the place. This is such a tough situation to get out of. 2v4, you've got util on Fenomen, but you don't want to use it. You basically want to keep contacting to give yourself the best chance of winning a duel.
Fenomen's leaning up. Mollies will get sent deep. Sure that no one can make their way in from Sniper's Nest or Jungle. It's really CT now becoming the next main concern. Smoke for that angle, just flashes and hoping for the best. Bomb make his way in from ramp as well, glowing. Finds the fight. Second player around the corner, baited out, engaged. A fight for both of the individuals. Fenneman's credited with the kill, and that turns the round back on his head for a 2 versus 2. Zogan's also low in that corner, glowing. No idea of how close he really is. The fight gets found by Zogan successfully. Now Fenneman's alone.
Yeah, Fenneman's going to hear that drop from Amstar, so as soon as he knows, that's when he can isolate both of these duels.
Takes the swing and the fight. Last man standing, 12 points of health. The HEs of Zogan nowhere near where Fenneman is. Smoke down on the bomb instead. Trying to see if he can force him out into a fight at Firebox. Footsteps heard, defuse tapped once. Fenneman still finds the kill. And CYBERSHOKE reclaim the lead.
Oh boy, it's a 2v5. that's a tilter. Oh, that's infuriating. There should just be no way back at all. I should say a 2v4, but even still, I mean, come on. There's just nothing here. There's nothing presenting. And then all of a sudden, kills just start coming out of nowhere.
We don't want to know who the better fighters in this team, in this matchup is. I mean, it's pretty obvious with the way the CYBERSHOKE are playing it out at the moment. Battling back against the kONO side. And continuing to be a major thorn in their side. Fast out from CYBERSHOKE, Mac 10. Lovicus first man forward. Captain Kirker's going to get credited with that opening kill. Flashes on Amstar in the back lines. They're not going to get cleared all the way until the very last moments. And as soon as he does, Blixie lands a doming headshot from Captain Kirker. He'll try and respond, but Notoneki protects Blixie. Gets the advantage in for the T side. A trade is easy in the back lines, but he's not going to go facing here. The main core 3 players will put that bomb down, hunker down. And kONO need to wait for Zogan to get on the backstab here.
Resmoke down towards Market. They need to go through this.
CJ makes his face, and Glowing's going to get caught. Second man tries to engage, but Fenneman takes down the backstab and the forward facer. S4, 1 versus 3 for him. Running for it, being heard as well, being chased down by Notoneki. A lot of range game, backs turned. You're not surviving against this. The CYBERSHOKE has 6.
It just, the timing where not only does Blix rail the first kill on the trade back against Amstar, but it's the timing on the separation of the T-side players on the short individual. You can notice quite frequently on these quicker plays, on the faster execs or the rushers, how good CYBERSHOKE are on peaking together as a team, not giving isolated 1v1 fights. If you're the short player, who do you fight there? Do you fight the bench player of Blixie, or do you fight everyone that's out there on the balcony entrance? You're stuck in 2 minds on who you're meant to fight against.
CYBERSHOKE leading the charge now, 2 up over kONO. Should go to 3 as well, with the USPs being out for the majority of players. Only CJ buying into a scout.
And I get the feeling that there's going to be some exciting CIS rosters in Tier 2 in 2025. Look at how strong Paravision have come out this year. I know that's a bit of an extreme example because of the players that they have, but they've gone from an average team in Tier 2 to winning titles. I'm now looking at CYBERSHOKE thinking, pretty average team last year, and they've taken some good scalps. Now, it's a small sample size, but the style of Counter-Strike that's being brought out, the experience that Glowing brings, I could see CYBERSHOKE being a real threat at a certain point. I don't think it's going to be straight away. Give him a few months. Give him 2-3 months. Give him some ranked tournaments. Get themselves higher in the VRS. And it's going to be an exciting team to follow.
Well, here's something. I would love to see when the next ranking update comes out how many places CYBERSHOKE would have climbed, considering the upsets they've taken over certain teams within the VRS ranking tournaments.
True. The 500 win would have got them quite a lot.
That alone is just tantalizing. I'll have to find out when Valve indeed do update it. We were talking about it earlier. Might come out later this evening. At this point, CYBERSHOKE's main concerns for the team right in front of them in kONO, and not many concerns left in this matchup, it doesn't feel like. Certainly not in this round. Lovicus getting away with CJ and Captain Kirker, ensuring that these basic pistols will not be able to land anything against the T-side line. They lose 1 AK towards the scout player. I'm trying to ensure that doesn't fall towards CT hands, although they are starting to lose some decent frags back here on the part of CYBERSHOKE. The scout of Amstar unable to get more out of the headshots, so now just leaving it to S4, picked up by Fenneman. No AKs held in by kONO for the last round of the half. CYBERSHOKE looking for the 8-4, and it's very possible they could get it.
And there's a few players on this CYBERSHOKE roster that have come from some really good organizations. Last team that Lovicus was on was Gun 5, and we saw towards the end of 2025 how extreme they started getting up. They started winning tournaments, they started being a real threat. I look at Notaneki, he was previously on Spirit Academy. I'm looking at someone like Blix, he was on Aurora Youngblood. That team was doing quite well last year, and they produced Griggs, who ended up basically replacing Deco on the main Aurora side. So even though a lot of these guys don't have a huge amount of maps under their belt on HLTV in comparison to the more veteran names that we have in the CIS scene, you can feel that the grassroots of the previous organizations have had a difference and what that's made transitioning over to CYBERSHOKE now.
The T-side have had their way so far today. One more round of the first half of Mirage. Apartments is the initial default play from the CYBERSHOKE camp. Blixie. And that leads them forward.
And they've liked B these last few rounds. B pops, you've got glowing top mid, Lovicus down here at underpass. Re-smoke in, the CTs might want to try and fight for mid heavy.
HG's to dish out some damage. Mid presence established here on the part of CYBERSHOKE. Walk forward of the connector smoke from one player of the T side. Glowing, gonna get Zogan. S4 instantly responds towards the man, but you still got other concerns in Lovicus here. A could be an open target, but they're going to commit outside of the B-bomb site. Is the walk going to try and cancel? Captain Kirker is going to get fragged back. They're going to charge in from one player at the very least. Not Notaneki stays up as Lovicus strikes back on S4 towards Shaw. And now CJ is suddenly all alone in Sniper's Nest. They 1v4, can pick up that first. But to get the other three is a pipe dream in my eyes.
Indeed it is. That gets smoked off. And here it is, just the disciplined 3v1 coming in from CYBERSHOKE, not over-peaking.
The timer run down. Notaneki going to be close now. Utility in his hands. Almost gets caught off for it. Eventually CJ's going to get that kill. But Fenneman with the AWP peak and pick. 8-4 for CYBERSHOKE. Looking deadly on Mirage. And it's a very similar situation to what we saw on the last map of Ancient as well.
And if I'm going to be a bit negative and maybe a bit nitpicky, what's Zogan done in this series? He's the one player I don't really know anything about other than coming from TNL. He's not a hard anchor. He's playing A on the CT side of Mirage. He was playing B out on Ancient. He's playing kind of the small sides. And I feel I've just not witnessed any impact from him across this entire best of three.
Well, it's been pretty much bottom of the board for both Nuke and Ancient. So I think you're right on that assessment. The lack of impact generated by him could certainly be a reason why the basement is so low right now for kONO. CYBERSHOKE, however, getting involved in these pistols with damage initially against the likes of the A players. And an opening kill from Lovicus did start things off, but as they charge into the A bomb site, suddenly CYBERSHOKE fall to pieces. S4 looking for Lovicus next. Block in hand, sees the USP. The Julies can come forward to the murder hole, but S4 just dives out of there, thinking he might be surrounded, and he's right to assume so. Blixie can take one trade back, but needs another to try and turn it into an even man stance. And he loses Lovicus. It's all on him now to clutch.
Smoke off the con player, try and force him out in the open. Tetris player swings, and kONO give themselves a bit of a break. It seemed to be a positive start from CYBERSHOKE when your short player wins the opening duel, but the A players just started falling pretty quickly to the Glocks coming up con and into windows. So kONO win pistol. CYBERSHOKE got to make a decision whether they want to force buy or not. We haven't seen a huge amount of forces over the course of this best of three. Teams have been quite happy to just save in the second round.
Another eco on the table. CYBERSHOKE concerned about the rifles more than they are in the force buys. They'll stack B. Hope that kONO go for the fast hits like they were doing on their own T side. Instead, it's an A play for the Ukrainian camp. Smokes are out, flashes will go over, Zogan will lead them in, but there'll be no resistance from CYBERSHOKE, who might counter-rotate and potentially see if they can steal some frags away, but in terms of round win, it's pretty much off the table.
Yeah, indeed it is. Again, time needs to be thought about. About 40 minutes until they've got to play the best of one in the open quali, and I think they've got a bit of a free draw, honestly. They've got Little Red Draw, which is Kios, Rowland, Masuta, Crucial, and Mistem. So Ragtag mixed team, you'd expect them to overpower the mix quite easily, try and go on a deep run, try and do what kONO only did the other day. Beat Bax in that quarterfinal from the first open qual, went up against Rebels. It was a shame because you look at that and say, okay, the qualification game to get into a closed qual for a team that desperately needs VRS, they win a map, but just got bodied on map 2 and map 3. Just couldn't hold weight in that series.
Terrorists win.
kONO trying to hold some weight here on our final map of the series. Getting bodied over on Ancient for a decent period of time, and even though the scorelines look very similar, again, as you mentioned before we went to break after that Ancient, doesn't really reflect the reality of the situation. kONO have done as much as possible to get to this 6th, and it's with the pistol wing conversion in mind for the second half. CYBERSHOKE to the mid control, goes for one player. A couple of the T-side individuals from underpass and top mid eventually would extend out to catch Phenomen. Player now in the ladder room is the next up to task, or they could see a peek in from Connector, and Glowing is going to catch Captain Kirk off guard. CJ barely out of vision from Lovicus, but Lovicus finds him as the smoke starts to clear. Now Blixie with 2 out of the apartments, and that's a lot more likely for CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, they're right back, aren't they? Good reposition from almost everyone there from CYBERSHOKE. So Captain Kirker hits a blinder. That's a great shot from the Galil. Up in short towards top con. And then it's the confidence to say, okay, I'm just going to re-aggress this con smoke. I'm going to make sure we fight. And then we just keep searching. We're spotting ladder. We're keeping eyes on window in case there was a jump up, in case there was a boost attempt. And then Blix out there on B knows 2 kills mid. They're going to accelerate B. Let's just hold. I'll swing into the angle. Smoke's already down. It's the freest multi-frag that you could ask for. And 9 on the board. S4. Well, he can't go anywhere, can he? Can't go underpass to mid. He can't go TV to top mid. And he can't go apps to B. So he's probably going to fall after time here.
He starts peeking into Notaneki's position. Perhaps there'll be at least a little bit of the lifeline of the loss bonus. Depends on if he extends out of the entrance. He will. So a small little bit of cash, but another lost round for the kONO side. As CYBERSHOKE get their starts on CT. First in the half, and what should be many more to come, especially if kONO can't convert upon this next rifle buy. They're on only second stage loss bonus if they lose this round. That could lead to an 11-6 or more for CYBERSHOKE.
kONO just going in for a set piece. You've only got one directly on A because the CTs are going in for a heavy mid take, but Fetterman's coming right back. This is a good read because they see nothing in mid. No flashes, no util. They're going to rotate a 3rd player over towards A, surely.
Pushed all the way up, heard no footsteps. Now they're seeing the utility coming in, so player at jungle will be a little bit past it, and the smoke coming out to Fenneman as well, but the HG's land pretty nicely. Players on site, Notaneki with a kill, Fenneman with a follow-up as well. CJ is close to range, but Fenneman is cleaning house as it's glowing. They're arriving to the scene. Lovicus gets his own double, and that is a wonderfully held defensive for CYBERSHOKE. kONO didn't know what they were about to run into. And all down to that info play up mid.
And I get the vibe, Jane, a lot of these tier 2 games that you can always feel which players are slightly nervous and which players are just completely calm and happy to just play with full freedom. CYBERSHOKE are so confident in their individual maneuvers. Right there, you've got the read, you just instantly get in front of that CT smoke. You're instantly looking to fight from back triple. It's the disciplined play style, but worked out because the players have the belief that they're just outclassing kONO individually.
CYBERSHOKE make light work of the rest of this matchup, it almost feels like. 2 more rounds to close out this series and close out the day here for kONO. kONO just fighting for their survival in the best of 3, and at least they've got the silver lining that they have some lifelines available to them, but every team wants to be 2-0. CYBERSHOKE will be well on their way to doing so right now.
kONO have got to dig deep and maybe rely on Captain kORKa to get themselves out of trouble. HE out towards top mid. Little bit of chip damage, but the captain's setting up a flash to go for an aggressive move.
Out with the past the smokes, shots missing out from the AWP. CJ trying to see if he can swing upon him at a hesitation moment, so allowed him to escape past his fingertips, but it's glowing instead to find the kill on CJ. Starting advantage outside of connector. Captain kORKa had to walk his way up. Gun barrel seen, head taken clean off, 5-on-3.
You're right about that slight hesitation. If CJ ran him down and didn't stop, he probably gets the kill against the AWP, and it's those slight rookie mistakes. It's that indecision that then cost you a free kill. And kONO just have nothing. You've got no space, you've got barely no util, and Lovicus is hearing all of this movement from TV back towards top mid.
And slowly but surely he'll close in the pincers of the backstab. It's only a matter of time before he sees that bomb and it's back up. Got the connector player fighting first, but there's Lovicus with his kill, with his double, and that should seal the deal on round 18 for map point and match point for CYBERSHOKE.
And I'm liking that we're treating the vibe here at kONO is let's keep an eye on these unranked teams and just we'll get a feeling of where we sit early in the year. One of the announcements that came out recently, Jay, was the brand new Trick team with the core that came in from Gaming Gladiators. And I'm now kind of looking at it. CYBERSHOKE low in the ranking, kONO now not having anything, what Forza Reload did. And it sets a bit of an example of maybe teams that we need to be keeping an eye out for, teams that are going to start accelerating over the next few months and prove to be a bigger name in Tier 2.
I'm very surprised to see that Tricked were back.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Went bankrupt in 2023. 2 years later, on Valentine's Day of all days, they return. Will they be loving it in the near future? CYBERSHOKE certainly loving this right now. 6 opportunities to close. Blixie's going to start off. Captain kORKa revealing the T-side hand, but not in Neki, not today. Sit down, boys. 13-6. CYBERSHOKE charging their way through 2-1 of the series and 2-0 in the Swiss.
Well, I could have said that I saw that coming, and I did, Jay. I said it right at the beginning of Mirage. That's the outcome that is quite obvious to expect after how Ancient went down. CYBERSHOKE just brawled over kONO, and once we got into comfortable territory, the difference in caliber was larger than I expected. This was a whitewash from CYBERSHOKE. They gave no room for kONO at all.
Yeah, and look, it might seem like kONO had their confident basis on Nuke. I feel like, honestly, it was just a playstyle thing for how that map is paced versus how the CYBERSHOKE side paced themselves, because I have to say that they looked far more confident on Ancient Mirage than what kONO did over on that Nuke, and even that is in mind of the fact that CYBERSHOKE punish picked into that map overall. So, yeah, huge stuff from CYBERSHOKE at the tail end of the series, and they just look like a very confident, beastly unit heading into round 3.
They look scary in kONO. I don't think there's many teams that they'll go up against that they would feel afraid of or maybe feel that it's an unwinnable game. I'm looking at the field and I'm looking at the form from CYBERSHOKE and I'm thinking, okay, 4 games, best of 3s, back-to-back, all being wins, one of them being 500, one of them stomping Zero Tenacity, one of them today having an extremely clean map 2 and map 3. They do look like a hot prospect here in kONO.
Indeed, and with the idea that those results that have been coming in, particularly the 500 matchup, obviously being part of ranked tournaments like they are on VRS, they are very low on VRS admittedly, but I feel like with the trajectory that they're on at the moment, with the confidence that they've got here and now, like if they continue to progress in this fashion, and CYBERSHOKE could well be a team that contests in some respectable tournaments. Again, I'm excited to see where their ranking sits when it does update, because I think that there's a lot of interesting movements, and CYBERSHOKE maybe one will be up, maybe moving upwards in terms of where they stand right now on that ranking. Of course, it doesn't matter here in an unranked event, but look, for them, it's obviously a great victory, a confident victory, and one that will press them forward here in kONO.
And it's just so different to how it went last time around. I know that it's the same core, but it's a slightly different roster, but they just just got owned in the contender stage last tournament. They couldn't hold weight against 500. They struggled against Gaming Gladiators, struggled against Monty Gen out of all teams. And they've kind of come here this time around with some new upgrades, and it's just felt fresh. It's felt on the money. It's felt threatening. And that is a positive sign moving forward into what could potentially be a deep run from them.
Yeah, and again, I think right now with what I've seen so far, that there's a very good chance that we do see a deep run out of this CYBERSHOKE roster. I mean, look, I'm just very impressed with what I saw here today. I'm very impressed with the level of performance that we got out of them. I know that obviously that they are a lower ranked team, and therefore you could have some level of like, well, you know, chaos between them and the kONO side, making roster changes on both sides of the board of the bow. But I look at the way they compose themselves here in this matchup, and I just think that just in general they've had the one up quite significantly. For the kONO side, I mean, for them being in the position they're in right now, being unranked, and you mentioned earlier as well that they have lost out on the invites to CCT, which is their main source of getting rankings up as well. Like for them, with the fact that they're losing out in matches like this, like is this a major indictment towards their position, or was CYBERSHOKE always going to be a key hurdle for them to not jump?
No, this is rough for kONO. I doubt they'll make advanced playoffs. I'm looking at their open qualifier run, and I'm thinking they could have had a great chance to get some matches under their belt beating Rebels. They've missed out there. Now I'm kind of looking at everything else, and I'm thinking it could be quite tough. It shows that bringing in 2 young players is difficult. Zogan was just nowhere to be seen in that best of 3. I thought the lack of adaptation was quite rough at periods, especially on Ancient in that first half when it came to mid. So we're seeing the contrast between the experienced players and the youth on this squad.
Yeah, quite clearly, I have to say. I mean, even the hesitations that we saw, like in that last round, was just one key example there from even the IGL of CJ, how he didn't quite seize the moment and try to capitalize upon that AWP kill. I mean, if you're getting that kind of mentality out of an IGL, like, is that very much of a concern for kONO in general? I mean, I know that he's inexperienced and everything, but like, if that's the case of your leader being hesitant, is that going to be a concern for the whole roster and the tactics they have at play?
Look, you've got to be realistic and say you've basically built a new roster going into a VRS system in 2025. It's not going to be easy. You've lost your core. You're bringing in new people. It's going to take time. So they've just got to keep at it. It could take 3 months, 6 months until opportunities come. But it's a big setback with how the system is right now. But look, that's the players are going to be quite obvious with that. If they've parted ways with Bio9 and they want to bring in a new in-game leader, it tells you that they could have just kept the core. They could have just kept the Valve points from previous and kept the core 3, but they don't want to do that. They want to advance, and they look at this for a move to the future. And maybe that's how a lot of squads in the middle pack and low end of tier 2 need to look at things, of not just looking at the next few months, but looking at potentially the entire year.
Well, look, at the end of the day, they're going to make some points up somewhere on the kONO side. It will not be today. It will not be in this competition. CYBERSHOKE instead able to beat them, go 2-0 now in the Swiss stage. We're now joined by Notaneki on the other end of the line here, and a very impressive result for you and your team. Congratulations, my man. Looking extremely confident on Ancient and Mirage. I have to say that, you know, I had a few concerns with how Nuke went down. I wasn't sure if things were going to be, I wasn't sure how things were just going to look overall from you guys, but you came back and you guys looked extremely good on that Ancient. Tell me what was the main difference between Nuke and Ancient?
Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me normal?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I think like on Nuke we just need more time, because in our roster many people didn't play the Nuke before, and we just feeling much more confident on other maps, on Ancient and Mirage. That's the reason. That's all. We just need time on Nuke, and we will play it also good as Ancient and Mirage.
Yeah, Notaneki, I wanted to ask about the map pool. 2 new players coming in. It seems like Ancient, Mirage, and Anubis is kind of the go-to. They seem like the strengths at the moment. Is there an Inferno being worked on? I think if you guys keep banning out Inferno or Nuke, surely one of those maps is going to be improving, right?
Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, for you guys, it does feel like at the moment you have a certain, like, you've got 2 avenues in which CYBERSHOKE are working at the moment. You've got obviously here in Compass, which is an unranked event, and therefore playing for the prize person and you know, just the competition in general. But you're also playing in a lot of VRS tournaments. Like, talk to me about the balancing act between those 2, because I understand that obviously some teams might not look at this event as like a key one within their campaign and focus more on the CCTs like you guys are. So how do you look at an event like Compass?
I think for us, like especially for me, there is no difference. I don't care about ranking. I just care about how we manage to progress, you know, to become better players. So I think like our team don't care it's ranked or no. We just need to play because we are young and we need to grow up.
Okay, then. Grand stuff. Well, Notaneki, thank you so much for joining us, man. Congratulations on the victory and good stuff in general, I have to say. Again, really impressive today from you guys. 2-1 in the series and 2-0 in the Swiss. So thanks for joining us and good luck in round 3.
Thank you. Bye.
There we go then, Dwayne. No difference between the VRS and the other tournaments that they play at the moment. Things are definitely feeling like they are just sort of cohesive in terms of them just looking for results above all else here. So I'm at least encouraged by the fact that they're putting their A game forward here in Compass, and we'll be seeing their A game throughout some other competitions. Again, they've been getting some upsets. They're climbing up those rankings, and I'm looking forward to seeing what CYBERSHOKE have in the future.
Yeah, I don't know if I can take that with a grain of salt and believe it entirely. But what I can say is that if form is good, it doesn't really matter what you're playing at the end of the day. If you're winning matches, it's only going to be a boost for a team. Whether you're prioritizing certain events over another, and preparation and just overall game plan aspects, it's going to boost a young squad and a new squad. If you can keep getting this winning streak going, if you can keep pressing for more best of 3s in a row, then we're only going to see quicker progression from CYBERSHOKE.
Well, match MVP from Compass is Lovicus. Is that an appropriate way to view him in terms of this best of 3? Is there anybody else that really took the cake, or was it just him being the dominant force?
Look, it's got to be between him and Notaneki, just because of the positions. I mean, both of those guys were Donut and Red Room on city side of Ancient, and they were just brawling, the two of them. And then you go out onto Mirage, and you've got Notaneki and Lovicus kind of playing Window and Con. So you've got two players that are in really active roles, so I think you could pretty much give it between any of those two. It was a real difference maker to being able for opening kills and just round victories being won between them two.
CYBERSHOKE, of course, dominate their way through the 2-1 affair. kONO back once again to the drawing board to figure out where they're going to go from here and what they're going to be able to do in the future. Obviously, they are currently playing this competition, which feels like it's probably one of the more key ones for their campaign. You mentioned, of course, ESEA, which is probably that and the PGL Bucharest qualifiers with the two sort of main avenues in which they're going to try and get on the VRS ranking. But the reality is that I don't really see them, as you mentioned, making it to advanced playoffs. And I don't know, I mean, it's too unstable to rely on open qualifiers to get you on that ladder at the same time. So Compass might actually end up being quite a significant event for them, just in general of their level of confidence rather than anything else.
Well, I know kONO are playing in United 21, which isn't Valve ranked, but they're playing Astralis Talent tomorrow. They played the Finnish team Hemo yesterday or the day before, beat them there. So we probably just need to get a bit more judgment out of some of these unranked tournaments to say, okay, are they beating the teams that they should be beating, or are they getting upset? Because I think if they're struggling against the weaker bottom-end Tier 2 into Tier 3, that's more concerning for the overall future for kONO than anything else.
Yep, I have to agree on that one. Well, it's a new dawn and a new day for the kONO side, and of course many more things to come out of them in the near future. If they can maintain their position, if they can try and find a new angle of attack, maybe they might find a little bit more in terms of Compass in terms of round 3. But for their round 2 matchups, that's over for today. We've still got plenty more round 2 games coming tomorrow. We look at 9 versus Unity and Sashi versus NIP Impact. So do join us back here, same time, same place, for all that action as round 2 of Compass Swiss stage will continue.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024